That should be better. So what I need to do is I need to link up this microphone. Matter of fact, I could, because I don't have a microphone connected to that. Hmm. It's not the cord though. I'm gonna get it together as soon as I get off of here. Thank you. Thank you for letting me know. I should have got some more water. Got myself prepped. Mm. No worries. We still gonna keep the party going. I'm gonna keep this party going. So, let me see what I got up over here. Oh, and we on Instagram Live too. Forgot about that. So much all at one time, but it's a good thing because you're being able to reach everybody out at one time. So, um, the only thing is that's different is my TikTok folks. You won't be able to hear what I'm going to be playing. So if you want to hear what I'm playing to the rest of the audience, you have to go to my other channels, which are just go to Prime Black on YouTube. You'll see that I'm live. Shout out to everybody on Instagram Live popping up as well. Uh, Shalom, beloved sister Puru. Um, got J. Cole. So got everybody in the mix, everybody falling in, falling in. We got some good stuff together. I got news. So I've kind of made this like my designated time where at 2 o'clock I kind of show up and show out at 12 o'clock. My bad. So it's 12 o'clock Pacific Standard Time, 3 o'clock Eastern. So I'm gonna put that in the descriptions. I'm gonna get all that stuff together and tie it in to where we all on one accord around the world. So at high noon, that's what we're shooting off at. We're gonna be at high noon. We're gonna keep this party going though. But man, I had so much stuff I had to show you guys, and so I wanted to make sure that I got it all kind of in order. But it's there, but then it's not. Then it is. So um, running into a lot of stuff that's going on. You know, got a lot of stuff going on. I ain't mad at it. But shout out to everybody. Hope everybody's enjoying their time right now. Everybody that's out there, like I said, on TikTok, everybody that's chiming in right now. If you want to be able to hear the audio and watch the video uh, recordings, you have to go to my YouTube channel at Prime Black, and you'll be able to see some of the craziness that I'm about to play today. So, but yeah, it's just interesting that I came across this stuff just because it needed to be shown. You know, we got a lot of people. We in the holiday spirit. It's a lot of things that's been going on, at least during this time right now. A lot of scary, crazy, scary, spooky, hilarious. But you know, there was one video that I found where the whole Good Samaritan thing they keep cracking off. Guy actually was actually trying to help out you know help out somebody on Christmas and turn around that he was not shown Merry Christmas. He wound up helping somebody and didn't come back home. So yeah, it's that kind of vibe that's going out right now, and you know, ain't trying to scare nobody inside. We don't need to be inside and outside and scared and all that stuff. We just need to keep it pushing as we're doing. We ain't scared. We don't fear nothing. We ain't going nowhere. The stuff that's going on ain't got nothing to do with nothing we doing and got going on and talking about. So um, let me put that back on the screen. Put that back on the screen. But like I said, with the anger, the amount of anger because of these things are starting to pick up now. These things are starting to pick up now. People are, getting really pissed off. It's a lot of pissed off energy, on the job, relationships, just everything in general. So I just wanted to kind of put that to the forefront right now. What you expect. I want people to understand that there are things that people, you only hateful because you're not grateful. You have people that was going all above and beyond and trying to get, people presents and stuff like that, all name brand stuff, Jordan, Nike, everything, and people still wasn't satisfied. We're dealing with that sugar rush when it comes to a lot of the things we've been partaking in. We would partake in these things and we would get this sugar rush, and it's like, damn, I'm never satisfied. So it's it's unfortunate that it got to this point, but you created this bullshit. Literally, you know, y'all was in the positions of power, and y'all did all this. So now you run into an issue. It's interesting that shout out to Sister Lisa. I had the chance to watch a video about the about the visas, and it's interesting because I had a lot of people, all the jobs that I was working on, I had a lot of people that was not of these lands. And we running into people who are not of these lands and getting away with a lot of stuff that was going on before. This stuff was not readily available, but these people have been able to put together their groups and get away with the stuff that they've been getting away with. It's been piling up literally right now, literally piling up. And now it's hitting a tea kettle where it's like, oh, now you're getting pissed off, stuff like that. What do you expect when you created this monster? You created these mess. Um, and now we're getting to where people are losing everything that they have, losing all their money, losing all of their business. So I'm going to go over a lot of stuff. I'm just kind of setting up both sides so it can be seen, because it is going to be very important that I make sure that I have all of this ready and laid out. Um, the weather is crazy. I haven't even gotten to the weather as well. Most of the time everybody start out with how's the weather? Just know that the weather is jacked up. Matter of fact, I'll go ahead and start that one up before I even get to that page. But I was really over here laughing. It was one video I was really trying to find where these Chinese people were cosplaying black people, like hood black people, you know what I'm saying? And trying to cosplay us like to the umpteenth. You're seeing people like black people are the American export, as you could see. And the fact that that export is not readily available, or they're not able to capitalize as they used to. Now it's people getting pissed off. They're mocking us or taking aim at us because they're like they want us to keep continuing to take on what we were taking on for quite some time. And that pendulum swung now. The last 4 years, we've been able to see how much that all of that has changed around for everybody to see now, like with your eyes. It's like, dang, this stuff is really going on, Yeah, it's really going on. Really going on around the world. Matter of fact, I'm going to just put it on the world. I ain't even finna play around because we're going to see what's going on around the world. I think that's important. That probably might be my main one that I'll start out with, is the world. Can everybody see that? Well, everybody on TikTok, you won't be able to see it, but if you go to my YouTube channel, you'll be able to see it. But everybody that's on Kick, Twitch, Instagram, YouTube, Facebook, X, you'll be able to see it. So anyways, like, it's just a map of the whole world, everything that's going on. It's a map of the whole world. So even just in America itself, you can see how much that's going on right now. So let's zoom out right there. And we can go from, tornadoes in Texas right now. We'll go from East Coast to West Coast. So we still got that one hazmat poisonous out in New Hampshire. Public safety, military device. You got a lot of military stuff on the East Coast right now. Fires blazing out. Isn't it like a drought or something? in the middle of the wintertime. Something like that. Uh, Sinkhole in New Jersey, interstate, caused the collapse of an abandoned mine shaft. It's interesting. I'm pointing this out too. Man, it's another video. I've been watching so much stuff, but the sinkholes, a lot of the underground stuff that they've been trying to go with and go underground and off grid living and stuff like that. A lot of this stuff is being like bunker busted. Where um, they're getting flooded out. They earthquakes are causing them to be displaced and deformed and stuff like that. You got to understand a lot of this infrastructure is so old. You didn't have people going out there and fixing this stuff. When they first started out, yeah, they started fixing it, and then they got their money, and they started trying to supervise everybody else. So they didn't go back to out here fixing it. So a lot of the time, a lot of this infrastructure, the roads, bridges, and stuff like that, yeah, we built this stuff. We built these cars. And when you took us out of the equation, y'all started making shitty shit. Look at the cars. Y'all made shitty cars. Look at the buildings. Y'all made shitty buildings where they just flip flopping all over the place, trying to make a quick buck. That's what y'all get. This is what y'all created. You know what I'm saying? Y'all didn't want us involved in any of the financial process, but you wanted us to do the work. Y'all wanted us to do the work. Y'all wanted us to shut up and be happy with crumbs. And you never wanted us to be able to be involved in any of the part. But now you're seeing that all of this stuff, you're seeing your roads fall apart. You're seeing all of this stuff that's underground falling apart. Over the ground falling apart. You still got the shootings going on any and everywhere. South Carolina, what we got in South Carolina? That was the South Carolina shooting. It was that. I wouldn't, yeah. I was paying attention to that. And it is crazy tornadoes within Texas and Louisiana. There's Max Velocity. He's a guy who does a lot of the weather. I'll play his video as well, but he does a lot of the weather and as far as like keeping up with it and kind of educating younger guy. But he definitely keeps informing and kind of up to the date and stuff like that. So I didn't mean to do that. Ooh, zoom out. There we go. Meant to grab it in my. So we got Georgia, the Tyson. How is it a fire at the Tyson Foods plant? That's what I don't get. But yeah, it's massive amounts of tornadoes, hail, flood, and flight delays coming out of that whole area. You got to look at all of the flight plans are being affected now. Do you think that portal that Pope opened up, that's yeah, you got stuff coming out of nowhere. You got Ghostbusters going on right now. You got these people crazy, scary, spooky, hilarious. So all throughout Arkansas, you got hail, tornadoes, clusters of storms. And I had just left from all these places. What? Massive fireball seen over Texas was actually a human-made object. Yeah, 18-wheeler. Yeah, and there was a bunch of stuff going on in Houston, where you had this the immigrants. You got the illegal situation all over the country going on. I haven't even got to that. There has been a massive amount of earthquakes too. I'm gonna show y'all that as well. So I didn't even bring that up. But eye drops recall. It's a lot of fungal infections right now, fungal contamination over a lot of places too. I've seen that, and a lot of the food getting recalled. There's another one video I got. I think an article of the food places closing down. Like even today, like I don't know what's going on with the food. It's some stuff going on. So eating out is definitely starting to become a lesser thing, especially when you can freaking cook at home. But You got stabbings all over the place. Christmas night, what's that? It's one explosion. But yeah, that's what we got going on over all of America right there. But you got these earthquakes, man. See, that's what I'll be trying to pull up. No, it's not. Hold up. So you got massive amounts of earthquakes going on and volcanic eruptions going on. So all this red is just crazy alerts all over. So if you got any people in any of these locations, let me know. I can pull them up as well. Um, but yeah, this is what's going on across the whole country, across the whole world. Let me pull this over. The amount of earthquake activity. I just wanted to show y'all this right here, this ring of fire. And you have the volcanic eruptions on the northern side of the northern hemisphere. You got one over here in Iceland. You got over here in Alaska. You got one right here in the Bering Sea where it's frozen. It's a volcanic eruption in the ice. So it's like fire and ice type of thing. But there's literally volcanic and earthquake activity along all of the ring of fire, literally. So I just wanted people to see that part. All right. Because there's another one that I'll show when I get to it. But this is important stuff. It's important stuff that you don't get a chance to see on a massive scale because you get thrown the little, adopt a puppy videos in between all of this. So you kind of just become calcified to the news or the information that's out there. So, but yeah, in all of these locations, I wouldn't put it past it. But yeah. So let me go back to this video. Let me pull up what I was going to do. Because even with that weather, I'm going to pull this up first. I think that's much more relevant. Where's this? Oh. Okay. Let me upload this one. Where are we at? Okay. What's the name of that video? That is, there you go. It was right in my face. So let me know if y'all can see that.
Dangerous waves brought down part of the Santa Cruz Pier on Monday and prompted multiple water rescues from the Pacific Ocean this week as waves up to 60 feet are forecast along the shores of California. Multiple atmospheric rivers are marching across the Pacific, bringing rounds of moisture and dangerous winds to the West Coast, including monster waves. Santa Cruz police and fire departments responded on Monday afternoon when part of the Santa Cruz wharf collapsed into the ocean and was seen floating away. Santa Cruz Mayor Fred Healy said the 150-foot chunk of the pier that fell into the ocean was closed to the public for repair because of previous damage from another storm. When the pier went down, 3 city personnel were on the pier inspecting the structure for safety from the ongoing coastal storm. Over the next 2 days, the surf is forecast to intensify along the Pacific coast. I am very concerned that we will lose additional portions of our municipal wharf, Healy told reporters. High surf advisories are in place through Tuesday for the entire Pacific coast, which includes more than 2.5 million people. Dangerous breaking waves up to 35 feet are possible along the Pacific coast through Tuesday. Waves up to 60 feet are forecast for the Northern California region. According to the Forecast Center, wave heights are nearing 30 feet in the Bay Area and 20 feet in Santa Cruz County. California state parks officials told local media multiple ocean rescues occurred between Sunday and Monday. On Sunday, state parks lifeguards and Central Fire District of Santa Cruz County responded to a surfer in distress at New Brighton State Beach during high surf. The surfer was escorted to safety. On Monday, Central Fire responded to multiple rescues near state beaches, including one at Sunset Beach, where a person was trapped under debris from high surf. Bystanders and first responders rescued the person, who sustained injuries and was taken to a local hospital. The Central Fire District of Santa Cruz County website shows crews responded to at least 2 water rescues on Monday near Live Oak and Capitola beaches. Happening now in Capitola, the swell has not even peaked yet. You are risking your life and the lives of others by getting in or too close to the water. The NWS wrote with a video of waves pounding a boardwalk in Capitola. Some Northern California state parks are closed or have brought in more lifeguards to respond to the rough surf. This storm is another example of how, despite our best predictions, talking with our weather experts, Mother Nature surprised us, Santa Cruz City Manager Matt Huffaker said. The beaches surrounding the Santa Cruz Wharf are closed because pilings and other debris could wash up in the coming days. The restroom part of the pier that collapsed had already washed up along the Santa Cruz coastline and was being pounded by waves. Meanwhile, a man died Monday after a large wave trapped him beneath debris on a California beach, likely related to the storm pummeling the west coast that brought high surf and flooding to Central California, officials said. First responders were called to Sunset State Beach, a state park, around 11:30 a.m. Monday. The man was pronounced dead at a hospital. Other details were not immediately available, and his name has not been released. The storm's high surf also likely pulled a man into the Pacific Ocean around noon Monday at Marina State Beach along the Monterey Bay, authorities said. Strong currents and high waves forced searchers to abandon their efforts roughly 2 hours later as conditions worsened. The man remained missing Monday evening. In Santa Cruz, a pier under construction partially collapsed and fell into the ocean, taking 3 people with it. 2 people were rescued by lifeguards, and a third swam to safety. No one was seriously injured, Mayor Fred Keeley said. Meanwhile, in Marina State Beach, about 30 minutes south of Sunset State Beach, a man went missing around noon after being pulled into the water by a high surf. Marina police said people in the area tried to help, but extremely large waves and strong currents thwarted their rescue attempts. Rescue crews went to where the man had entered the water, near Dunes Drive, but could not get a visual confirmation him. A search was launched, involving the U.S. Coast Guard and the California Highway Patrol's air unit, but their efforts were unsuccessful. Marina police said the search was called off at 2 p.m. as conditions worsened and made it dangerous for crews. The identity of the man was not released by police. Another person went missing at Pebble Beach, south of Monterey. CAL FIRE said crews responded to Ocean Road in Pebble Beach after it was reported someone was swept off the rocks into the water. A search was launched, but it was later suspended due to conditions on the water. According to CAL FIRE, the Coast Guard will be launching a recovery search once conditions improve in the next couple of days. 3 people were rescued near Bodega Bay after they were swept off land by a powerful wave on Monday, the Sonoma County Fire District said. Officials said around 12:30 p.m., the 3 people were swept off the edge of Scotty's Creek. 2 of them were carried approximately 150 yards up the creek. The fire district said 1 person was found clinging to the rocks. Of the 2 who were carried upstream, 1 was found clinging to a log, and the other was making his way to shore. 2 of the people rescued were taken to an area hospital, officials said, while the other was evaluated and released at the scene. The National Weather Service in the Bay Area said that similar conditions are expected on Tuesday, with continuing hazardous surf along the coastline. It also noted that significant rainfall is expected in the region Tuesday, which could bring minor flooding and small landslides in North and West Sonoma County. This is the largest swell of the year and is expected to peak late Monday, according to Cindy Palmer, a meteorologist with the National Weather Service. She said the large waves could crash into areas farther from the waterline than usual and could catch people by surprise. At this point in time, we're encouraging people, don't go to the beach. We don't want to have anyone swept in and have to have a rescue, Palmer said. High surf warnings have been issued for nearly the entire central and northern California coastline, with warnings from Santa Barbara all the way to the Oregon border. The Ventura Pier was preemptively closed out of fear the waves could snap its supporting beams.
Yeah, buddy. I wanted to show y'all that because certain things that take place that, it's definitely interesting to be paying attention to. So I want to show you that one because they tie into a lot of different things. Tie into a lot of different things, y'all. Hold on, this one ain't got no. Ooh. Oh, what? Okay. I don't know why it ain't got no audio. We'll come back to it. But yeah, you can see that even, they still going to the beach and getting swept off the beach. Like all of this stuff is going on. This is happening in the Oregon area. Everybody that's up there, thank you everybody on TikTok and sharing the videos and stuff. Appreciate it. But yeah, I wanted to show you this video because that one is crazy. Like that's how bad it's just smacking everything. Like that's reaching up to everything that's going on on the road. Like it's just driving along like ain't nothing going on, ain't nothing wrong and stuff like that. These are the signs that I see that I'm paying attention to. Hold on, there's another one that I had. Because thinking that this is not going to affect things, it's going to majorly affect things. It's going to majorly affect things. You got to look at this. So this was U.S. Department of Energy preparing environmental impact statement on local dams. Now you have this water that's just shooing and shimmying itself up onto the land. And so let me make sure that was the other video. I did not keep it. I don't want to make sure I eliminate any videos that I have so I don't go back over them. No, that should be good. I'll come back to it if I do see it. Oh, there we go. My bad, y'all. My bad. I got it. So let me make sure I just close out any other ones that I have that are in here. So with this article, this is going to be affecting a lot of the infrastructure that's out there. So I make people see this and pay attention to it because this is going to be an issue where the roads are going to be jacked up. You ain't going to be able to drive and go nowhere. Bridges are going to be collapsing. They've already been happening. You got this water is strong enough to break rock and soft enough to caress skin. So if it's doing this and it's just shooing itself up into the land, and a good portion of the world lives by the water, lives by the oceans, lives by rivers and lakes and streams and all of that. So to be having a lot of this activity going on right now, and I was pointing it out because we're that same area. We're staying in the same area. We ain't going nowhere. This is happening all throughout all of the California coast, all of Oregon, all of Washington. to where this is affecting, they're not even recognizing that even the animals are paying attention to, because it's affecting them as well. You're seeing invasive uh, plant life and species that are coming into the lands and the waters and areas. You're seeing the migrational patterns of animals and mammals and sea life that are going different directions or not showing up and meeting the what is it the quotes, the quotas for something. So for some of these industries, like the Dungeness crab industry, like it got pushed back because it's an invasive species, and they have it's things that are going on inside of the water that you guys have no knowledge of, but we know as. But you see the dolphins going in a different direction. They like the animals are saying something, and they've been saying something. So I want to show this one. The U.S. Department of Energy is preparing an environmental impact statement to assess the potential environmental impacts for the proposed action of providing financial assistance to the Pacific Northwest Hydrogen Association, also known as the PNWH2 Association, to facilitate the design, construction, and operation and maintenance of the Pacific Northwest Regional Hydrogen Hub, including in the states of Washington, Oregon, and Montana. OCED invites your participation in the scoping process. There will be one virtual public scoping meeting and two in-person scoping meetings that offer the public an opportunity to submit comments on the scope of the EIS. Written comments on the scope of the EIS can also be submitted through a 75-day scoping period, which concludes on March 3rd, 2025. Dates and locations for the scoping meetings and how to submit written comments during the scoping period can be found, whatever. But I wanted to bring this up is because now they're finding ways to solicit our help because they didn't want us in these jobs. They didn't want us coming to fix any of these. They kept us out. Now they're soliciting. Now they're begging and asking for help. Hey, we don't know what the hell's going on. We don't know what to do. We need you guys' help. We're willing to take in the community and the public's suggestions and concerns and whatever like that. So, because they see this forthcoming now. They see that all of this stuff has been built in the 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, and it's taken a major beating, especially in the last 20 years. Can we just even go in the last 30 years? I've not seen one street where it's not had to have construction on it because of poor built roads where you got to constantly put a pothole. You got to constantly fill up a pothole. And then you don't even want us involved in any of the decision making because you don't want no credit. You don't want no black people to have no credit. Constantly. It's always been the case, even in my jobs or anything else. Made it a point. So now you're running into these issues where all of this infrastructure is getting jacked up. These dams are getting pounded right now. They're getting flood. All of the dam rivers or dam lakes are getting overflowed. They're having trouble across the whole world maintaining the infrastructure stability, the instability of these structures. And then you're having so many underground earthquakes, whether they're coming from the bottom of it, they're coming from the sides, but they're baiting all of these buildings up to where now they're running into issues where, we gotta take a second look at this now. We need to solicit people, and you're soliciting to the public because y'all could have, on a corporatization of the company instead of look at that numbers instead of human people. Now you didn't fire the good people, and most jobs do that. Most jobs fire the great people that have kept that building up or kept the building, and they bite the hand that feeds them. They bite the hand that feeds them. And then you look at the situation where you can't even, now you're coming back begging for help. Oh, can the public submit any of the, any suggestions that you have? Anything that can help. This is just one of many that are already taking place. I'm just showcasing this as this, but it's very deep. And I wanted to bring that up because of that. You're hearing so many different, you're seeing so many different phenomena. You're hearing so many different phenomena that even on, I'm bring this one up too. It's another article. It's not really an article, but it's a kind of a posting. But yeah, people have been hearing these mysterious booms heard all over the place. All over the place. Let me zoom this one in real quick. Can't really see it, but yeah, from near it says, yes, heard a very loud boom in North Tumalo. And the second one, a few minutes later, could feel it too. Two loud boom shakes about 15 or so minutes apart. Unfortunately, nobody really knows. There's a lot of speculation on what it could have been, but nothing definitive as of now. I would like to know where there is accurate information. Definitely two separate explosion-like events, heard and felt both as they rattled the house. They were a couple minutes apart. That's in Redmond. I would think if it were aircraft related, RDM would know about it for flight plans, aircraft locations, ATC or whatever. I would bet police news could easily figure out if it were aircraft military related. Heard him and been quick, but God, were they intense. Oh God, were they intense. But yeah, there's definitely they're saying it's these sonic booms and stuff like that. I remember hearing one on the military base. And that shit rocked my body. Like I felt like I levitated, I floated. It was something completely, I never experienced something like that. So whatever these booms are, and that wasn't just on the military base. I'm just saying that just as my latest example, my recent example of these particular booms and sounds everywhere. But it's got them shook. You know, it's putting them in a position where they got to look in a second. Let's take a second look at what's going on right now. These booms are happening in the sky. They're happening on level ground, and they're happening underground. They're happening under everywhere you go. There's a boom. There's a loud horn or bang or bell or anything of just the most godliest of frequencies that people are just like can't comprehend. So let me bring this one up. But
is unfolding today for the potential for a tornado outbreak across the Mississippi Valley and as well as the Dixie Alley, where the potential for several strong and long track tornadoes is currently expected according to the Storm Prediction Center, and we have a long day ahead. Right now, the Storm Prediction Center has issued a moderate risk, which is a 4 out of 5 on the severe weather scale, meaning it's the second highest risk that you can have from the Storm Prediction Center across areas from East Texas back into western Alabama, where there currently is a high confidence that we will have the potential for several tornadoes in this region, and some of them could even be strong, which means EF2 plus tornadoes, and in some cases long track tornadoes. The enhanced risk for severe weather has grown even further to the west and east, including parts of eastern Texas just outside of Houston, and then back into parts of central Alabama. Marginal and slight risk of severe weather includes several different states, all the way as far east as Florida and Georgia. Now, outside of this area, we also do have an elevated tornado risk, even into parts of western Georgia. We still have a 5% tornado risk, including a relatively large area. In fact, we could see tornadoes anywhere in any of these areas that are shaded in color. So definitely make sure that you are ready for the potential for tornadoes today. Even though the biggest threat does appear to be in areas like the lower Mississippi Valley and the Dixie Alley, we could still see tornadoes outside of that area. So don't let your guard down if you're outside of the yellow or red shaded areas. It also includes areas like Tennessee and as well as Arkansas. Now, one of the big concerns for today will be the threat for damaging winds that even could be significant at times. The Storm Prediction Center has issued now a hatched region, which means that we could see some spots pick up damaging winds exceeding 75 to 80 miles per hour later this afternoon or into the evening hours from East Texas all the way back into western Alabama. There will still be a potential for damaging winds elsewhere, but that's the corridor where we have the highest confidence for the potential for numerous to even widespread damaging winds. The hail risk for today is kind of just an afterthought. There will be some large hail out there. Quarter to $50 sized hail is going to be possible. It's going to be relatively relatively isolated though. Just make sure you're protecting your vehicle. That's the best thing that you can do today. Here's the biggest concern though for today is the potential for some strong and even long track tornadoes. A rare moderate risk for severe weather, including a moderate risk that's driven by tornadoes, is currently in effect from eastern Texas back into western Alabama, and this is the region where we do have the highest confidence of there being, again, several tornadoes today. What you need to make sure that you have ready to go today is flashlights. Your tornado action plan should be in place, meaning you know where to go if there's a tornado warning in your location, as there could be a tornado warning pretty much at any time today, mostly going to be after noontime though, and all the way through the late evening into the overnight hours. And also make sure you have multiple ways to receive alerts, and one of the best ways you can do that is having your phone ready to go and also watching our live stream here on YouTube today. We are going to be live for several hours today, covering this in depth for you with several storm chasers and as well as live cameras across the board in several different states. So make sure you're subscribed to the channel and click the bell icon so you're notified when we go live later today. Now, one big contributing factor to the tornado risk for today is going to be how strong the low-level jet is going to be. And right now, the HRRR model is indicating that this will really intensify right around and just after lunchtime. Very strong southwesterly flow here across several different states, including Texas, Louisiana, and as well as Mississippi. And this strong area of wind in the lower levels will help to amplify the potential for tornadoes, and even in some cases, producing the potential for some strong and maybe even long track tornadoes later this afternoon into the evening hours. And it will really peak right around and just after sunset across the Mississippi River and also back into areas like Mississippi and eastern Louisiana. And this is why we have concern today that there could be several tornadoes, and again, some could even be strong. So definitely going to want to make sure that you are taking today very seriously, have multiple ways to receive alerts, and have a tornado action plan ready to go. And as a reminder, we will be live today on this channel, so make sure you're subscribed and click the bell icon so you're notified when we go live with full-blown severe weather coverage with several storm chasers and well over 300 different live cameras across all of these states. Now let's talk more about the where and when with both the tornado threat and as well as the timing here across the southern plains and as well as the Dixie Alley. We'll begin with the significant tornado parameter values, and this gives us an idea of where the greatest tornado threat could be today. This is right around 7-8 in the morning, so overall we do have a pretty good amount of wind shear already out there, but not many storms are out there quite yet. We do think that the tornado threat will gradually increase this morning, and we'll likely have our first tornado warning within the next few hours, more than likely somewhere in East Texas around 10 to 11 o'clock. Eventually by lunchtime is when we think the tornado threat is really going to ramp up, especially back over near the Louisiana and as well as Texas border. And this is where we'll likely have a few supercells developing that could be capable of, again, of some damaging winds and perhaps a couple of tornadoes. But the tornado threat will really start to peak sometime later this afternoon into the evening hours, and you'll notice there's a lot more red and orange across the board in Mississippi and Louisiana. And hypothetically, if we do end up seeing several different supercells, there is a good chance that there could be several tornadoes, and even some of them being strong or even long tracked. There is again still a chance that we don't see that many tornadoes. There are still fail modes with this setup. However, I don't personally think this is going to fail today. I honestly do think there's a really high chance that we'll at least have a small scale tornado outbreak, if not perhaps a pretty significant tornado outbreak across several different states. By 6 to 7 o'clock, the threat will continue to move east, and our significant tornado threat is really going to be ramping up in Mississippi, where there could be several tornadoes, and overall this will really peak sometime around 7 to 8 o'clock in Mississippi. Eventually by 9 to 10 o'clock, tornado threat will continue, and even into the overnight hours, that tornado threat is going to continue into the southeast, and we'll talk more about what's going to be happening in the southeast in just a moment. Now let's talk more about the timing for severe weather, and we'll begin with what's happening in the southern plains. So this is right around 10 to 11 in the morning. For the most part, the storms that are already out there and the ones that are developing are mostly going to be elevated with just some showers, some thunderstorms, a little bit of hail and wind, and that's really about it. But the tornado threat really starts to ramp up right around 10 to 11 in the morning. We'll start to see some supercells developing back over in eastern Texas, and this is where our tornado threat will essentially begin right around, I think, about 10 to 11 in the morning. By lunchtime and just after lunchtime, that is when we're watching for several different areas to produce the potential for some semi-discrete and discrete supercells anywhere from southeast Texas all the way back into western Alabama. The main focus point, I think, right around 2 o'clock will be in this area here, and also we'll have a line of storms going on all the way through Arkansas, even into parts of Tennessee and Texas. This will also be capable of damaging winds and a few embedded tornadoes in that line of thunderstorms. Eventually by 3 to 4 o'clock, the severe weather threat continues to ramp up. We're really watching any prefrontal storms for the capability of strong and long track tornadoes. The stuff that you see here in this line of thunderstorms thunderstorms will still be capable of producing tornadoes, but it will be more basically geared towards a wind and also isolated tornado threat. It will not be our main focus there. We're really watching for any discrete cells that fire off in front of this line. By 5 to 6 o'clock, these storms continue to track east. We'll likely have a significant QLCS tornado threat occurring, which means tornadoes embedded in a line of thunderstorms, and also discrete cells will be trying to fire off across areas like Alabama and as well as Mississippi. By 8 to 9 o'clock, this line of storms continues to fire to the east and will continue to stay very intense, with most likely a numerous to widespread damaging wind risk and also a several tornadoes being possible in that line. And then eventually this is moving into the southeast, which again, we'll talk more about the specifics in terms of timing in the southeast in just a moment. Here's a closer view of Louisiana later today. So around 3 to 4 o'clock, again, notice how we'll have a line of storms back to the west, a few discrete cells in several different areas coming offshore from the Gulf of Mexico moisture. And again, these are the ones that are more capable of that tornado threat. I think overall, Louisiana's greatest concern will ride anywhere from about 12 to 1 o'clock all the way through about 8 to 9 o'clock tonight. And then eventually the concern will start to move more into areas like Mississippi and as well as Alabama. Back over in Mississippi and Alabama, just a closer view. Again, we'll have several discrete cells trying to fire off during the mid to late afternoon hours. These are the ones that could be capable of producing strong and even long track tornadoes. The line of storms will start to move out of the west here, going east across areas like Jackson by about 8 o'clock tonight, and eventually by 10 to 11 o'clock, moving through Meridian and eventually towards Tuscaloosa. And again, any sort of storms that are out in front of this line have to be watched with a very close eye, because we could see strong tornadoes out in front of this line of storms. And then eventually, as we go into the overnight hours, the threat will continue over into areas like Atlanta, back through Dothan, and as well as back into parts of Florida. So overall, this tornado threat will continue throughout the afternoon and evening hours across areas in Alabama, Mississippi, even into parts of eastern Louisiana. A little after midnight and into early Sunday morning, this tornado threat will continue, but I do think the tornado threat is going to be more confined towards the Gulf Coast in southwestern Georgia and as well as back into Florida. I don't expect the tornado threat to be that significant up into parts of Georgia. As we go into Sunday afternoon, the atmosphere will start to destabilize again, and we could end up seeing a couple more tornadoes across areas like Florida, Georgia, and as well as South Carolina. But overall, the risk does appear to be lower as we go into Sunday. So again, just a broad overview of timing. This is eventually by midnight, so that line of storms well to the west of Atlanta. It will arrive into Atlanta sometime during the early morning hours, and eventually this line will continue to push into areas like South Carolina, North Carolina, and as well as Florida, where it's going to be a much more messy setup on Sunday, but there could still be a potential for some damaging winds and maybe even a few tornadoes. Here's the tornado parameter values further to the north. This is downtrended a little bit since yesterday, but we could see it uptrend again. Right now, not seeing much of a tornado risk in the mid-Atlantic region on Sunday. Wouldn't rule out a brief spin up though somewhere from Pennsylvania back into North Carolina, but overall, again, the risk does appear to be lower at this time. So the timing for right now across the mid-Atlantic for Sunday looks like this. Storms will be arriving during the morning hours in the far western part of the state near the Appalachian Mountains. Eventually by lunchtime, a line of storms will continue to push east. If we have a lot of convection out in front of that line, it's not going to be a very intense line, but there will be a potential for some damaging winds and perhaps a couple of tornadoes. And then eventually by around 5, 6 o'clock in the afternoon, most of these storms are moving offshore, and we should be done talking about severe weather for, I think, quite a while. Now, as a reminder, we are going to be live on this channel very soon, so make
Yeah, Max, he definitely a younger cat. He definitely brings, shout out Miss Tiana Sweet. What's going on with you? He definitely brings a lot of just information. Wow, he was while Hurricane Milton was going on, I actually watched him. That's what brought me on. I was like, man, and I like watching these Dopplers because it be showing it when I was out on the road working, and I would see some of these cloud formations, and they would look like faces or they would look like people. And I'm just out, and I'm out in the elements. I'll probably microdosing or whatever like that, but I would see these faces in the sky as I'm laying in the dirt or the ground or the sand or anything like that. And it was just amazing feeling just to be able to see, like, it just felt like our elders, our ancestors, spirits in these clouds marching and walking and, looking down. You can see faces in the clouds. I remember being on the beach in South Beach, and I just saw, it just looked like a boat of faces. And I took a picture of it. I think I took a video of it actually. But let me take this off real quick. I'm gonna come back to it. But yeah, I was definitely looking at faces. I was seeing it was just amazing to be able to be out in the elements and be able to see things like that and see the weather patterns. And then they don't affect me. That's crazy. A part about it is like it just passes by, and it's just like giving you a kiss on the forehead and just like be at peace. Like, don't be scared of me when I come around these parts, and there's been many times that I've been in, weather and, didn't, I guess I feared it, and it would, yeah, I guess it would showcase itself to me. And I was like, whoa, you don't need to be scared, whether it's the weather, whether it's the animals, we have dominion over these lands. And when I made that transition and change, I looked at it different. But I like paying attention to these channels all over the place. It's just one of the platforms out. But he definitely, comparison to a lot of the other platforms, gives the weather at this aspect much more in tune, and he be just locked in. Everybody got their talent or their speciality, but I just wanted to bring that to you guys on the weather aspect. But this one is definitely a lot much more. Let me pull this up. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Go back. But yeah, no, he definitely he be doing his thug thizzle.
Hey, how's it going out there, folks? Welcome back here to a Friday night, about 9:52 p.m. California time here. December 27, 2024 is the date. Latest activity here on the Earthquake 3D Globe shows a 3.7 around the Puerto Rico area. Quite a bit of movement ramping up here throughout the afternoon and evening time period here, with an obvious major adjustment going on here across the western area of the Pacific Plate and just down here across the southwestern edge of the Filipino Plate. Quite a bit of activity, including that large 6.8 earthquake striking out there earlier this morning in the Kuril-Kamchatka Trench. Now, since then, we've had a number of earthquakes there following that 6.8, putting the pressure out here against the western areas here of the region. Quite a few fours if you look here on the board following that 6.8. So all that pressure migration seems to have impacted this area specifically quite heavily. Quite a few fours. The latest one, a 4.6 up here along the Izu Trench, but pretty shallow. Still watching potential further mega quake activity here across this subduction zone, the Kumano Ridge. I'm sure that's putting a strain on this area, although we're not seeing any earthquake activity right now. It just makes sense here from all this movement recently today that to keep an eye on that. Let's go ahead and check out the Aleutian Trench here. A couple earthquakes in the last couple hours, a 3-pointer and a 4-pointer scattered out and about here across the length of the Aleutian Trench. Pretty lengthy subduction zone. A couple earthquakes out there today. I mean, it's highly notable on the map where everything's starting to move at. As far as California, we did see a number of earthquakes over here across Northern California as well, with the latest of 2.6. A couple threes in there as well, 3.9, 3.1, 3.4. The majority of it back over here where that 7-pointer struck here a few weeks back now. But one earthquake somewhat there at the southern end of the Cascadia subduction zone. I'll give a quick glance here at the tremor map. Nothing going on for Cascadia tremor. Pacific Northwest, relatively quiet. The Bay Area south there, along the San Andreas Fault, a number of earthquakes this morning, mostly 2s and some 1s. Nothing major going on here across the area for now. Up north, down in Southern California, they were looking at a little bit of swarming here this morning around the Holtville area, El Centro. I was looking on the satellite imagery here. I don't see any type of, fracking operations or, pumping operations, anything of that nature down there. So more than likely, this is just strain being produced. An earthquake activity here at the Imperial Fault, which is, responsible for some large earthquakes there in the past. One earthquake a little bit further up north here along the Brawley seismic zone, but we're not noticing anything of any elevated activity there across Southern California for now, aside from that movement this morning on the Imperial Fault down there in the Imperial Valley. Western Nevada still seeing a little bit of earthquake activity in the typical zones out here. This has been a hot spot of earthquake activity here recently. In the last few months or so, still seeing some activity, aftershock movement here following that 5.7 earthquake a few weeks back here outside the Yerington region of Nevada. Quite a few ones and twos in there. Throughout the rest of the states here, Yellowstone pretty quiet, nothing showing up there. But I do want to double check that. As always, there's that, I don't see anything local, but I do see that 6.8 there from this morning quite nicely. That's the signature from that large earthquake around the Kuril-Kamchatka Trench this morning. But aside from local that distant earthquake, there's really no localized earthquake activity to note. Out around the oil fields here of Texas, ramping up with some earthquakes. New Madrid seismic zone, pretty quiet. The eastern portion of the country, quiet as well. One lonesome earthquake up here into Canada, 1.9 from, actually it looks like it's from last night. A little odd. A little bit of earthquake activity out in these fracture zones here, the southern mid-Atlantic ridge. Seeing a pair of 5-pointers out here. One this afternoon, or early afternoon, or late afternoon, excuse me. I could call that early evening. And then one here just within the last hour. Now, if I recall, let's see here. Our last earthquake out here in the Atlantic was a 5.9 yesterday. So that was a little bit further up north. Today, got that activity further down south here. So it's looking a little bit more active out here in this region than we've seen recently. That should put the strain out here on all the plates, so we'll keep an eye on that. Across Puerto Rico, there's a little bit of movement out there. Some threes, including a 4-pointer out there from earlier this evening, late afternoon time period. Local time, this could be California time here, my time. Aside from that, nothing big going on, but of course it does have some potential out there. This could be another area where we could see the 8-pointer that we're expecting take place. There's a number of spots out here. New Zealand, a handful of earthquakes in the 3 range, it looks like. The latest, a 3.5, South Island area. Nothing big happening there for now. Just quite the active scenario out here, though, on the globe. All up and down this region. There is, let's see here, where's these 3 earthquakes that are missing? Those are gone, so I'm guessing this time may be off here a little bit. I guess it is. So technically, this is what it would look like in the last 24 hours. That's a lot of activity up here across this region. Because you got to account for these earthquakes early this morning, about 1, 2 in the morning. Some deep activity, including that 4.3 in the Mariana Islands yesterday. 377 miles deep there into that subduction zone. So a lot of movement happening out there. And that's when some big things can take place. Areas not seeing any elevated activity following all this movement is this section right here. So we'll keep an eye on that. Definitely got to be under the strain in that region. Big Island, Hawaii, they have returned here. At least Kilauea volcano has returned to an eruption status, with some vigorous fountaining observed earlier this evening across that area of the Kilauea volcano up at the summit area. After a little pause, let's see here. There's a latest image. Still getting a little bit of lava flow there into the lava lake. There's a hotspot thermal image. And this is their webcam they have on YouTube. I believe. Well, that's a still image, but they do have a webcam up there on YouTube somewhere. So yeah, things are look like they've returned there to the eruption stage following a little bit of quietness, but obviously we've seen that inflation going up here on the deformation data, leading us to believe here that things were about ready to kick back up again. So as you can see, this is looks like it's current here. Here's the last 2 days. Notice the inflation coming back up from the last eruption there. There's the last 2 short-lived eruptions gone back up. I don't see the latest data in terms of the depletion of inflation there at the summit area. following this most recent eruption, but we'll check it out tomorrow. Either way, things are ramped back up. Let's see here. This update was put out this morning, but the USGS there put out on their social media. I don't know why they haven't updated this, but they put out that the eruption there at the Kilauea volcano has resumed, and instead of just that little bit of free flow of magma up to the surface, it was little fountaining going on there. Pretty nice flows there for a little bit. So we'll get more data on that throughout the night and check back in tomorrow morning. Let's see if anything else is going on here across the globe. South America pretty quiet, only a couple 2s and 3s down there in their typical earthquake activity. Still seeing a swarm of movement out there across Ethiopia. Got a pretty good amount of earthquake activity out here in the last 7 days, with about 10 earthquakes of various magnitudes, mostly in the upper 4 range or so across the Great Rift Valley. A little uncertain on if this is related to any type of volcano activity here soon, but gotta watch that. It's more on a broad spell. What's the word I'm looking for? I'm tired. Not really call it bedtime. The grand scheme of things here, due to the rift boundary out here, that's I think it's just related to that. Some volcanic activity out here. Or at least on the map in the Great Valley Rift Zone. Quite a few volcanoes out there all over the place. All right, aside from that, let's see what else we got going on here. Mediterranean area is pretty quiet aside from some 2s, which is very common. A couple 4s down here across the area of, this is going to be the Pacific and the Cocos plate, a very small plate that extends right about here in this little fashion, extending up here as well. Got a swarm of 4s going on there. Nothing showing up there on the USGS map in that area, but that is happening. So with that, along with the swarming activity there in Southern California, that would make sense here to watch areas northward. There's not a whole lot of migration yet, but could see things kick up here soon in the Southern California area. As far as any major flaring going on here, we do have a number of sunspots out here still. Nothing big going on yet. Quite a few active regions out here on the visible disk of the sun, with an overall threat there for 20% chance for an X flare, so things have bumped up a little bit. 70% chance for M flare, and C flare at 99% chance. No major auroras there in the forecast for now. Storm Prediction Center, well, we got a big time severe weather day here for almost the end of 2024. A huge, look at this huge hatched area. We seen this yesterday down here in Texas, right? And they had some big tornadoes. I think damage was limited, far as I know, but they had a number of tornadoes out there. This is a broader area, and still a 10% hatched area for tomorrow. It's going to be for Saturday here, for an EF2 to an EF5, which is the highest tornado rating out there tomorrow. So if you're within that region, gotta stay on guard. This is no joke. This is could be a tornado outbreak. I don't like to use that word because anything can happen. You can have the wrong dynamics out here to where it turns out to be a fluke, so to speak, which would probably be in the best interest out here, right? But there is the ingredients that could produce a major severe weather outbreak here across this region tomorrow. That includes Baton Rouge, Jackson, Mississippi, extreme eastern portion here of Texas, but that 5% zone extends further out towards the Houston area. So anywhere out here tomorrow, you need to be on guard. That covers a huge amount of population. If you add all these together here, you got quite a bit. A number of states out there being affected tomorrow. Wind, some big time wind from these thunderstorms, and also some hail out there. So it's going to be one of those days, if you're off work, home with the family, if you're watching TV or whatever you're doing, interacting with the family there, make sure you keep your weather radio handy and make sure you have your alerts on your phone turned on so you can get notified when the severe weather comes into the area. No joke tomorrow. And of course that's minimal right now, but that will ramp up, as you can see there on the model. Quite a bit of rainfall being produced out there as well with that system there tomorrow. Northern California, a little bit of rain coming in. It looks like our next decent rainmaker here is going to be this weekend, Saturday night into Sunday. After that, we got this high pressure building in across the west, and it's going to keep. I'm hoping it changes, but it looks like it's going to keep a lot of the storms north or offshore. Either way, things are looking quite interesting here as we head into deeper into January. January 8th, January 9th, a lot of cold air coming down. That could create some more severe weather patterns out here across these areas that are already dealing with it. California looks a little dry there. I'm not liking that setup, but hopefully things will change. I'll take a look here. Go back out. So this goes to about January 2nd here. Oh man, look at that high pressure ridging out here. That is not cool. That can make for a very bad winter. In terms of bad, meaning no rainfall. You know, a lot of people use that terminology, bad, as in severe weather or rainfall in general, but yeah, that's not good. Hopefully that gets out of here. In a scenario like this, most of the time that colder air dips down here into the eastern portion of the country. Severe weather threats, keeping the west coast dry. Get out of here, high pressure. Come on. That is not cool. So I'm going to keep checking back on that. I mean, things are going to change, hopefully. In the meantime, folks, have yourself a wonderful Friday evening.
Well. I like showing these videos because they're very informative. You know, I'm a nerd. I'm in the books. I need the numbers. I need the facts. I need the statistics. I need all that because then I can be able to make sense of a lot of things. So everybody that's on TikTok, shout out to everybody that's on Kick, Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, X. Yeah, we out here. We laugh. So that was a lot of information in that went for quite some time. So shout out Max Velocity and the Earthmaker. Very used to their channels for using their information, as well as the other ones as well. So I wanted to kind of break down what you guys kind of just saw. So you're seeing a lot of weather going on. And so all of these points that he was bringing up that the earthquakes were happening at were the tender points on all of these tectonic plates. I'm talking about the literal snapping and a domino effect. So it's like it's just tinkering around every single one of these. And then it's happening in locations where they're prevalent, where this stuff is happening, where he showed you down San Andreas Fault, down in San Bernardino County, showed you right up there in Northern California, San Francisco, where you got the trench and you got the tectonic plate. There's so much friction that's going on. And the more you try it out, the more it's going to make it so much more worse than what it is. And the fact that he even just brought that last little point up right now, I didn't even think about that high pressure. The fact that he brought that in, it's just, you're getting a big cheeseburger right now. You're getting a big cheeseburger. And then the fact that everything is happening right there, the coupling of the Bering Strait, that's the one that's putting the pressure that you see that he was talking about on all of the other plates. The fact that there's so much volcanic activity where it's not rock on rock. Now you got molten rock on whatever rock, sediment or whatever like that, but it's slipping. you can see that it's undressing itself and it's putting that pressure right on that little piece of bucket. Like you can see inside of the map where it was like a little piece of a little nutter butter right in the ocean on alongside Japan. And then you're seeing so much activity happen within New Zealand. This is all along the Ring of Fire, and it cuts and shades right into all of these different places. And then you see an Atlantic happen, where it happened in the middle of right where the Leviathan. But there's like earthquakes happening on a major scale right now everywhere. You're seeing volcanic activity that has happened throughout this whole year on a major scale. Iceland, I believe, is going through almost either 7 to a dozen earthquakes and not for earthquakes, but volcanoes. Um, you're seeing a lot of the previous places where earthquake activity was dormant. Now it's just literally woken up. Literally, all of these places are starting to literally wake up. Portals is getting opened up. We're getting changes of the planetary bodies. So everything is getting a whole gumbo pot. Every single one of these moons, that's another thing I'm gonna get to as well. Every one of these moons have significantly diced and sliced everything during this whole year. We're paying attention to the moon cycles. It's very important. And so I wanted to show you that that's much more in-depth information. That last little piece he just brought up right now, that got my mind. Now I need to go and research on that part now, what's going on, because it ties into what I'm doing, but it kind of folded that quesadilla together for me right now, what I'm gonna show to you, because that high pressure, I didn't even think about that. And I was just so focused on all the yeah, I was focused. But I missed that one little, you missed, and they tell you missed the spot. And you're like, dang, I didn't. But that's why I'd rather be the dumbest rock in the box. I'm going to grab as much information from wherever it's going to be at, but I'm going to get the most concise resources of information that I feel that, because I've gone through so many different places or people or informational what is it called blogs and articles. I'm like, all right, these people kind of this and that and stuff like that. I like objective stuff. I like it just give me straight down what I see with the numbers and everything like that. Don't give me no fluff, and that's what you get from the entertainment of the news channels, all of these companies. They get paid by these pharmaceutical companies to advertise. They're the major ones, to where they have to be capitulative. They have to be capitulative to this type of information. We're giving you information that's raw and uncut, that you ain't got all of this mixture of somebody else getting involved with the production aspect of you getting fed the information you need to be knowing. All of your family members and friends need to be knowing this information that I'm presenting to you, because this is going on and affecting all of us. Not in a bad way. I want you to understand that. Be at peace, beloved brothers and sisters. It's not happening. That's why I'm trying to at least showcase so you can see it like, it's not. And trust, I go through a lot of stuff just to even research and make sure that I line everything up just so I can be able to create a compelling argument or statement. I don't want it to be a story, because it's not like a story. I'm not trying to, elaborate like that, but I wanted to at least put that in your ears, because that is important. Okay, let me go to this one, and this is where I wanted to jump to. Because of that makes me jump over to this part right there. And so from this, we are dealing with, let me know if y'all can see that. I believe so. I believe I took that off. Let me make sure. Okay. Sound. So this is in Kilauea. One of the world's most active volcanoes erupted early Monday morning, just 3 months after its last eruption in September. If you guys, paid attention to what was going on each one of these months in this year, there was something going on in each one of these months. September just happened to be a very pivotal month. I'm not going to talk about it right now, but just understand that these things are not subsiding. That's what I'm trying to convey and get across, that these things are not subsiding as we're going along and paying attention to this information right now. So let me go back and kick that on. Wait, that last little point, I just saw that. This eruption was largely confined, but it did cause at least 13 small earthquakes in the surrounding area. They're never confined. That's the one thing. Like the information, that's why I have to be able to break it down for you guys so you can actually get, so you don't get duped by the word sauce. You know what I'm saying? The word sauce can really throw you off. When you throw a rock in a lake, does it ever stay in a confined space, people? No, it ripples. It ripples, just like what you see with even just with this video. You see that from one central point, it ripples out. Even with the lava, everything has a rippling effect. It's a vibratory energy or anything like that. So I just wanted to put that because when I saw that, I was like, let me make sure I clear that up for folks so they don't get confused and it tries to, think that, oh, it just happened right there in that location. No, that's why I got to show you these other ones, because it's like, no, it's not just happening in Hawaii. If you knew that it wasn't just if you just knew that it was just happening in Hawaii, or you just got your information in just one focal point, you wouldn't have an overall perspective. You're focusing on one pixel. I'm trying to give you the whole 144K HD quality, that you're getting all of the picture. When in doubt, zoom out. Whenever you think that something ain't smelling right, it's most likely not. It's most likely not. So that's one of them that I wanted to showcase. And then because of that, because of what that's doing, it is. Let me go to this next one. This was a loved ones gone, businesses destroyed. A Tennessee town struggles to recover after Helene, as families of the deal with loved ones' absences. Companies hope they can reopen after the hurricane's floods, and officials look for ways to pay for the rebuilding. Yeah, that's gone. Everything that's gone. I wanted you to see this picture because this is what's happening on the West Coast as well. You just saw what happened in Oregon. That just took out a whole everything. So this destruction, and it's going on currently right now in Texas and in Louisiana and remnants of Arkansas, Oklahoma, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, South Carolina, and Florida. So these places, it's just, they're being, what is it? It's like they got a geological GPS to hunt these folks down. Just hunting you down, a sentient. You got a GPS tracker on you. You got to pay that IOU. But yes, this literally ripped up all of this, and you can never understand and fathom the amount of debris or junk or waste. We haven't even got it. Waste is one of the deepest ones that people try to avoid talking about. Is waste. Are you willing to clean up your neighbor's atomized feces after something like this? As much as people want to say, oh, we're going to rebuild and all this stuff. Yeah, you got to clean up. Well, I can't clean up. I got to, I'm going to hire them illegals. No. You think this dude, he's going to sit there and stand and stew on this? He ain't finna get down there and dig it. We got to understand the mentality of people now. All that time playing on video games and all that stuff, getting hot pocket fat. And now this thing, that now your electricity is cut off, everything. The whole house is decimated. Can't do nothing. Can't go nowhere. And now you got these people living in RVs all over the place, and then they're getting removed and getting harassed and getting beat up and locked up by the cops because they refuse to move. They're like, oh, well, I don't know where I'm gonna go. Where I'm gonna go. Where I'm gonna go. This is my land. This is my American dream. I grew up here. This is all I know. Yeah. How do you think you got to that American dream to where you can be relaxed, sir, ma'am? That's what y'all keep forgetting. There's a lot of things that have been done throughout history that are calling and recalling back, and they're making you revisit. Yeah, you may not have done the dirt, but it's no different from any other situation. If you're an associate or accomplice and affiliated, you got to understand this is not Jacob's trouble no more. And so that's why I want to be able to showcase and highlight this on a very intricate way. My way, because I feel like my people need to be able to see where I'm coming from on certain things. Because yes, this has changed. This has changed a lot of people's livelihood. So, yeah, thought she would have returned to work by now. She thought she would have returned to work by now. Plastic Exports, is that a plastic company? Can't imagine the amount of plastic that's in it, the PFAS. One of several businesses destroyed and just damaged. Still can't recover.
Helene tore through East Tennessee this September, and today some mountain communities are still unrecognizable.
It looks like a desert now to me.
But others are coming back to life. Days after the storm, volunteers with Appalachia Service Project began rebuilding at no cost to the homeowner, putting hands and hearts together for residents whose lives were torn apart.
It was too much. I mean, I lost my husband. It took the whole house. It was just a pond. There was nothing there.
We first saw Vicki Hunter in this viral video, stranded on the front porch as a home she built with her husband Jerry swept away.
This is my driveway here, and the house was right there.
If you had a chance to say something to Jerry right now, what would you tell him?
Oh, I love him. I wish he was here. I wish he was here to put his arms around me.
Carried by the strength and generosity of strangers, now just 2 months later, she's back on the land he loved.
Today is an amazing celebration where we will dedicate 10 homes, 8 new homes and 2 rebuilds. Thank you.
Who's got that tent church?
I've had so much outreach, so much kindness and love.
That love spreading to other neighbors.
What will the holidays look like for you?
Not the same.
Who does she look like, y'all? Damn, she looked like one of those Muppet characters. I'm trying to think of it. She also looked like the lady from the Total Recall when her eyes was about to pop out, like right on the verge of it. Yeah, y'all better stop being funny. What's wrong with y'all? But yeah.
It won't be the same, but I got a big
She looked like the thing from the Killer Clowns of Outer Space. That nose is getting me. That brought me back to my childhood traumas and terrors and fears.
Christmas present.
Yeah. She knew exactly what you was thinking in the back of your mind, like she looking at the front
This
of your
beautiful
mind.
house.
It's a priceless gift that seems more like a miracle, a new home for the holidays.
Yeah, I love it.
Kathy Park, NBC News, Jonesboro, Tennessee.
Yep. You're going to build right back into a place where just ultimate utter devastation just happened. Yeah, you've been there for decades, Been on these lands for decades. But you're seeing that you're still struggling to rebuild. Struggling. The struggle is truly tremendously real. The struggle is truly tremendously real. Hold on. Got some more. We ain't done today, y'all. We're just getting started. We're just getting this party started. We're just getting this party started, baby.
5 tornadoes touched down in our area yesterday. The National Weather Service has confirmed at least 5 tornadoes touched down in our area yesterday, including one that damaged a home in southwest Houston. The EF1 tornado with winds of 95 miles per hour blew through Plumbrook Drive yesterday, damaging a few homes, also turning over a U.S. Postal Service truck with the driver inside.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to laugh. Is that the reason that postal man went postal?
That moment partially caught on a neighbor's security camera. Thankfully, that driver was okay.
He was already out of the mail truck, and I asked him if he was all right, and he said yes, that he was fine. First thing is, I got to call my boss.
See, and it's crazy because, and that's the pressure we was under. When we went through shit, whether we got hemmed up by the cops or anything like that, I gotta call my boss because they don't know the situation. They just zeros and oneses, and they freaking fire me just because I was a few minutes late. Well, I got locked up because I just got out of Hurricane Katrina.
The American Red Cross.
But the pressure and the scariness of them being able to hold to their jobs or keep maintaining their jobs and anything like that pressure, because they're being shown out. They're being shown that hey, you're not even as qualified in the workforce as you thought you was. You're not. To where you got to actually call them like, man, damn, I damaged this, did all that, and you still get held accountable and liable. And that companies will do that. They'll put you on a hitch in the ringer for paying for these things, and you ain't make a dent. You've been a upstanding worker for years, and they do that. That's going to be a whole nother segment we're going to talk about is the workforce. We're going to get to that. I'm going to get back
has
to
a
this.
team in the neighborhood helping people impacted by the storms.
In Harris County, a water spout was caught on camera over Lake Houston. The National Weather Service classifying this one as an EF0 with winds around 60 miles per hour, but still very impressive looking.
And in Wharton County, an EF1 tornado with winds of 95 miles per hour was also confirmed. Take a look. Sheet metal was ripped off the side of a barn in El Campo, but the family there tells us it could have been a lot worse and that the tornado passed right next to their home. And 2 EF0 tornadoes touched down in Liberty County. One is responsible for causing damage to at least one home when a tree came crashing through the roof. Thankfully, no one was hurt.
It's amazing that I'm seeing this because these trees are falling on their homes. Like it's not falling over in the middle of nowhere. Like these trees are directly by their homes, and they are falling on their homes. It's falling on their homes. Falling on their homes. Everywhere you look, everywhere you go. Shout out to everybody up on TikTok. The videos I'm showing the news right now, so you can be able to be informed. On my YouTube channel, go to Prime Black. You'll be able to see and listen to the audio and watch the videos of what I'm showcasing right now. This pretty much is the Prime Black news channel. You know, we're going to keep everybody informed, you know, what's going on around the world in the most reasonable and comprehensive way that we must be able to process and digest. So I would encourage those on all platforms to be able to share this information with family and friends, because, you know, everybody needs to know this. So I just want to be able to kind of tie it all around and keep it all together. But as you can see, these is falling on the homes. They're not falling in the rivers. They're not falling in the parking lots. They're not falling in the driveways. They're falling on the actual homes, damaging the homes all the way down within the home to where you can't eat in the kitchen. Like you can't even get past the tree in order to get to the kitchen or the bathroom or to your bed. And then it's freezing cold in these locations now. Freezing cold now. Now, certain areas you're dealing with the weather patterns is all different, but in these regions where these things are happening, you're getting hit with the other weather as well. So just as much as you got hail, you got tornado, then you're getting frozen out. Now the chill is creeping into the houses now to where you got to get a space heater or something like that. Now the space heater catches fire. Now your home is on fire. Now you got to find a way to move on from that. The struggle is really real to where now you got to be outside now in a tent and it's cold. You're asking your neighbor, Your neighbor is not even letting you in. They're not even helping you out. Now, neighbors is not helping neighbors. You know, these people faking like they really love thy neighbors. Because if you love thy neighbor, you wouldn't have been doing the shit you've been doing to black folks for the last 400 years. For the last 400 years. This same situation with the tree falling on this man's house. I had a co-worker that I had, and I was actually his lead. So quote unquote, kind of, I was, pretty much his lead, his boss, in that sense. Not really his boss, because we were all equal, and that's how I looked at it. Everybody pulled their weight because I needed to pull my weight, but I just had a little bit more responsibility to him. But he was an electrician, and this guy was a complete fucking racist. So I wind up going and getting transferred to this job, working this job to help out. As my job was calling me to do every time. Sure, no problem. I was there, right, standing to attention, helping people out. This project manager called me like, hey, I need help. Can you get, you're going to go through the training and all this stuff? Sure, no problem. I'll go ahead and go through it all. So I'm going through it, and I'm training this guy. And I'm flew into the airport. I never met this man in my life. He didn't even get up and come and pick me up from the airport. He said, find a way. He's like, I'm in bed. I'm not finna come pick you up. I was like, wow. And then when I met him, he didn't want to shake my hand. Okay. So we got on the job. I think we worked in Salt Lake City. And the dude went off on me inside of the store and was like, I've got no respect for you. I'm like, damn, well, at least he's keeping it honest. But his moment that he pulled out, a knife, he wanted to cut me. This dude went fucking bonkers in the damn store. And the only thing I had on me at the time, because all my tools was away from me, I had my screwdriver, and I had my box knife, and had it in both hands. And I had stomped the ground 3 times, and I yelled at him it felt like when I approached him, and I was like, I felt bad after it, really bad, because it was like, damn, he got me out of my character. I hated it. I was just so mad at myself. Like, dang, that was when my learning lessons was coming from. But after that, I stomped the ground 3 times, and I roared at him. And lo and behold, the next day, there was a tree that fell on this man's house. And it did the same damage that it did like this, but it was so bad. It was so bad that he had to leave work. That the Most High removed him from the job site where I was working. But he was like, and this was like a couple days after, because he was an asshole. But a couple days after, even during that time, he had to kiss my ass. He wound up kissing my ass the whole time, being very nice and sweet, because stuff in his life was starting to happen. His grandbaby was getting sick, family was losing money, he lost all whatever he had. He was a doped out fiend. He wound up having to go back home. He blew his knee out. I remember this. It was just like a string of events. And this was time where I was like really praying. I was going through my grieving process. My girl broke up with me. She didn't want shit to do with me no more. And I was like, damn, she just gave me the cold shoulder, and it was just really bad. I was frustrated. It was just like, damn, there's a lot going on. My job was not trying to pay me. They weren't trying to hire me on. I was the lead for the job. I should have been getting paid more. And I was dealing with a lot of frustrating 83 white men all over the place. And so I had to keep my Sidney Poitier calmness, but at that point, it was just like, I just was like, I don't take no more of this now from no man, period. I never did. And I stood there just like that. But the moment that he took the weapon out, because I was standing there just like perplexed, like what was going on, because my other coworker was there too. He was like, I don't know what the hell happened, but dude followed me with the weapon. And I'm like, oh, I turned around. I was like, oh, hell no, we're going to get down in this stove. We're going to get down. But lo and behold, let me go back. When that happened, let me just go out of here. Might as well go to the next story. But when that happened, my coworker at the time, and he had seen that it was he had seen how much I was getting just messed with. He was getting seen. He was just like, dude, you're not getting no love. Like he's like, you're the sweetest man. No Diddy. He was like, dude, you're a homie, man. And these people don't even know anything about you, anything like that. I mean, I had been working on the road with him for quite a very long time, up until that point to where we had already like, and brother from another mother helped me keep my job because they were going to fire me over this dude's actions. Like, it was crazy. Like, this dude did what he did, but they were going to fire me. Like, it was crazy how that always happens. And we dealt with that for 400 years where, you know, it worked 2 times harder to get half the reward. And I had worked my way up to still have to deal with those issues. But it stopped on that picture of the tree fell, and it dawned on me, and it brought me back to that moment that happened. And it was like, wow, you know, that power that I had at that time, got it out of me. It just openly expressed, and that happened. I was just like, wow. So we're starting to see a lot of these different occasions happen all over the world, around the country. And our energy is activating these things. Our peace is disturbing people. It's making them look envious and irritable at what we got going on, where it's like, damn, why are you so calm and chilling? Like, you ain't got no worries in the house. What's wrong? Like, I'm over here. My world is falling apart. I'm ready to 988 and all that stuff. And so you're running into these situations where do you love thy neighbor if the devil's next door? That's the case where it comes down to. Because I'm looking at, all of my neighbors is looking beat the fuck up. I'm talking about beat the fuck up. Crickety, raggedy. Like, wow. Damn, I just was gone just a couple months, y'all. What? Like, oh. It's like, dude, these people are deteriorating. You know what I'm saying? They're deteriorating. You 27 looking like you're 67. Guy I worked with, young cat, worked younger than me. The reflection, the complexion. And I actually did a phenomenal job on the job. All of my work was good. And I'm going to show you occasion my work to y'all so y'all can see how much I was very good at my job. At any job I do. But when that happened, anyways, I know I'm just going off on that, but it goes to show the amount of the laundry list of things that are going on in all of these people's lives that they can't even handle. They can't contain it. They can't juggle it, you know, and it's just like, dude, we had to juggle all of this stuff. Literally had to. And then you got the warnings coming out where the weather is just affecting these locations. And it's just like, oh, wow. They're starting to get smacked up everywhere I look. So I'll go ahead and bring up this next one. What is this? Okay. Yeah, let me pull this one up. There you go. So this one is, see now states is issuing all of these different warnings, because I remember when I was living in Indiana, they had the warnings with the zombie deer. There was a bunch of zombie deer everywhere. Because I was an Uber driver, you know, and I was driving at night, and I was seeing, you know, all type of just, you know, deer that looked like super beat up. So state officials issue warning after first sighting of troubling species in North America, significant immediate threat. And like I was saying, it's just the life, you know, you activate these stuff is they coming out. Seeing stuff that is never unheard of. The golden mussels, a dangerous and invasive species, were recently found first time in North America in the Sacramento, San Joaquin Delta in California. invasive species was discovered by wildlife officials in the port of Stockton, and it has possibly also infiltrated Merced County. Genetic testing was conducted to confirm whether or not the species found there were golden mussels. So, most likely came to California via a shipping travel from an international port. It's always something. But native to the Southeastern Asian and China, golden mussels quickly multiplied and spread across South America. Similarly to other invasive mussels, the golden mussel is capable of endangering native species and causing issues with waterways. The species poses a significant immediate threat to the ecological health of the delta and all waters of the state's water conveyance systems, infrastructure, and water quality. So, why are the invasive species important? But it's interesting because these animals are moving from locations to different locations, and so they're popping up where the unforeseen things. We're living in a time of very unforeseen things that are happening, and it needed to be shown. It needed to be seen because of the fact that we didn't see this before, and now we're seeing it now because the prayer is getting answered. For one, you're seeing a lot of spiritual cases that are happening where these animals are being spoken to or they're being guided. So I just wanted to bring that one up. That this is just not the only one species that's just popping up in locations where they're just kind of like beating out other animals or affecting the animal, affecting the industries, like the major industries of fishing. You know what I'm saying? When you think about the crabs, what's going on? You see what I'm saying? And people are looking at this stuff like, oh, they're mesmerized by these things. But it's like, yo, these are really bad omens, y'all. Like, are you kidding me? Like, they'd be mesmerized by stuff. Like, oh my goodness, I don't know. What is this? And I'm just like, yo, that's not what you think it is. Like, but you can keep thinking and speculating and go through your theories. But this is another one as well. I wanted to bring that up. Let me see. So that's where thousands of dolphins glide across the water in rare dolphin stampede. So these animals are removing themselves from places and locations that something else. I didn't want the music to get played in there, but damn, I shouldn't have played the music. But that's bad. People don't understand these things when these things happen like that. They're focused. They have intention behind them. They are trying to get somewhere. They're trying to get away from something. None of you guys are out in the oceans to really know what is going on or what's down there, especially, these man-made devices definitely can't withstand none of the stuff that's going on. But when you really look at it, this area was when all of the earthquakes are going on, all of this different activities going on, all these different regions where all this activity is going on. I'm showing you why these regions stuff is going on in these regions. Because there's a lot of water activity going on right now that is unexplainable. You're seeing, we see orbs, we see this, we see that. Yeah, there's a lot of water activity right now. It's a lot of cleansing and deep rinsing and deep scrubbing of a lot of things that are popping up right now. These cycles are not playing around no more. So that brings me into this one right here with when are all the full moons of 25 called? So these are the moons that are coming up. If you don't know the names of the moons, but I guess I'll be here to inform you, show you. We just got out of a cold moon. We're going into the wolf moon. We got the snow moon in February, the worm moon, the pink moon, the flower moon, the strawberry moon of June, the buck moon, the sturgeon moon. It's kind of like a fish. The corn moon, the harvest moon, the beaver moon, and the cold moon. So the moons that they have are, when are they? We're looking at, see, these are significant dates going into 2025. Here we have the list of the full moons. Let me take this off. I don't know why that's showing, but January 13th is the next moon. What day is that? These are very important and significant. So that's on okay. So January, that's on a Monday. So the moon is on a Monday on a Levanite. That's on a Levanite date. That's important, y'all. That's on a Levanite date. Things are aligning. Like, that's accurate. Like, my birthday was on the 20th. That was my cycle. That's why I'm at a clearing that I'm at in my life right now. These cycles happen, and we must probably pay attention to them. The next one is in Cocovite. So the moon and Mercury. The moon and Mercury. That's February. March. It's on Friday. It's a Nogahite. So the moon and Venus. What are we looking at there? What are we looking at there? Love under the moonlit night. That's real. We're gonna give you some science today. April 12th is on a Saturday. That's a Shabbatai. So you got that Passover judgment. That's the day of the Passover. That's the day of the Passover. Is that moon is on a Passover day. Wow. I promise you, y'all better tell somebody about this. Man, y'all better tell somebody about this. This is about to be on some accurate stuff. I promise you, it's crazy. It's gonna be easy. I ain't even got to all the other ones yet. May 12th. May 12th, that's on another lunar day, on a Levanite day. It's the day after Mother's Day. It's the day after Mother's Day. That's interesting. That's connecting back with the mother. The different little signs that I see about this. That means we need to get closer with Mother Ruach, Mama Ruach, Mother Nature, Gaia, however you want to call yours, but that's what it is. June 11th, we're back on a Coco. And Cocovite, we back in Mercury. So the moon and Mercury is going to be really making some swift things happen this year, because Mercury goes around the sun the fastest, So that's interesting. Something's going to be happening on these Cocovite dates, very swiftly. Swift judgment on these. Very swift. Let's get into July. So for that being the solstice, the summer solstice, we go into Jupiter in July. So now that's the time to start bossing up. We're at the peak of the sun, the peak of light, the peak of joy, the peak of peace. And for the moon to be in Jupiter, that's significant. That's important as well. That's very important. That definitely means showers of blessings. That's some showers of blessings right there. I like that. August 9th, that's another day. That's another Shabbatai. So that's going to fall on that day. So we get judgment in the house of Leo. getting judgment in the house of Leo. And I go along with Leo. So any Leos out there that significant too. What is that? August? Yeah. Let me get to September 7th. 7th is that's on that's a Shemashite. So going right into the breaking of the autumn, we have bringing light. We're bringing light to the falling. So we're bringing light to the autumn. We're bringing light to the fall, to the falling of things. The epic falling. I promise you, we're in the same centennial year as the Great Depression. We're in the same centennial year as a lot of these things that have happened throughout history. We got to pay attention to certain dates and times throughout history that when I'll go back and look at these dates and be like, what happened on this date and such date, whether it's a decade ago, 20, 30, 40, 50 years ago, 70 years, 75 years ago, 100 years ago. Those are things that I pay attention to. Is my neighbor cooking? I don't know. I do smell food, though. I'm starving. I'll be all right. October 6th, we got another Levanahite moon. So we're getting double moon juice. That's amazing. This is in October. Wow, this is amazing information, y'all. November 4th. All right. Wait, hold on. What is that? Election day. Oh, it is election day. So on election day of November, that's the November 4th. That's on the Madamite day. So it's about to be carnage. It's about to be blood in the streets. Not literally, but maybe figuratively. All the way. And it's always going to be blood in the streets. I ain't even scared to fucking say it. But it's definitely going to be some ooey gooey going on during that day. So it's going to be some ooey gooey. Yeah, that's what day is that? Yeah, and they knew, yeah. And then, wait, did I do that right? No, wrong date, y'all. My bad, I'm sorry. That's the date after. My bad, November. It's November 5th. It's the date after the election that they got going on. So it's on a Wednesday again. It's on a Cocovite. So it's Mercury and the moon are in this year. Things are going to be very swift. Oh my goodness. This is going to be, you're going to have to keep up. This year is the year you're going to have to keep up. You are going to have to keep up. And I'm giving you this information, marking my words before we even start this new year. This is what's going to be predicted. And then, hey, we're going back into December. On December 4th, that's a Zedekite. So we're back in the Jupiterian. There's Jupiter and the moon. So it's just big bossing up right there. That's big blessings. So these things this is amazing. You learn something new every day, y'all. And I have been following the moon cycle so heavy, so much. And I'll be outside. I was on the road and I'm just out in the elements and stuff like that. Like, it's so beautiful. It's so important. August 9th is your birthday, and I'm your Cocovite. Hold on, let me look at that again, because I think I missed that. Let me see. You said May, June, August 9th. Okay. And what day was that? August. Ooh, that is your day. So you are hooked up. Hold on, let me put that on the screen. That's amazing. We're going to mark that. We're going to remember that. So that's awesome. I like that. So yeah, we're going to keep it at that. But yeah, that's on the moon. It's on the moon tip we got right there. Let me get back to what else was on here. So showing that supermoons, 3 or 4 times a year, always consecutively. There were 4 supermoons night on. Okay, all the supermoons came towards the tail end of the year. That's interesting. Is it a supermoon because the Okay, wait. A supermoon occurs when a full moon or a new moon falls during the closest point in the moon's orbit to Earth. So it's getting closer because it's, I guess, the tilting, and we're going into the winter solstice. Full moon can appear up to 14% bigger and 30% brighter as its closest point in the orbit. So August 19th, September 17th, October 17th, and November 15th were supermoons. Will there be any lunar eclipses in 2025? There will be a total lunar eclipse on March 14th. What was that? We just said on that date. So March 14th. March 14th is a Friday. That's Noga. That's Noga. So I said, that's March 14th. Huh. So we're getting a lunar eclipse. We're getting a total lunar eclipse on a full moon on a Noga height. Wow. I'm gonna have to send that to somebody. Huh. In addition, there will be a partial eclipse on September 8th. So let's go. September 8th, a partial one. That's on a Levana height day 2. So that eclipse that's on the 8th, September 7th. Oh wow. So that is very interesting. That's very interesting. So on the 7th is a full moon, and then on the 8th is a partial eclipse. When are the meteor showers of 2025? So Quadrantids is January 2nd to the 3rd. So January 2nd to 3rd should see meteor shower. Let me put that back right there. We see the Lyrids, April 21st to the 22nd. Eta Aquariids, May 3rd to May 4th. South Delta Aquariids, July 29th to 30th. Alpha Capricornids, July 29th to the 30th. Perseids, August 12th to 13th. Southern Taurids, October 9th to the 10th. Orionids, October 22nd to the 23rd. Northern Taurids, November 8th to the 9th. Leonids, November 16th to the 17th. And Geminids, December 12th to the 13th. So it's going to be interesting. It's going to be an interesting year. So hopefully these dates get, I'm excited now. Because I know all these, but then when you look at these dates of the full moons, that's a lot of Mercury, y'all. That's a lot of Mercury and Pluto in the mist. That's like first and last, which is interesting. Wow. So I'm gonna leave it on that. That was very enlightening. I like that. So wow, that made me feel a little. That's what's up. Interesting about that is that there's been so many different sightings of things where, unspeakable things are happening. People capturing video of things that are unexplainable, and it's freaking them out. They don't know what's going on. So you said January 25th. Yep. That is definitely something. That is some info right there. I didn't catch that, but I caught that. So, all right, let me make sure I stay on where I was at because I got a bunch of tabs still I need to get through. So let me finish up. And oh yeah, this one right here. That's the video I think I was trying to find. Okay, I put that one on. We'll go back to that, but yeah. So yeah, man gives a stranger a ride on Christmas Eve. He was later found no more.
A man was found dead near a smoldering car in a remote area on Christmas Eve. Early investigations revealed that an unknown man came to the victim's home and asked for some help, claiming that he was having car trouble. When the victim, now identified as Paul Clifford, didn't come home, his family reached out to police. Investigators later found Clifford dead near Reddington Pass and San Pedro River Road. The stolen car was found at an apartment near Prince Road and Roger Road. No arrests have been made.
So I wanted to showcase that because all that good Samaritan talk and all that stuff is you're seeing people that are truly like being evil and diabolical and getting these people, like all that love thy neighbor stuff. That shit is out the door just because you guys have created that energy. You created that Squid Game shit now to where, you know, people are willing to sit there and smile on your face and there's no hustler's remorse. People will hustle you out with the most crazy and begging in those stories when we sit here and look at all of these videos. Like you got up out of your bed, some dude just was sitting there begging you to come and help you. And that's what it turned out to be, is that you got caught up. You got caught up on trying to be in the Merry Christmas effect. Now that little kid is going to be tortured and traumatized because, you know, your Santa looking ass disappeared and Santa's never coming back. So it's like, dude, all these people been lying because they're desperate. They done lost everything. So of course people are sitting here going to sit here and smile on your face, make it seem like everything is all sweet and good and buttery. But no, people have lost everything, y'all. They've lost everything. They have nothing. So they're sitting here resorting to doing all type of heinous crimes. These people living out their actual who they are. People actually living out who they are. Living out who they are. Let me go to this one. But yeah, that's on some real stuff. That's definitely on some real stuff right there. What's going on over here?
Oh my God. Oh my God. I hope you can hear this. It sounds like gorillas fighting in the tree. They're breaking limbs bigger around than me. I've never seen anything like it in my life. This is the second time I've come over here. And the first time when I got up under them trying to figure out what it was, they started breaking limbs off and throwing them at me. And I still cannot figure out what it is. Look, they're ruining this freaking place. What in God's name is it? It's bigger than me, whatever it is. Because it's breaking limbs off that it would take me 2 minutes to saw. Look, see, he's coming right above me right here. He's fixing to throw something at me, whatever it is. Yeah, they don't like you messing with them. Look. What in God's name is going on? Look, that's bigger than me. Look at that, look at that, look at that, look at that, look at that. What in Jesus' name is doing this? Oh my God, he just took half the tree down. Something, oh my God, oh my God. Oh, it's gotta be I don't even think a bear would have a chance in Hades and doing this.
In Hades.
It's something stronger than a bear. And he is pissed. Yeah, that's a healthy tree. About 8 to 10, maybe even 12 inches in diameter that he just broke because he's pissed because I'm getting close to him. I think I'm going to bounce because I think he just hit the ground, which means he's about to face me on foot. And I don't really want to wrestle with somebody that can tear trees down just because they're mad. My God, look at the tree he just freaking broke in half.
It's happening again. It's literally happening right now. Watch, I'm about to point the camera on this tree. There's literally a camouflage person in my tree breaking these branches in this fucking tree. This is the tree that I'm talking about. Just listen. It was literally right here. It was sitting in the tree. You can literally fucking hear it. It's like right there. Dude, I know I'm not fucking tripping. Like, I know you can hear this on camera right now. There's no fucking way. There is something fucking with me. It's literally watching me. It's following me. I have no idea what the fuck it is, dude. It just keeps dropping branches on my fucking house. And then you can hear this. Dude, like, what the fuck, bro? It's coming from, like, right there. No, I'm out. I'm fucking, dude, I'm out. It was literally like a camouflage person was sitting. Look, you can fucking see it. Right directly in front of my finger. It's like somebody is crouched down right there on the fucking branch.
Yeah.
And they just keep moving up and down. What the fuck is that? Yo, I'm literally tripping the fuck out. What the fuck? There's literally something fucking with me right now. There's something watching me in this fucking tree. I had to have caught something on video. Dude, I have fucking chills. Yo, this shit is tripping me the fuck out. What the? I can't, dude.
Shit getting crazy, scary, spooky, hilarious. Shit getting crazy, scary, spooky, hilarious. That made me that tickled me, y'all. I want y'all to share that part right there. Send that out. I need people to see that. I'm gonna send it to you. Need to go to Big Judah, Lisa, brother Big Levi. Yeah, shit getting crazy, scary, spooky, hilarious. You think you're gonna be able to sleep? These dudes is not gonna be able to sleep. They've been seeing orbs and doing all of this other stuff. These people are not sleeping. They're coming to work sleep deprived, angry, irritated, agitated at the fact that they got to deal with this on a regular basis. That dude is going to be shook because of that. He's shook. He's not finna go ahead and rest. Now they can't rest. And it's fun. It's it's throwing branches at the house like, get y'all ass up. Get y'all ass out of the house. You gonna come see me. And then I'm gonna cloak you so you can't see me. But I'm gonna throw this. It's waking them up out of the sleep in the middle of the night. Lights flashing. All I got videos, y'all. That's just light work. But this one was interesting because I was like, that had me put my professor glasses on. That made me put my Clark Kent's on. That was So, but because of that, I had to bring that up. I was like, man, shoot, I ain't gonna let that slide, yo. I'm finna let that slide. So let me go ahead and bring this back over here because woo. Yeah, that one tickled me because they ain't gonna be able to sleep. That's the whole key that I'm talking about right now. Like the level of paranoia. They're so occupied by the level of paranoia right now. You talk about everything, the speculation and the theories and the conspiracies and everything all over the place. It's literally like, yeah, that thing is over your house on a land that you don't belong to, fucking with you. Swinging a wing away in the damn trees. In the jungle, the mighty jungle, the lions. Yeah. Ooh, you in trouble? I'm telling mama. Big mama ain't playing. Big mama is not playing. And because of that, it's dropping it on their houses. Now they gotta live outside. Let me show you. Just now, that's another one that I'll be finding stuff. Hold up. Yeah, they better leave Predator alone. They better leave Predator alone.
Federal government reports that there has been a double-digit jump in American homelessness compared to last year, and an even bigger jump among families. CBS's Lilia Luciano is digging into what's behind the spike.
The shocking increase in the number of people living without housing in American cities is no surprise to Cynthia English, who spent 10 years experiencing homelessness.
Low-income housing is not truly affordable for those of us who make the leaps.
According to the government's latest data, more than 770,000 people were unhoused in a single night in 2024, up 18% from the year before and the highest number ever recorded.
It can happen to anybody.
Steve Berg is the chief policy officer for the National Alliance to End Homelessness.
Would you say that the stigma around homelessness takes away from the priority to solve the issue?
I believe it does. What we really need is we need the communities to be committed to actually solving the problem and not just blaming people who are homeless.
The United States Department of Housing and Urban Development blames the record-breaking increase on the rising cost of living.
It costs more to rent a modest apartment than people make in a modest job.
Devastating natural disasters like the Maui wildfire that displaced thousands have added to the shortage of housing. The report also says the number of homeless families more than doubled in some cities like New York and Chicago, where migrant families were bused from border states.
It's going to keep getting worse until we all come together. That means city, state, federal, landlords, brokers, all of it.
Cynthia says that it's important to meet people where they are, and part of that means providing a place to live first and then addressing other needs. That for many people, getting a house is just the beginning of the journey, not the end. Tarika?
Absolutely.
Well, I just wanted to bring that up because there's, if y'all can see that 18, 1 plus 8 equals that 9, that destruction, the destruction of the housing structures that you guys had for such a long time. Yeah, it's not. It's plenty of places to live. It's just people like to live beyond their means. They like to keep up with the Joneses. They want to be within the ins and not on the outs. And so, yeah, don't nobody want to live out in the middle. You got plenty of places out in Idaho, Wyoming, Montana, and just all over the place, all over the country. Just people choose to live by the ocean. People choose to live by the water. People choose to want to live stank booty stacked on top of each other. Look at China. You got all that. You got the most people and the most land, and none of y'all want to move out there. Y'all all want to be. Everybody want to be in the scene. But that's what y'all created. You can't get mad at this stuff actually starting to happen now. You can't get mad at this stuff actually happening now because of that homelessness. Because people done lost their jobs. You got to think of the trajectory of how all of this then turned out. You got so many businesses that are going out of work. You got so many businesses that are going bankrupt. I got that too. I got that too. Don't worry, I got that too. We're gonna show that. I wanted to bring up another one about this. I'm tying these stories together. I want y'all to understand. I'm tying these stories together. They need to be tied together. Because we got to keep it in perspective. We got to keep this in perspective. I wanted to bring this one up because, talking about record highs, it's double that. It's triple that. They think.
Now at 6, Washington State's homelessness rate continues to rise and is now among the highest in the country. This is according to a new study just released today by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development.
Yeah, the surge comes despite the fact that billions of dollars have been spent in the past decade to reduce the trend. Convo senior reporter Chris Daniels has looked through the lengthy report and talked to experts. He now joins us live with more tonight. Chris?
Yeah, Hannah, some good news. The number of homeless veterans across the country has dropped, and in Washington State, the number of homeless youths are also on the decline. But otherwise, every metric is pointed in the wrong direction. On a dreary day, when tents don't dot the landscape like years before, Sarah Rankin says the visuals don't paint a full picture.
But the bulk of the iceberg is not visible to folks.
The Seattle U professor is the founder and director of the Homeless Rights Advocacy Project.
We know that the single most reliable predictor of homelessness is the cost of housing, and we've been suffering from a major housing affordability crisis in Washington and throughout the country. So the spigot is constantly turning up.
The HUD annual assessment now estimates there are more than 771,000 homeless people in America on a given night, up 18% in a year. And Washington has a higher percentage than most states. According to HUD, that's because there's been a 35% increase in Washington state of people experiencing homelessness since 2007. And while there has been success with reducing youth homelessness, Washington state is number one in the largest change in chronic homelessness of any state in the country, up almost 56% in a year and 360% since 2007, according to HUD. And that's after billions of dollars have been spent here to build out housing, services, and treatment, and the creation of the King County Regional Homelessness Authority that infrequently updates its own website since naming a new CEO in August. How has there been a good return on the investment?
What we know is that there are more people entering homelessness for the first time than ever.
Rankin suggests there has been progress here too, noting the numbers involving veterans and youth, but says there will be no quick fix for an issue now more than a decade in the making.
Oh, not no damn decade. It's been 400 years in the making.
Of course, we have heard many voices in King County in particular that believe that this is a fentanyl and addiction crisis that has complicated homelessness across not only this county but throughout the state. Rankin says that she believes there will be more detail in a new state report from the State Department of Commerce that will be released in January, which will highlight some of the strengths and weaknesses right now in the current system in Washington state. For now, live in Seattle, I'm Chris Daniels, Como News.
Earlier this year, the King County Regional Homelessness Authority released the results of its biannual point-in-time count. It found on any given night there are 16,385 people experiencing homelessness within the county. That's an increase of 23% from the 2022 count. Of that overall total, about 9,800 people were considered unsheltered. The count was conducted over a 12-day period in late January and early February. Stay with Como News for.
Yeah. For the first time, y'all are actually now getting smacked with that. When she say that?
People entering homelessness for the first time.
Yep. I had to bring that. DJ had to rewind that back. For the first time, you guys are now actually opening your eyes, paying attention. You're seeing it because the shit is becoming your reality now. So now it's cause of concern. Now it's opioid crisis. It's fentanyl. It's all of these different things. Oh, we have to find out what this is. Oh, you still don't want to identify with the actual real. You guys are not in a blessing anymore. You guys are fucking cursed now. That's what I'm trying to elaborate on a very soft and subtle way to you. I'm not yelling. I'm not screaming. I'm telling you, you guys are fucked up and you guys are cursed. You guys did a lot of fucked up shit to our people. And hey, this is actually coming back to haunt you guys. You guys are being terrified, petrified, horrified. I'm just trying to lay this out as softly and subtle as possible. You got to understand, for every action is a reaction. For every karmic credit that you don't develop, you develop a karmic debt. And if you don't pay that karmic debt, you just double down on more debt on that karma. Yeah, you're going to get smacked 2, 3, 4, 10 times worse than what it is. So now it's y'all veterans that are fucked up. It's y'all kids that are out here strung out on trank, flesh-eating diseases and stuff like that. Lice and ticks, getting gangrene and Lyme disease and the most horrible, the bird flus and Resident Evil type of fucking biological warfare, like being out. You got to understand, this is the byproduct of what Oregon wanted to do. Oregon wanted to make it legal for all of y'all to get fucked up. And that's what y'all did. So now y'all in Washington, Seattle, all you guys getting byproducts of what your neighbor is giving you. Your neighbor is dumping trash on your yards. All of your neighbors, you guys are all dumping your own trash on you guys' yards now. And that's what it's come down to where now it looks very unattractive and unappealing, to where now you want to get up and voice something now. Before, when you called the police on us, man, they came out of full flex. But now y'all want to do stuff. Now y'all want to work this stuff out. Where did y'all go wrong? Where did y'all priorities go? How did everything get screwed up? Y'all never wanted to listen to the answer. But we're going to show you the answers because you don't want to listen. We'd just rather show you. So here you go.
Residential block. The city allows them to set up their encampments. So Mr. and Mrs. Jones is on the right, Mr. and Mrs. Smith is on the left, and in between are 20 or 30 homeless people living under tarps with portable heaters going. Are you not expecting fires to break out? The needles were a big problem. People can't walk by because there's needles laying all over. That wasn't even the scariest thing, Liz. As I'm just driving down the road and I look in a bus shelter and there's 2 or 3 people underneath a blanket, you can see what they're doing. This bus shelter is directly across the road from a park. There's kids playing. And when the bus shelter is full, then they just do it in the same park where the kids are playing. And we just look the other way. When did we get our priorities so screwed up that we can't fix the problems that not only affect the people that it's hurting, but all the people around them and our own children?
Affecting your community. That's a whole...
Take a lot in a residential...
That's a whole little residential area. Am I tripping when I say that? That's a whole little, what is it? A shotgun house? It's like a whole little lot. One of them like $100 lots, like the big, $1,000 lots they got out in, Michigan, whatever. That's in Minnesota. This is in Minnesota. I just showed y'all Washington. I just showed you Oregon. I just showed you California. California, in the Bay Area, you got a lot of homeless Asian women that are strung out on opium. It's a lot of stuff going on. This is happening in y'all communities. This is happening to y'all now. This is truly happening to y'all. You have no workforce. People are completely unqualified. And they realize that. That's why there's so much uproar with Trump and Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy about bringing over immigrants and Indians and stuff like that. That was a whole setup. That whole Indian pipeline, that came from Vance's wife. She's Indian. You think these ain't going to bring... It's no different from Kamala if she would have got in there. It's the same bird, just a different color. She was planning on doing the same thing, pipelining these folks over here. They're gonna be taking these people's jobs because they're unqualified now. They don't have the necessary tools to even work. I was working with people who were making double of what I was making and weren't doing nearly half of the work. They was actually standing outside smoking a cigarette. They actually was outside chuckling. When I'm looking at them pissed off, like, motherfucker, ain't you gonna come and help? No, I'm just a boss. I'm just a boss. I'm just gonna sit here and I'm just gonna watch you do what you do. Matter of fact, I actually like watching you. No, don't watch me, sir. I don't want you watching me. Don't look at me like that. You look at me like I'm some sexual deviant fantasy, sir. Don't look at me, ma'am. Ma'am, eyes up. Keep your eyes up, front and center. Look me in my eyes. Keep focused. This is what y'all created. This is what y'all do. This is what y'all did. Y'all did all of this. Y'all created this Ouroboros to where now the snake is eating itself and it can't finish. It can't even contain itself of eating. All these people ain't got no job. They done lost all their businesses. Restaurants, food trucks, failed, all of this. People can't work no more. They're not even trying to work. The quality of work is shitty. That's why I was damn near I got emotional at my job. Like, my work is good in comparison to these other people. And I was like, you know what? You're never going to be accepted. It don't matter how much work you may do to satisfy it, because they've never gotten satisfied with anything. You know what? I'm just going to be good. No, they've never been satisfied. Never been satisfied. Never been happy. Never just sat there and just enjoyed being in y'all little blessing. You didn't have to fuck with black people. You didn't have to throw our babies in the rivers with alligators and lakes and that. You didn't have to cut off our penises and roll them into cigars. You didn't have to cut off our feet. You didn't have to disattach our families. You didn't have to do any of these things. You didn't have to put us in chains. You didn't have to y'all all made these choices. Y'all didn't have to be working at these companies that had, subprime mortgages and insurance company policies. You guys put on the professional fake ass smile. And then you did all of these heinous things to our people. My mother used to tell me there is no hustler's remorse. They will hustle a casket to your baby. They'll say, don't you love your baby for $100,000 casket? Don't you love that baby? Oh, look at that face. It's precious. My mama did not play. She was a champ. I watched her work on a job, and she had to go through that shit. Had to work 2 times harder to get half the reward. Now their businesses are getting shut down. Now their businesses, trees are falling on their businesses. Now they got to be outside with heaters and stuff like that. Now they got to be outside with these heaters, catching fire, catching flames, and buildings and squatting and stuff. The massive amount of squatting, I ain't even got to that. It's a problem over in like Wyoming. It's a problem in all these other dormant locations. All of these different places, you got people who are breaking into these places, squatting, having to deal with the law. And then y'all created the laws to where you created all of these crazy loopholes. And a loophole is oxymoronic. You can't have a loop in a hole. But y'all created that. And then y'all fuck around and y'all fell into your own loophole. Y'all fell into your own bear traps. And lo and behold, this is the mess that y'all created. And now you don't even have a mop or a dustpan or a broom to clean up any of it. And even if you did, you chose not to do anything about the stuff that y'all did wrong. So don't get mad now that all of this shit happened. Don't cause no concern. Don't get all up in arms like you really want to now do something now. No, the lights is cut off now. You didn't pay the bill when it was supposed to be paid. You didn't stop doing it. You still not stop doing it. I'm trying to at least inform you. I'm not even trying to inform you. I'm trying to inform my peoples. Because we've been trying to talk to y'all for too long and y'all ain't listening. We told y'all we shall overcome. We want to stop hitting us, stop doing this, stop doing that. And y'all didn't do it. We asked for more pay. If you wanted really good work, all of the motor companies in Michigan, y'all got great work and y'all still chose to want to cut y'all losses and y'all sent it overseas. And that's a lot of companies. Y'all sent y'all shit overseas expecting that y'all can cut on the dollar. And what you did ultimately is set yourself up for all of y'all to fail now because y'all kept on going. Y'all didn't revert back. Y'all didn't double back. Y'all doubled down. The fact that you doubled down, now all of your products, now all of your services are filled with malice and deficiencies. To where now it's being called, your bullshit is being called out now. People are seeing the lies. The lies are being exposed. The truth is shining, and the truth is going to come so fast this year. That's why I brought up the Mercury aspect. That's why I brought up the moon cycles. Because this year is going to be even more faster. So it's wow. I needed to breathe on that real quick. Because this is serious. This is serious. This is some serious stuff. Let me go to this next one, y'all, because this is the next stuff I want to go to is the workforce. So there's a couple little work things that I want to showcase on that. Let me pull back out on this. But I know, man. I know I'm giving y'all a lot. I know. Thank y'all for tapping in and staying with me, man, and letting the family know out there because I want people to be informed. I want to go into this year trying to be as consistent as I can with this. So pray for me, y'all, because I'm dealing with a lot of my own stuff. And I just do the best I can. I do the best I can. And that's just like in the four agreements. I do the best I can. Try to be impeccable with my word. Try not to take nothing personal. Try not to assume. And try to just do my best. So if I can at least do my best in what I'm doing to present all of this information and however long it is, hey, you can always rewind it back. But I want to make sure that I give you all of what I needed to get out today and every time I do these. So because this is me and my own Ezekiel 33 blowing that horn because it is so necessary now. But I wanted to go to here and this was in what is that? 15 restaurants and food trucks and more failed food safety inspections in the Tri-City states. Health District gave 15 failing grades to food safety inspections for food established and other establishments selling food in the Tri-City state. The Health District's food safety team gave passing grades on 73, with 42 of those earning perfect scores. Shouldn't that be 73 out of 73? That's what makes it very scary about eating out. Do y'all still eat out? I eat out. I mean, I had to eat out while I was on the road working, but I would try to eat at the most. I pray over my food. I promise y'all, because you don't know about these people having it. You never know what people going through, man. You never know what people are going through. And you got a lot of people who are coming from these third world countries trying to reprogram themselves within a first world, idealization or social way of living, and some people just they've just not gotten accustomed to the American customs. And so they just, go about it, maybe by what they see on movies and TV. They still look at us or perceive us as on that yo baby yo shit, and that's what's like, like how did we get to that point where we're still on that yo baby yo shit? But these are the people that perceive this. But these people come back out there. So with 42 of those earning perfect scores. In the district routine inspection, businesses or organizations that receive at least 35 points for the more serious red violations are required to have additional inspections and must meet a tougher standard on those. To pass follow-up inspections, they must have fewer than 25 red points and fewer than 10 repeat red points for previous issues. Okay, are they fixing these issues before they actually allow the company to go back into serving people again? Or they just give them a tap and a warning, just like, hey, just make sure you take care of that. And the motherfucker like, oh, I'm not finna fucking take care of it. That's not in my budget. I can't even barely pay my. So yeah. So how much is it? So, my God, my goodness. Red violations are those most likely to cause foodborne illnesses, such as not keeping hot food hot enough or cold food cold enough, inadequate hand washing or bare hand contact with food. How many times have y'all ran into a place where a person was actually touching your food with their bare ass fucking hands, just scratched their ass, just picked their nose, just took the trash out, just smoked a cigarette? Can we be honest about these things now? Can we really get honest about this stuff? Many places you didn't go on and be like, man, I don't feel good. Something ain't right. Just because they see see you come out and, oh, I'm serving them. But a lot of these white people are being humbled now where they got to serve black people. They got to service black people. They have to service black people. And then when they service us, the interesting part about it is that, I'm a great tipper. If you provided me great service, regardless of who you are, I'm a great tipper. You got to work for it though, because I know I work for mine, and I was always humble and gracious when I actually got something. But if your service sucked, there's been plenty of times I didn't walk out of a restaurant because the service was shitty. I didn't order no food yet, or if I did order, I just walked out. That was very rare occasions. But if it was that bad, oh yeah. And then even then, I've already eliminated myself from even going to these places because I'm not going to voluntarily go to a place where it's like, oh, it's a 1-star, but just because it's cheaper food. Nah. Because you don't know how people are or how they feeling. I don't go no place where the parking lot is empty. If ain't nobody in that parking lot, just it's sitting stale and dry, just like the food that's in them refrigerators and on them counters. If ain't no constant cycle of that food being touched, and you can appreciate certain businesses now where they actually cook or do the food in front of you. So I can actually watch and see if you actually got gloves on. If you touch my food, hey, the fuck is wrong with you? You ain't gonna put no gloves on. Oh, my bad, sir. My bad, sir. Oh, my bad. You know how many people I done cussed out these these young folks, man, they got no damn home training. They have no civil skills, no home training. So their drawers ain't clean, let alone try. So I've been through that, but it's like you're dealing with places where you got violations. I don't care what type of violation it is. I don't care if it's a blue, green. That's what you're trying to tell me? Blue violations are low risk factors related to the cleanliness and physical condition of the establishment. But that's really no notice is given before the inspections. I can appreciate that I can appreciate that. Just randomly, no exemptions, just popping down. I mean, my safety guy, he pop up on me. They'd be like, hey, they let they'd be like, hey, safety guys out there. And if they out there, I'm on full red alert because the first time I didn't take it serious, I was like, man, I took it serious, but I didn't. And he caught me. Safety man caught me. I didn't have my hard hat on. I didn't have my glasses on. I didn't have my harness on. I didn't have, it was in the building. It was around, but not following instructions, not following directions, not following the rules. We're running into these people now where they just want to break the rules because they just like, fuck it. I'm privileged and I can care less, anything like that. And so they're willing to kamikaze shit. These people are kamikazeists. Kamikazeists. You look at the Unabomber, Oklahoma. Motherfucker to take out his whole family and the family dog. Why'd you kill Kojo? You didn't need to shoot. You didn't need to shoot Lassie. But it's gotten to that point where they just full blown kamikaze. You get into these places, these working establishments, and they just go kamikaze on you. So yeah, these places are. I don't know where these are at. But yeah, I just wanted to bring that up because you see, you're getting the reasons why all these establishments are falling apart is because they have not been providing the best products or services. Simple as that. Yes, they've been disrespectful, period. I'm not going to put up with no horrible fucking service. And so now they're getting a lot more, emboldened. So because of that emboldened factor, I got another one for y'all. I'm going to bring it back to here. Bring it back to here. We're going to go right there. Got one right for y'all. Right there. Crime doesn't look like our face no more. Am I lying? Am I tripping? Shout out to World Star. Shout out to all these platforms. I'll be finding information on all this stuff. But I just wanted to kind of sum it up on that part. They think that because they can provide a horrible service that they can be okay with, people don't want to accept their loss when they're doing bad or it's a poor performance, anything like that. Same thing with these restaurants. Like I said, some of these restaurant owners, you listen to them, you look at them, and they just be like, you tell them, hey, I got a hair in my soup. What is this? Is this an insect? Something's in my soup. That's protein. Just don't worry about that. And they be like, look, let me just take that back. And then they fuck around and just take the bug out and then warm it up and then give you the plate back. How disrespectful. When you're looking at these shows like John Tapper and Bar Rescue and Gordon Ramsay with kitchen nightmares and things like that, that should make you get squeamish. That make you just want to stay at home, knowing that you're gonna cook your own food, that you're safe. But I got another video about that, even while you're cooking at home, when you're going grocery shopping. Hey, I got another video I'm gonna show up to y'all too, but let me bring this one up. Cut the music out.
In Kissimmee led to a stabbing, and the woman, officials say behind it, is facing several charges.
Yeah, this is wild. We're told the victim is stable. West Houston Night Gabrigadis tells us detectives in Osceola County are now looking for a second suspect in this case.
I've never heard of nothing like that. I have 3 kids, but it's good to know because I'll always be aware.
A person staying at the Rivera Motel in Kissimmee is in the hospital after deputies in Osceola County say the victim was stabbed over a pizza delivery tip.
That goes to show you don't trust nobody, no matter where they are.
22-year-old Brianna Avello is accused of making the delivery. Detectives say she was not happy with the tip, so she decided to attack. Investigators say Alvello came back to the motel room, this time with a man who had a gun. They say the two of them forced their way into the room, and then Alvello used a knife to stab the victim several times.
Good morning, ma'am. Please state your name.
Brianna Alvello. She was in court on Christmas Eve and is facing charges of home invasion, attempted murder, kidnapping, and aggravated assault.
State believes that this is a punishable by life offense. There should be no bond set, and it should not be set for a pretrial detention hearing.
You see how you see her eyes cut like that with the hold up. Let me see that. I didn't catch it. Look at that. She like, huh? I stabbed her 14 times. That don't mean I gotta go to life. I ain't built for this. I know. What, huh? What do you mean is it punishable? I was saying yesterday that these laws are about to change. Ladies and gentlemen, the face of crime is this. These are the faces of crimes now. That whole room had people that didn't look like us. Am I tripping? Did I miss that? I can go back and see. Does that room have anybody? Barely. Brother probably, you know, that brother with the glasses is the John Sally and Bad Boys. He the one got all the hacking and shit. But you got freaking Jeffrey Dahmer back here. But that's the face of the
By life offense, there should be no bond set, and it should not be set for a pre.
Her eyebrows went straight to do you smell what the rock is cooking? It went straight to don't you smell what the rock is cooking? These people cannot accept a loss. They cannot accept the loss. They cannot accept when they actually do bad on the service because they've been fluffed up for such a long damn time to be able to get away with, you know, not having to do no work, and the work that you know, give off is very lackluster and poor. Very lackluster and poor. So you got mad and then you was chilling with the dude. Where'd the dude come from? Why he got a gun?
Pretrial detention hearing.
Deputies are looking for the armed man who was with Alvelo. Covering Osceola County in Kissimmee, Sinead Rodriguez, WESH 2 News.
And Alvelo is being held without bond. Her pre-trial hearing is set for tomorrow.
You get no bond. Like, you get no chance. Like, you about to get stretched, lady. You about to get stretched. These people are not playing with anybody who think that they could just be out here. They're the new niggas. They the new niggas. I had another video I promised you before I even started this video. It was a video that I was trying to find of these Asians, these Chinese people who were dressing up like black folks, like hood black folks. Like they was all over there trying to like throw up sets and bang and like crip dance and all type of stuff. But this is over like in China. So bouncing off of that video, this is the girl that she stabbed. This is the girl that she stabbed, giving her, she's giving her rendition of the events that occurred. So I wanted to kind of give that.
My wings came cold. Pizza came cold. My wings came cold. I personally am not going to tip anybody who is bringing my pizza late at an awkward time and my pizza is cold and at night, you know? So I was already kind of getting confused. Like I already felt a little weird about it, but I didn't think anything of it. So when I got to the door, she seemed very sweet. She had her hair down. You know, she didn't give me no hostile energy until I gave her the money to pay. The pizza and like the order, it was about $33. I gave her 2 20s and a 10. So I gave her $50. I'm expecting to receive like $17 change back, which I was going to give her a tip. As soon as I handed this woman the money, she walked away out the door and my door was still cracked open because I'm expecting my change back. And she just tried to walk away. As soon as I opened the door was cracked. I cracked it open. As soon as I cracked it, she put her foot on the door. And both of their backs were facing me. I couldn't see their face. When I opened the door, they both had their backs towards me. And as soon as it opened, she kind of kicked the door with her foot and like rushed herself in. And they both just rushed in and she locked the door behind her. As soon as I saw that she locked the door, I realized the situation was a lot more serious than I thought I expected. It just kind of happened so quickly.
Woo, man. All she wanted was her chicken wings. All she wanted was her chicken wings. I used to be an Uber driver and delivering food, even during COVID, because when COVID was happening, that was probably the only legitimate job that somebody can work and not have to worry about the COVID situation, as long as you ain't coughing and had the Diddy lifetime supply of hand sanitizer, you was kind of straight. But the fact that, and this is no slide towards women, but when it comes to expectations are the gatekeepers of heartbreaks, this woman was assuming that because she gave that to her, that whole 50 was hers. And that's the thing. That's the good thing about that. See, it's different with a man and a woman. Like the man would have been conscientious of the fact that, okay, he gave me 50 bucks. Okay, this is the price. I'm going to sit there and wait to see if I am going to get a tip. I'm not going to sit there and assume and expect that this person gave me the whole 50. You see what I'm saying? And you're supposed to already have that in registration as far as in being able to take care of and pay that person. Now, knowing that that dude was around, there's nothing to say that she was chilling with him. She was chilling with him and all type of stuff and all that. And she looked like the person that was trying to game the whole situation. But when you get asked that back, and I've never done like delivery or food like that, and like expecting somebody to, tip me. I just provide my service as I am, be as it may. I try to provide the best service that I can, talk to them, chill, whatever like that. Expectations are the gatekeepers, Harper. I'm just expecting to just say, I already got it. It's already locked in places as it already is. If somebody feeling my vibe, they're willing to, cash at me, do whatever like that, then the love is love. You know what I'm saying? I've had this drunk guy. No, he wasn't drunk, but he was with his lady, and this was Christmas. Oh man, this was crazy. I got so many stories. Hold on, man. I gotta take her off real quick. But I remember I was driving, and I had been attacked on the Tuesday before Thanksgiving by this racist dude out in Indiana. In the back seat, calling me nigger, just everything. It wasn't even his Uber. It was a girl who worked at the bar. She was like, hey, I'm just using my Uber for him to get home or anything like that. I was just brand new to Uber. I wouldn't say brand new, but you know what I'm saying? Getting my little chug on. Taking this dude home. The moment that he got in my car. Oh, don't drive on the freeway, you nigger. I was like, oh my God. Younger dude. It wasn't like he was baby boomer. I'm just like, Indiana. You guys are very inclined to be throwing them words around, but I actually drove that man all the way home to the exact location. I wasn't going to get emotionally driven by it or anything like that. But the moment that he got out of the car, he looked at my window and he tried to punch my window. Now, mind that this was my mom's vehicle. My mom was battling stage 4 bone cancer at the time. I had to move from California to move to Indiana. I had a recording contract that somebody was going to sign me. I was going to get a record deal. Then it all fell apart, which I'm happy that it did, because I didn't want to have that. Like I saw Kanye West with this whole situation with his mom, and I was like, ooh, there was something different about it, And I moved out to Indiana, and flew across country, and had a good brother that helped me out during that time. And he helped me get out there to go see my mom. That day that I went to go see her, she had a heart attack and pneumonia. It was 6-degree weather. And I stayed. I shot a video of it as well, of just me out there, just random video. And I was just like, oh, I'm out here in Indiana. It's cold as shit. Y'all Californians is missing out and stuff like that. I was just trying to be sarcastically funny. But in that picture, you can kind of scan and see that the gate was all jacked up and shattered. It's because it was winter time, and these people came in and never fixed anything on the house. They was the most racist scumlords I've ever met in my life. I was sent out there to go to protect my mom. They was fucking my mom over, man, like badly. And she's already like having to pop 40 pills and stuff like that. It was just so bad. And it's crazy. I got on the phone with this dude. I'm like, yo, you got to come and face this stuff. This is my mom. I'm not going to sit here and watch my mom go through this right now. And he came out, sent 2 freaking loony bins with a bobcat, and they ripped up the water pipe, jacked the whole house up. We didn't have water for 3 days. We had to use the snow that was snowing outside to even boil on the top of the stove to even put in the toilet or the tub or the wash. It was just so bad, y'all. I promise y'all, I've been through some shit, man. Just even talking about this, I'm humbled. I promise y'all, I'm so humbled. I've been through so much. And during this time, I had helped my mom get that vehicle and kept it up and running and stuff like that. And I was like, let me like, I had to move. I told her I had to move out here. I'm not going to work at Speedway. I'm way too overqualified at Speedway. But Uber was a thing that one of my good friends, shout out to Felicia Warsham out in Chicago, man. It's one of my good sisters, man. I need to reach out to some people, man. But she told me about Uber, how she was doing it in Chicago. I was like, word? Let me do it out in Indiana. Doing it in Indiana, that was a lick. I promise you, when it first popped off, it was a lick. You had any 500, you had little 500 down in Bloomington at the Indiana University campus. I was everywhere around Indiana driving. Anyways, but I drove this dude home. He tried to spit on him. He did. He tried to hit my window. I'm like, the fuck? I got my seatbelt on and I closed both of my doors. There was a Honda Odyssey and they closed. So he got out that side and I automatically closed the door as it was closing. Dude spit at me. And as I turned, it landed on the seatbelt. And I said, no, this motherfucker did it. I promise you, I ain't never. People don't fuck with me. I don't fuck with nobody. I'm always a good dude. I won't laugh. Calm down. But that's the first time I ever got fucking spitted on and called a nigger on multiple occasions in that vehicle. And it wasn't his, it was her. So it's like, I didn't want to give her, but I did give her a bad rating because it's like, you deserved it. But anyways, this dude spit at me as the door was closing. It landed on the seatbelt. It didn't land on me or anything like that, but it landed on, like, I was like, oh, hell no. I took the belt off. I got out. Now, mind that as this is happening, I'm waiting till the door closes, but he's still kicking. He's kicking the car. This is 2 days before Thanksgiving, y'all. I might be just incriminating myself, but anyways, I got out the car, took the seatbelt off. This motherfucker was kicking my mom's car. He was kicking my mom's van. I was just like, oh, hell nah. Like the utmost disrespect. You see white people, how much y'all go out of y'all way to disrespect us. Out of y'all way. This motherfucker was drunk. So the truth was coming out. The moment that he hopped on the curb, now I had these, maybe they weren't church shoes, but they were like these, they was these comfortable loafer shoes, whatever like that. They were comfortable because I had to drive. And it was wet and cold outside or whatever like that. But I came out, I just jumped out of the car, ran around the car like, fuck, man, I was mad. And I slid. And I barely hopped. And I slid right on to the curb, and it was a fence. And I went into the fence and I cocked back. Y'all. And I hit this man with the power of fucking Thor. I hit this man with the power of Thor. I promise you, you know the machines where you got to hit the little thing and they give you the numbers? I hit 999 on that ass. I hit 999 on that ass. This dude wind up falling to the ground. I watched his eyes roll in the back of his head before he even hit the ground. Like, it felt good. And then I realized, like, damn, I need to go home. I might have just killed this dude. But it wasn't the case because I had 3 other dudes that were on the other side of that fence that I just slid into. And they saw the whole thing. They saw the whole thing. White guys. They was like, he fucking deserved it. You didn't deserve to be caught. So you got people who, in the heat of the moment, will stand up and be like, hey, that was not right. But on a group think scale, on a massive scale, y'all still feel that way, regardless. Now, this dude had that drunk liquor. He had that drunk and that truth juice in him. But I knocked this dude out because of that. My emotions got the best of me out of that situation. But I go to say all this is that even in the midst of me getting that man home, that lady tipped me. That lady tipped me for helping out, providing that service. And in the midst of all of this, like, we all work jobs or have done shit that we really did not want to do or hated to do. I promise you, during even COVID, even COVID, I promise y'all, I am the most humble man. I would get my ass to work. I get to work. But when that happened, I didn't expect that. And then it was, I want to say it was Thanksgiving. This dude is like, man, drop me off at the ATM. No, he was like, no. When I picked him up, it was him and his lady. I dropped him off, and I was a nice one. I was a nice Uber driver. I'm like, hey, you want to get something to eat? You know, you need to go to the grocery store. I wait. You know what I'm saying? You on the clock? You know what I'm saying? But the thing with me, I had my hats. I was all of the stuff in the background here. My hats, my t-shirts. I was freestyling in the fucking van with however I can get my money. I had over 7,700 rides. It was 777. The last 77775 was the last time I looked at my Uber account that had that many rides. And I had bowed out of it because it was just so much going on in my life at that time. But anyways, I had drove this dude to the it was a Rallies, I believe it was, or something like that, something to eat, to get some food. And then I went to the bank for him. Dude went and pulled out some money. I didn't pay attention. I just drove up and I just opened the van door and let him do his thing, whatever like that. As he got out, just like a couple of other people, he gave me one of the biggest tips I ever had after that ordeal. You know what I'm saying? So the Most High is good. You know what I'm saying? When you maintain within the midst of adversity and obstacles and stuff like that. Don't get me wrong. I will fuck a motherfucker up until the white meat show. I promise you. I'm crazy, but a good crazy. I go to say that is that even in the midst of even you working horrible jobs or having to clean up shitty diapers that you don't want to clean up after your diarrhea booty having as kids, we all still got jobs to do. We still all got stuff to do. The fact that during COVID, I went through the same thing. And so people will look out when they see that. And it's like, you're not expecting. I didn't go in there expecting nothing. I just did the work. I didn't expect these people. I didn't know that I was cleaning the house of the president for McLaren, the Zoom Zooms. I didn't know that I was cleaning the house of this CEO I was doing some stuff during that time, during COVID. And if I would have stuck with it, I'd have had my own cleaning business. But I cleaned some nasty houses. I cleaned 100 houses, and they were the nastiest houses I've ever seen. Probably out of all of them houses, maybe 15 or 20 of them houses were not as bad. I say 25. That's being very generous on that. But I cleaned some of the most disgusting houses. And majority were not Black folks. Really, I say less than 10, less than 8 that I cleaned that was Black folks. I say 5. I remember the lady in San Pedro. I remember that one Black couple. Dude literally left his keys. He was like, man, I trust you. I was like, man, I was honored by that. At that time, people was like, I trust you. You look like somebody I can trust. And I was like, damn, that felt good because it's like I trust the shit out of myself, you know, and I trust people to be who they are. You know what I'm saying? And so until I get the benefit of doubt, until you show me otherwise, I'm just gonna, I guess it's, you know, blissfulness or whatever like that. I know I'm just going off, but I'm bringing that up because in the midst of service and stuff like that, as much as we may complain about our jobs or complain about our circumstances in life, man, life is too short and we're only hateful because we're not grateful. And I wanted to leave that part in there because it is very important that we must not forget that we're only hateful when we're not grateful. And I know how hard it is to be able to keep up a good face in the midst of a lot of nasty work that we may go through. But we always kept a smile on our face like, yeah, well, I got $2 tip. Yeah, I got a $2 tip. I got a $2 tip. There's two different ways about this. There's many different variations on how you going to perceive it and take it. Somebody else that I may work with may be taking a job. It's like, oh, I can't stand this job. I can't, you know what I'm saying? While I'm over here smiling and listening to music or anything. I'm like, wow, the fuck is he out, Jipper? I used to run through the stores, jog. I used to make it, you know what I'm saying? Make it, I get a workout. I do this. I'm listening to Big Levi. I'm listening to Big Judah. I'm listening to Slick Prayer while I'm, you know, working. So I'm double dipping. I'm educating myself and I'm doing, you know, and while I'm doing that, I'm working on music. I was working, we worked on an album. So in the midst of all of this, I'm always adding on to what I can, you know, make myself better. And so I never take it out of context of when I show up for the job, I'm there to do the job. And certain people will show up to the job still doing other things. And that's what it looked like with that woman when she, you know, got arrested. I was like, she looked like she must have been chilling with old boy or anything like that. Or she was not doing what she was supposed to be doing, was to deliver that woman's food. Because food don't get cold unless you are super fucking late. And even then, like, you wasn't gonna get no tip. I wouldn't have gave you no tip. $2? Yeah. You're lucky you got that, lady. But even then, you know, we get so quick to reward people for they bad stuff, and that's what they've created for themselves. So I just want to show y'all that because that was deep. That was heavy for me. I was like, man, I never really tripped out about who somebody, if they did give it to me. They gave it to me because they genuinely cared out of their heart for the service that I gave them. You know, and a lot of the times you can't expect these things, man. I've sat here and worked at this job. They never wanted to give me a raise. Never wanted to hire me on. Never wanted to do any of that. I'm like, I just got to keep it going. You just got to keep doing what you're doing. You can't get mad and want to shoot up the whole job and do that. You can't. That's getting way out of pocket. You losing. You tripping, homie. You super tripping. So yeah, hold up. I got so much stuff, y'all. I promise y'all, man. It's crazy. And then I got all these stories that a lot of people ain't heard about my life and stuff like that. That's why I feel like it's just so necessary to kind of just let it be, because I hope that I am a teaching moment for people that are out there. I hope that I can be that for people, you know, because it is hard and a lot of people may not have some type of answers to their questions, some type of a semblance to it, or some type of way to be able to cope and have closure with some of the things that go on in life. So I wanted to bring that one up because that was just like, man, and because of that, your work ethic, you lose your whole damn job. You lose your whole life. You about to go to jail for life, lady, for what you just did to that lady. And all they wanted to do is just like rob and steal and take stuff away from people. That's what y'all get yourselves. That's what y'all becoming now. Hold on, let me show you another one. Oh, that wasn't it. That wasn't it. Hold up. They over here stealing packages, stealing people money. Like that wasn't like you was really going to walk out with her whole 50. The order was what, $34, 30, yeah, $34. He was literally trying to take that woman's stuff.
A woman deemed the Tom Brady of stealing packages by Southie residents has been arrested again. She allegedly targeted a number of homes over the past few weeks. NBC 10's Oscar Margain joins us live from South Boston. And Oscar, you saw this woman in court today. What happened?
Hey, Glenn, well, if you know South Boston, you know this is a very dense area, and it makes it a lot easier for somebody to steal packages. It's hard to place them down if you're delivering, and so it just made it a lot easier for this Tom Brady of stealing packages to score. This is video of an infamous porch pirate in South Boston. This woman caught on multiple cameras and in multiple occasions quickly picking up packages that were sitting in front of people's homes. It was happening so often, people began calling police, deeming her the Tom Brady of stealing packages.
Of the 6.5 years we've been here, we've never had a package stolen.
That changed in recent weeks for Jonathan Rocole and his neighbors on Baxter Street, who began sharing information with each other.
We've kind of expanded the group chat to include others to say, hey, I'm not home. I just had a package delivered. Can you come grab it for me?
Those efforts paid off on Christmas Eve when an officer delivering toys to children spotted the suspected porch pirate on Carpenter Street, matching the clothing description.
Calling Convo Burst Carrie Flynn.
Officers identified 34-year-old Carrie Flynn as a suspect.
When officers stopped Ms. Flynn, she had 2 bags filled with unopened packages.
Flynn was charged with receiving stolen property. She was also accused of failing to report to probation and has an open case out of Taunton for shoplifting.
He denied the allegation that she'd be stealing packages.
Back in Southie, residents complained the neighborhood has gained a reputation for being easy targets of package theft.
A lot of times these buildings, there's nowhere to leave it but the front steps where it's very visible. So not too much you can do about that.
It's unfortunate, you know, I mean, people order things, they could be gifts for loved ones or things like that.
For Jonathan, if there's anything good that's come out of this, is that it's brought him and his neighbors closer.
If we remain diligent, if we remain talking to each other, we're hoping that this street just eventually becomes closed to these kinds of activities.
Now, one of the victims tells me that in one of these stolen packages, there were shoes meant to be donated for children in need. Now, the judge in this case ordered Flynn to undergo a drug treatment program. She will be held without bail or being held without bail until her next hearing next month. Reporting live in South Boston, Oscar Margain, NBC 10 Boston.
They thinking they can do all of this now. They're thinking they're going to get away with all of this now. It don't matter. Ugly comes in all colors. You're finding out the hard way that you just can't think that your pretty privilege is going to allow you to do what you want to do, and that the letter of the law doesn't apply to you. These people really think that the law does not apply to them, that you can sit here and keep doing the same old scandalous shit you're doing, and that it's all good. It's all good. It's okay. You ain't got to be. It's people are being shown the door. They're being shown the back of the prison now. This is what happens, y'all, is that the face of crime is not looking like us. It's definitely not looking like us, to where now, like, these people losing all of their jobs, and they got to end up at home. Matter of fact, let me go to that before I even go to this one. Hold on, let me go to this one. This stupid ass fool. And brother, stop doing this shit for clout. Hold on, before I even go any further, let me get this video out the way because it ties in with the other two stories.
We start tonight with shocking video out of the East Valley.
This fool.
A man films himself spraying bug killer on produce at a Walmart. Now police are trying to find him. Good evening and thanks for joining us. I'm Mark Curtis.
And I'm Kariba Devine. Mesa police say that it happened at a Walmart near Baseline and Stapley Roads in Mesa. That's where we find 12 News journalist Chase Golightly.
Walmart is also aware of that video, telling us they've removed all that food that was sprayed. The video apparently taken by the suspect himself. Everyone had the same reaction.
That's really crazy.
It's disgusting. Like, that's an awful thing to do.
Video appears to show this man at a Mesa Walmart pull out a big can of bug killer and spray it on bananas, sweet potatoes, lemons, apples, tomatoes, and even rotisserie chickens.
I'm shocked.
It happened at this Mesa Walmart. Frequent shoppers like Ramon Zabranis can't believe anyone would do this.
This is where people shop for their families, like on a real note. Like, it's very possible that those bananas, My mom could have been grabbing by to get some for her kids.
A spokesperson with Walmart sent us a statement about the incident, saying in part that the safety of our customers and associates is always a top priority. We have removed all directly impacted product and have cleaned and sanitized the affected area of the store, adding they are working with law enforcement. This video is a recording of the original. It was posted by someone on X after they claimed the original poster deleted it off their social media page.
That's kind of the stuff that nowadays is kind of a problem because the content chasing.
We found that original poster's TikTok page with several other videos showing what appears to be him locking people inside a Goodwill and throwing food at people inside a mall, but no video of the Walmart incident. Then when we looked at his recent stories, it shows this video of him claiming to have thrown away the items he sprayed with bug killer by putting them in a cart, then pushing it into a truck. Basically saying this was all a prank.
Whether or not it would hold any water would be up for a jury to decide.
Attorney Anthony Ramirez says even if it was a prank, this person could still be charged.
Criminal damage, right? Damaging the produce that he sprayed that substance on, then, you know, that's a minimum charge as I see it.
Mesa police are still searching for that suspect and asking anyone with information to contact them. We're in Mesa. Chase Golightly, 12 News.
All right, Chase.
Woo. Boy. You didn't see that coming, huh? But it's like you got a lot of people still trying to do all of this clout chasing shit because they didn't lost their job and they like, okay, the only other source of or reasonable income I can get is like try to, go viral. That's what everybody's hoping that they can do. It's like a social media lottery ticket. They hope that they go viral. And it's like, damn, you got to remember for that, son. Your kids is gonna see all of this. Your family, we gotta be much more mindful. Even when I'm still, everybody know I'm a goofball. So it's like, I'm gonna tell you before anybody else gonna tell you. I'm gonna keep it 100 with you. I ain't got nothing to hide. Shit. If I did, I'm gonna tell you. You're gonna know before I. Why? Because we're in spiritual court, and I'm not gonna play. I'm not gonna play with the Most High. Just because, hey, I've already got all my gunk out. People like this have not dealt with their gunk. So because of this, hey, people jacking up their jobs, they're jacking up their lives, they're going on probation, they're not getting hired for these jobs anymore. And so these companies don't even have any people to truly hire. And they're already complaining about the immigrants coming over the border or any of these visas or anything like that. So, and then you don't want to hire black people. So who's going to do these jobs? So you got all these CEOs and all these people at the top of them. They're not going to come down and come and wash their own dishes at the Applebee's. And so this is your working class. This is your working class where people are actually, they rather sit on their ass now. And so because of that, now it's affecting businesses across the whole country. This has been affecting since the beginning of this whole changing of the curse. And I wanted to show you this because this is where now you got companies start trying to team up and tag team and work together to try to come at our people now. Like, just like that like that Biden shit that, you're not black if you don't vote for me. If you and so who is that? Applebee's? What is that? What's that? Applebee's or Chili's? That wanted to partner. All of these companies are partnering up with each other. You had like A&W and KFC or something like that. Like, these companies are trying to double team like on your pockets, or you're going to start seeing maybe Walmart's and Sam's Clubs or Lowe's come together. You're going to start seeing partnerships of these companies come together to make a much more unified place for their American people to start working so that they don't lose the essence or the sense of security of the American dream that was perpetuated off of the backs of slaves in this country, the foundational Hebrew Israelites of this land. But they're getting removed from this land. So as they still keep trying to build these businesses up and keep, getting themselves geared up and like, oh, we're going to make America great again. Or, you guys are the ones that are on top of Mount Everest with a loose bike chain trying to go up. And you're just going back down. You're just going back down, hitting rocks and hitting everything. You set yourself up for this. I'm going to get to this other one right here. I know it's a lot, y'all. I got y'all. Ooh, boy, so much going on. So I understand why brothers like Big Levi need a break on it. I'm telling you, it's so much going on. I promise you, it's so much going on. It's just barely tippity top. Because I ain't even touched my other stuff. Let's go. But these are some of the companies that are closing down. This is just Other popular store in the Golden State that are going out of business. Party City's going out of business. How many of you guys go to Party City? You know? But no, what happened? What happened? Why stop? Oh, it's tripping. So Party City going out of business? Why is Party City going out of business? Because the parties did. All of these companies are filing bankruptcy because, hey, y'all set yourself up. Y'all did this to yourself. Y'all did this to yourself. Y'all can't get mad at us because now we don't want to spend no money at your businesses. Y'all never wanted us at your businesses. Even when we patronize your businesses, y'all acted like we was inconveniencing y'all. Anytime the sisters went up into the beauty supply store, went to go get your pedicures done, anything like that, how often did those Asian men treat you like shit? Grabbing your hair and being like fucked up and all that stuff, getting harassed everywhere you go. How many times we have patronized people's businesses and made us feel like we weren't welcome? So, okay. So, yeah, we ain't gonna come to you. We ain't supporting none of your businesses then. And that's what we stopped doing. And now they see this drastic drop. Our dollars matter. You don't want to say our skin don't matter, but our dollars matter now. Now that you're seeing that, oh, oops. Yeah, y'all did that. So now you guys are biting a bullet on this now. And it's affecting all of these people's pockets. People that have had all of these businesses, they may have had these chain of investments where they may have invested into these different ETFs and bonds and dividends and stuff like that, had these businesses in there and they collapsed it now. These people lost a lot of money to where they have to go back to work. You're seeing 80 and 90-year-old people going back to work now. You're starting to see people who are refinancing their mortgages for 40 and 50 and 60-year mortgages. Are you kidding me? Wow. But another business is going out of business. 99-cent store. On April 4th, 99-cent store issued a press release saying that they have immediate plans to liquidate and close all of their locations. Some reports say that the former president of Big Lots and Pick and Save is trying to rally investors to save about 140 of the stores. Warn notices indicate that at least 13 stores will permanently close on June 3rd. Express Mall, mall-based fashion retailer, filed in Chapter 11 bankruptcy on April 22nd. The news was followed by an announcement that they would close about 95 of their Express branded retail locations and all of their Up West locations. The bankruptcy papers listed those 95 initial stores. 16 of them are in California. Rue 21, all of these malls, these are commercial properties that people invested. You're talking about people who have real estate investment trusts in companies and invested into these major malls and markets and stuff like that. Every single one of these companies are conglomerated under that umbrella inside of these places. So when they lose that business, where does all that merchandise go? That's a key component too. Because now you got stuff that's on the cheap now. Cracker Barrel, what's going on with Cracker Barrel? Reports that the restaurant and gift shop chain abruptly closed locations in Sacramento and Santa Maria. The state, Cracker Barrel gave some media outlets indicated they are underperforming. A lot of these places are underperforming. We're not eating at these places. Chili's, there are several reports that the restaurant chain is in some serious trouble after closing locations in other states. Reports maybe a touch exaggerated. No, they're not exaggerated. No, they're fucking closing. I've been in these cities. I've been in all of these cities. So yeah, they're trying to at least not frighten the consumer. That's what you're trying to do. You're trying not to frighten the consumer. I'm going to frighten the shit out of y'all now. Y'all losing y'all shit, homie. However, Chili's did close a location in Irvine that had been operating under several lease extensions. And that's what you're running into. A lot of these businesses are under leases that have that are exaggerating the appreciation of the interest on these loans. You see what I'm saying? Some of these companies had their loan interest on a tail end, but because they weren't able to even meet the requirements of the payments of the principal during this COVID This was a major kick up for them. This messed up a lot of companies and businesses to where now they're seeing that, oh damn, like we can't make payment, we can't make payroll, you know. And so now that the increase of the interest rate, the federal interest rate was increasing, it was skyrocketing, y'all. I'm paying attention to all of this stuff. It was skyrocketing, and they try to mellow it out this year. I watched as it was happening. That's why Bitcoin broke where it did break after what's going on. But and that's all this is the first time we've really seen the Nasdaq and the Dow and S&P like over 40,000 and stuff like that. Like it's been going up because it's just so many. It's a lot more players in the game now than it ever was. So that's why it's like, oh, it's going up. Of course it's supposed to go up. You think it's supposed to go down when you got all of these businesses and stuff in play? We got tripping. So it won't be long. But yeah, TGI Fridays, we will maintain TGI Fridays rectangular mozzarella sticks are some of the best in the chain of note. Earlier this year, they announced they're closing 636 underperforming stores. These closures impact 12 states, including California. So yeah, people are not eating at these places, and they look raggedy outside. Look at this. You got a whole string of all of these companies that prayed and have marketable things, and then we weren't working in these places. Y'all wasn't hiring us. Y'all wasn't hiring us. And even then, even trying to get hired there, y'all made it very difficult. Any place to get hired at. And then when we get hired there, we got to work amongst. We the only ones to work in there. And then the moment that it's just one, and the moment that it's 2 or 3 of people that look like us, y'all do whatever y'all can to fire or move somebody to the other location. Just like in my last little job, they sent the other dude to a whole nother location so it can just be one black person on the job site. Y'all like doing this one black man, a black woman quota shit. Y'all keep letting this stuff, y'all keep doing this stuff. So it's like, no, we stopped filling out applications to come and work for y'all. So now, yes, they are underperforming because why? You guys are not hiring us. And then the service is horrible. Y'all treat y'all. Yes, it's like, no, we're not going to come in there and fucking patronize your business. No, we're not going to tip you. No, we're not. We don't have, you're not going to strong arm us into coming in to do any of this, y'all. Are you lost your mind? Applebee's, Mod Pizza, never even eaten there. 500 locations, where the hell are they? I do remember seeing Mod though. Jumping to $20 an hour. Jumping to $20 an hour. So they paying $20 an hour for this pizza. Who paying for 20? I'm not even paying $20 for the pizza. I ain't even paying $20 for that damn pizza. That DiGiorno look like it's. It ain't DiGiorno. That ain't no damn DiGiorno. I ain't finna eat that. Safeways. Then in the Safeway, I remember when man, it was everywhere. But that's a list of some of the businesses that are closing. I got another list for y'all too. I got some stuff. I'm just not gonna leave with one and leave y'all hanging like a hangnail. Nah, we're gonna keep this going. Let me go ahead and grab this other one over here. Cause where we at with it? Oh wow. See, I didn't even get I got better information over here then. So let me pull this up. Is that it? Yeah, that's it. So let me stop sharing that one. So now we're showing this one. Let's get that off of there. But yeah, it's 27,000 employees, more than 1,300 stores in 48 states have filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection in September. These people were just losing everything. Laid off 555 employees will lose their job. The layoffs will start the week of December 29th. That's tomorrow, y'all. That's tomorrow. So the beginning of the new year is about to be Make America Great Again. That's how you make America great again. is you fire people. You make them great, but you're firing the shit out of them. What's wrong with y'all, man? What's wrong with y'all? Expected to be completed by April 25. So you're firing everybody, and then they're gonna sit at home. They're gonna play the video games. They're gonna sit there and wait for tax refund, and then they don't get it, and then the bills stack up high, and then they got to get kicked out of their houses, and they living outside in tents, and trying to warm up their place with the little heater, and then it gets scorching hot real quick out of nowhere, and then they don't got no little refrigerator to keep themselves cool or nothing like that. So, this is a spell for some. Wait, is that the only one? I know it was more. Hold up. No, I had another one. I had the full list. All right. So they just spoke on that one. I think it was 30 stores that way. No, that wasn't it. It was, okay, it's in the other one. It's in this other article. So this is the one I was going to show. Let me see. But yeah, that's some dirty work. That's some dirty work, y'all. That's why it's like everybody like, what is that? Like penny pinching. Like I'll be in the the hotels and stuff like that. There's a tip jar on everything. Tip jar on everything. Because these people are not paying them. They wasn't paying us, never. So now that they're not paying them, they throwing their little hissy fits now. So it's like, oh, now welcome to our fucking world. This ain't nothing sweet. Y'all got away with a lot. Y'all got away with a lot. So hold on. I thought I was looking at the right thing. List the full list. All right. This is on the way. There we go. No music. Sharp decline in purchases of building materials, motor vehicles, and in stores to begin the year, data from the U.S. Census Bureau showed. Retail sales fell by nearly 1% last month to a little over $700 billion, lower than December's figures of about $706 billion from a 0.4% increase. Building material and garden equipment sales fell by more than 4%. Yeah, you couldn't build nothing because it was getting knocked the hell down. Couldn't grow nothing because y'all poisoned the land. Y'all businesses were never going to sustain themselves without our dollar. And you guys disrespected us too much that we're not giving you our fucking dollar. Good luck. Go figure it out. Store retailers saw a 3% drop, while the motor vehicle segment saw nearly a 2% decline. A decline in retail store sales was worse than 0.2. I missed that part. Drop in the forecast, but nearly a yearly basis, retail sales were up 0.6%. Analysts suggest the fall in spending could be due to price pressures that Americans are feeling amid elevated prices. No. Well, yeah. Yeah, it ain't just that. You feeling the pressure because now these places got to put the pressure on making money and making profit without screwing over their customer. But they're still going to be on the side of screwing over their customer. Why? Because it's business. Why? Because it's capital. It's American capitalism. Why? Because there is no moral compass when it comes to the dollar. It's very dangerous to be between a hungry man and an apple or a dollar. A helpless man, helpless woman. They're going to do whatever they got to do by any means. What does that show? Black Summer? Black Summer or Squid Games. We just saw Squid Games too. I just binge watched the whole second season. People will do anything. They had to throw their mom outside. Retail sales tumble. Retail sales tumble much more than expected as the consumer continues to find itself under more pressure from spending and stick inflation. This is what y'all created. This is what y'all did. This is what y'all created, and this is what y'all did. The Consumer Price Index, CPI, accelerated at a slower pace in January compared with the prior month. Yes. Because you had the Fed interest rate. This is what y'all created to slow all of this stuff down. On top of so many other things. I'm almost done, y'all. I know thank y'all for just rocking with your boy. You know what I'm saying? I got some, I'm just trying to get some of these tabs down. I promise you, I got some stuff. But because of that, and because of that, because they gotta pay high mortgage. You gotta pay high mortgage. How you gonna live? They the new niggas, the new nigga treatment. Yeah, they getting all of the new nigga treatment. And because of that, yeah, highest mortgage rates rise for the second straight week, highest since July. Y'all the ones raising these prices. Y'all the ones doing this stuff. It's funny, it's just like, yeah, y'all don't want to say that y'all the problem. You don't want to be like, you know what, my bad, y'all. That's the thing y'all avoiding, that pride. Y'all refuse to be like, you know what, my bad. I fucked up. My bad. I'm sorry. No, y'all refuse to do that part. You guys will stand on whatever you want to stand on. And because of that, you double downed. You're doubling down on all of this now. So how are you going to get mad at how we reacting and conducting, or if we're removing ourselves? Oh, we try to assimilate with y'all this whole time. We try to be all cool and civilized, and we shall overcome. Oh, wait, why? I'm not getting no sound. Oh, I ain't getting no sound. Hold on. Let me go back. What happened on that one?
Who faced high prices, elevated interest. It's been a tough year for home buyers who faced high prices, elevated interest rates, and limited inventory. What's next for buyers, sellers, and housing stocks? My guest is out with a new forecast for the housing market heading into 2025. Joining me now is Zelman & Associates Executive Vice President, Ivy Zelman. Ivy, thanks so much for coming on the show.
Thanks for having me.
So let's start with the question that is on the minds of certainly anybody who is in the housing market as a buyer. Is it going to get any easier to buy a house in 2025?
Well, unfortunately, I don't think so. If we are in an environment where rates remain higher for longer, we are at a very high level of stretched affordability. I think there's been a real bifurcation, though, in the market with respect to the entry level being much more challenged than the higher end, which continues to outperform with a lot of cash buyers. But it's pretty tough out there finding a home and then qualifying and coming up with down payments when we're looking at entry-level buyers today.
So speaking of rates, mortgage rates are based loosely on the 10-year bond, which recently closed about 4.5%, and then a spread, which varies, but in recent years, that spread has been getting bigger. Can you explain why that is and where you expect to see it go from here?
Sure. The spread has actually come down from the highs. It was over 300 at some point. Historically, it's been about 160, 170 basis points 10-year. It's kind of hovering around 235 right now. And the big part of the spread being as wide as it had gotten to was really due to the fact that the Fed stepped out of the MBS market, along with banks really which had been buying MBS. And then you also look at the risk of prepayment speeds accelerating. So MBS investors want higher return. And also the risk of default has been some of the culprits that have kept those spreads wider.
Alrighty, so do you have any advice for people? I guess it would be different depending on what part of the market you're in, but let's say you are in that lower, more difficult part of the market. What's your advice to buyers?
I would buy new construction. Builders are providing a lot of value by buying mortgage rates down to in the 5 range, and therefore mitigating that stretched affordability. I think in the new market, there's definitely a lot of opportunities with discounting prevalent for buyers to take advantage of that.
So that's a great segue. What is your view of the market for builders and housing stocks?
I think the builders are really well positioned to continue to drive volume higher. They've got a lot of new communities coming out. We've got anywhere from 5 to 10% growth in community count. They also have a big pipeline of land that they'll be working through. So while they'll have to look at price as the lever to move that inventory, I think it will be the benefit to the consumer that's buying those homes. And builders today that are focused more on entry level offer the best value.
Because there are some spec houses out there, right? I mean, that's been an okay market, not quite where it was, obviously, in glory years of the past.
Actually, that kind of was a perfect storm this year. The builders were accelerating spec as the spring selling season got off to a strong start. And as the market unfortunately saw higher rates coming into the fall, they are working through spec now, but they're dialing back the spec. So I think what we're seeing is a little bit of an adjustment phase, but that's a benefit to the consumer.
I ain't gonna lie, her left eye is scaring the shit out of me right now. Yeah, her left eye looks scared, like it's trying to run away. You know, I'm gonna finish because
So among those housing stocks, are there any that your firm has come out bullish on? What do you like?
Well, actually, we like Lennar. Lennar just announced earnings yesterday. It was a pretty challenging quarter. The stock pulled back quite a bit. We think it's a good entry point. And looking at where it's trading, the valuation really typically doesn't go much lower at 1.5 times book today. I'd also say that they announced the spin of about 6 to 8 billion of land that will be a company called Millrose. And that's going to really allow for them to be driving returns much higher. And I think that transformation will ultimately result in one of the best performing builders from a steward of capital. All aspects of their ratios will be the best in the space. So I'm pretty optimistic that this pullback is a good opportunity. We also like the higher end builders just because the bifurcation in the market is pretty pronounced where the high end continues to outperform. So we like Toll Brothers, Dream Finders, and Taylor Morrison, just to name a few that really are focused more on that high end.
I'm just looking at this chart because I do a lot of stocks and stuff like that. So I'm gonna be having like separate classes on my Patreon. I'm gonna add it up on here too, but you know, stocks and crypto and stuff like that. But this is interesting. And you see this big ass crash towards the end of it. Like it all started in November. Like there was the election. We gave them all a little, hey, we're gonna do it, yeah, we're gonna do it. And then that shit just all the way fell off in December. Like, ugh. But I'm pausing on this is because didn't we, during all of these Esau's troubles, witness the shit getting burnt up? Houses getting removed from their foundation? Weren't they floating down the river? Who is going to buy a burnt down house in Malibu, lady? Make it make sense. Who's going to buy a burnt down place in Amarillo, Texas? That just went through a massive, just scorching. The amount of property that needs to be fixed, the amount of infrastructure in this country needs to be fixed. That a lot of this stuff is not viable, and you guys are you trying to charge $1 million for a building that just got burnt down in Malibu. And it's off its foundation, and an earthquake, all of y'all getting removed from the land. So to even see that, oh, everything looks fine, but dude, lady, she's trying to tell you it's fine, but it's falling off a damn cliff right here. And this is December. Right where she at. It's at 135 right now. I mean, it's great buy. Because it's definitely below all the rest of it. So it's low. I ain't mad at it. It's a good, something to look into. But then you look at things like this. We're not going to talk about stocks today. We're just going to keep it on topic. They sounding like Obama with the fake optimism and fake hope, the fake hope mess. Yeah, she definitely trying to keep your optimism up. I don't know who that dude is. Who is this? Get that guy out of here. That's on my channel too. I don't know who that is. Mimi Barcelin Gross Ken, something like that. Hello, I'm from Turkey. My English is very bad, excuse me. I appreciate you from Turkey. That's what's up. Yeah, that's on my kick. I don't know who that was on my kick, but yeah, you're gonna have to. I don't do all that. I don't do all that. I don't know what you're trying to pull off here. We don't do all that. Keep your stuff over there. Wow, the name Lennar means liver, and the liver in the body is Esau. East Charles. Wow. Wow. Thank you. I didn't. Ooh, and my ears is ringing right now. Ooh. Ooh, my ear is ringing right now. I didn't know that. Thank you, beloved, for putting that up there so people can actually see. That's why we in these chats, so we can be able to inform each other. Let me see if this go away. I don't know. Hold on. Trying to hide that. Whatever that little. It's just stuck there. Anyways, it kind of got to go away in order to disappear. People put stupid stuff on my channel. I'm gonna have to filter. That's on my kick, but I think that's why I have some people as my moderators. But I'm on other platforms too, where I don't have the audience yet that is going to be able to moderate. So I'll keep that in mind. But yeah, wow, I didn't know that. Wow, the name Lennar means liver, and the liver in the body is Esau. Esau's trouble. Wow, and it's just literally tanking off. Tanking. Let me finish this one off because this is a. Whew.
One more question. Do you see any consolidation in this market? I mean, there's still quite a few players in the market. You named two of the smaller ones there. People wonder, is Warren Buffett maybe going to buy an entire builder outright? Well, what are your thoughts?
Well, I think Buffett's been pretty aggressive in terms of acquiring builders. I think they have 9 under Berkshire Hathaway right now, which would be within the top 5 if you look at the aggregate volume that they have. But I think as it goes to buying a public company, I'm not so sure that there's the appetite for that. But there's consolidation happening. Lennar just announced that they acquired one of the top 20 builders in the Southeast. And what we're continuing to see is the consolidation of publics accounting for more than 50% of the market share of the new home market. When I started covering the space 30 years ago, it was about, high single digits. So they've done a great job of growing organically and outperforming as well as growing through acquisition. But I'm not so sure that we're going to see consolidation within the public arena.
She sure know how to professionally swindle the shit out of you. She know what she's doing. She know what she's doing. With the simple fact that you can sit here and pull that off and get away with saying all that stuff. Oh, nothing's going wrong. But look, I'm showcasing to you that you're showing me stocks, tickers, symbols of companies that are going down. I'll bring that back. Hold up. Where you at? Where you at? Stocks that are completely down, tanking. Now, be mindful that this is a good sign. This is a very good thing. I don't want to, but in their world, that dude, look how he freaking look, man. Let me bring this up. That looks like a face of concern. And she's just trying to keep it together and try to make the consumer not as frantic as possible. But that look on his face is like, shit, that does not look good. And this is just on a Monday to a Friday. If he pulled it out to a whole annual, I would love to see the annual on this. But that is a look of concern. That's going on through this whole year. Now, sure, that being that dip, and then this new administration coming up, and so be it. Hey, might find a couple gems in the stock market. But a lot of these companies are built off of evil intentions, regardless. Even if she's saying what she's saying, he's saying what he's saying. Esau's trouble is truly in effect and live in effect. And you see it right there. Even before I even put this up there, I just showed you all the businesses that were closing down. Now, what they're going to try to do is they're going to get all of this extra government kickback onto them. And they're going to try to build bigger, larger. And that's their intention. I'm going to show you another one. This is out of Oregon. Now, where they wanted to build this, hold on one second, I gotta refresh it. But I think that's what largest solar power farm in US coming to Oregon. Now, I definitely there was something else that I was looking at, but the same regions that are getting jacked up, they plan on trying to do all of these things. All of these big old plans and projects that they have, a lot of these things are not even really coming to fruition because it's just so many logistical issues right now, just so many things for them that they can't fathom. Like, oh my goodness, I can't believe, just like on my job. My job was dealing with so many logistical issues, so many different things. I'm like, dude, I'm not going to sit here and keep like straining myself and you ain't compensating and you ain't looking out. Y'all gonna fall. I'm gonna get my buoy and hop off of this Titanic. Matter of fact, I'm the black folk that's still staying on the ship port. You know what I'm saying? Why are we seeing all of these white people go off on this Titanic? Because they want to live opulent and sexy and cute and look fit in with the Joneses. And lo and behold, they killed all the most richest people in the world on that Titanic. Ain't that interesting? But anyway, Sunstone Solar Project will cover more than 14 square miles and feature almost 4 million solar panels. 4 plus 4 plus 1 is 9. So I seen that destruction straight off top. So I just wanted to showcase that. But these people are trying to, and it's not as, and the thing is, it's not as, none of these energy saving things is not as sufficient as they play them out to be. They'll charge you, be very expensive, whereas solar panels, whether it's the wind farms and stuff like that. I've driven past these wind farms. Like it is, like I said, it's cemeteries, it's birds, they're not as sustainable. I mean, they're not bringing in, are they really transitioning? No, because you got a wind power, but you still got an oil farm right there. So it's like, you make it make sense. Make it make sense. But they're willing to they're going to charge and tax everybody for all of this stuff to be in there. Enormous installation will be built in 6 phases of 200 megawatts each. Construction is planned to begin in 2026 and will take at least 10 years to complete. No, you're not going to have that long. You're going to run into so much stuff because in that region right now, it's getting jacked up right now. The same exact spot where they wanted to build this up right here. That's why I'm showing this, because they are willing to keep building onto. I showed you the video earlier, the lady that they just rebuilt that lady's house for free. All the people that went out there and worked for free. All in that waste and all of that mud and yeah. Them people gonna come back to their babies and bring whatever they've got. So now you didn't spread it all or whatever that is. But that lady just got a house in the middle of that valley where they just got flooded at. They ain't going to learn any lessons. They don't like learning any lessons. They don't like being told. But I just want to show you that one off of that one because the mortgage rates is so high because there's so many things that are going on that they have made it an incentivized this. So what they are trying to do is they are trying to make tiny living sexy. They're trying to make tiny living homes now sexy because they realize that, okay, we need to make homes that may be actually portable, that we can actually get them up and move if we need to, if there's an emergency or something like that. And, the houses can kind of somewhat have semblance and still be intact. So, yeah, you're running into people where they're trying to build these like Lego block houses now. But these tiny houses, that's what they're trying to, they're making it convenient for them. But it's interesting because People like living on top of each other. I mean, look at China. They have the worst living conditions, and they don't expect to change it. They don't want to. They're oppressively capitulative only to themselves, and they're willing to take advantage of anybody else who don't think otherwise, that they're strong too. Just like our folks, for a long time, for 400 years, we didn't think we were strong. We didn't think we was great. And we was told by everybody else that we suck and we was this and we was that. Yeah, we took these L's. We took all of our L's very humbly. And now that all of this stuff is happening, they all getting up in age. None of them can work. They're not qualified. They're not tech savvy. Anything in this world right now is tech savvy right now. We're in year 2024, going into year 2025 right now. You got to think of this technology as like a college student just getting out of college right now. Got his degree. This kid is grown up. It's aware. He's aware. You see what I'm saying? It's coming into its AI phase. It's becoming aware of the world around him. It took 25 years to, to build itself up and build its confidence. But now you got Skynet. Skynet is trying to fly their wings. Skynet gives you wings. So this is Miss Jane Rubison, 69 years old, sits with her 2 cats, Charlie and Tucker. So she, instead of having a real man, she'd rather have 2 fake men. She'd rather have 2 fake men. She'd rather have her little threesome, you little cat threesome. We got pussy cats. In her attachment tiny home in Pasco, her daughter added the attached dwelling unit this July, and she's not the only one pursuing housing options, ADUs. Elizabeth Chambers Pasco knew that her mother needed more constant care and yeah, that's what they're going to be doing. But they're going to be moving these people closest to home, or they're going to be moving closest to their parents. So because they realize how dangerous this world is, they realize that their kids are the ones that are getting kidnapped. They realize that they're the ones that are getting robbed and jacked and stuff like that. They realize that they're the ones that are succumbing to all of the atrocities and obstacles that are happening right now. They have no clue that this stuff is happening. So I'm showing you that they've been trying to do everything to subtly save face and do risk management. They're so good at trying to do risk management and just be like, oh, no. No, it was yes. Find the fuck out now. Knew her mother needed care and had looked for a few years for a housing situation that would work, but nothing panned out. And yeah, you can't live in a lot of these places, whether it's senior citizen living homes and stuff like that. If you in those places, you got to think that movie, I Care a Lot. If you've never seen that movie, I Care a Lot on Netflix, please go watch it. I promise you're going to love that movie. I love it. I love it because it is definitely what's happening to them right now. What's happening to them right now is the movie I Care a Lot with Peter Dinklage and The Beekeeper with Jason Statham. Those 2 movies. Those are the 2 movies that are going on right now in their community right now. There's other movies right now, but I'll just keep it as that right now. But that's what's going on in their community right now. And so, but it didn't pan out. That's when she started thinking about an accessory dwelling as a unit as an option. The idea that was she could come live with us, but without being in my house. Like, you kick me out of my house, I'm gonna kick you out of my house. You ain't gonna live in my house, mama, daddy. It was like, damn. You see how vicious they have turned their own kids into them? Like their kid, and they always hated their parents. Fuck you, mom. I hate you, mom. I mean, look at it. I'm sorry, mom. No, Eminem. I never meant to hurt you. See? Tonight I'm cleaning out my closet. Yeah, so yeah. But now these people are being forced and being humbled to have to call family members or revisit these situations that they thought they was going to avoid. And now, lo and behold, everybody, all of them are eating humble pie. Anyways, it's been more than a year since the state law passed to encourage more ADUs as a housing option. And some of the Tri-Cities have been seeing more interest in the little homes. So instead of it building like an actual apartment complex or something like that, you guys have put so much red tape and just do, what a tangled weave y'all weave, a tangled web y'all weave. This is what y'all put yourselves in, because now, even with these ADUs, you got health inspection, you got health codes, you got zoning issues, you got violations, all of this stuff. Man, I was working with a contractor, black contractor. Dude was good. Dude knew what he was doing. I went to one of these little places where he needed to get permits. Man, they gave him the run around. They gave him some shit. And it was just heartbreaking. It's like, dude, how can we make it? And you guys are constantly putting up 5 roadblocks in front of us every time. Like, y'all made it a point to make our life hell and difficult, to where now that it's literally happening to y'all. Y'all did it to yourself, because we're not in the positions of power. Like I said yesterday, y'all the ones who are double dipping on the career positions, and then they're getting paid for 2 people. So if you're making $100,000 on one job and you're making $100,000 on the other job, you're working on both simultaneously, and you made $200,000. What? Man, and you broke and you lost all your motherfucking house? Wow. Hey, my mama used to say, you get what you deserve, baby. If you do work, you do good and you work hard, you get what you deserve, baby. You keep messing up building these streets and keep chasing that booty meat, you're gonna get in trouble, baby. You're gonna get what you deserve. You're gonna get what you're finding, what you're looking for. But yeah. But this ain't no way of living. But they're trying to make it sexy, to where you can't even stretch yourself out. Micro investment options. They're coming out with this stuff. I think it's been probably really great just for my family, as far as the kids having their grandma around more and her having the younger kids around her interacting on a daily basis. Yeah, that changes. That changes a lot. But look how hard y'all had to make it hard for us. I'm trying to show y'all that, y'all trying to make it all cute. But she like, I love you, Mom, but you're not going to be living in my house. You know what I'm saying? It's like, that's how they treat their parents now. It's like all for the camera. Like, Mom knows that she's going to have to go outside in the back of the barnyard. But they made it convenient for them to be able to live at home, or to be able to still live on the premises, on the property. Y'all still trying to keep getting around the loopholes that y'all created, but you're literally exposing yourself in every capacity. See, now they're trying to change the codes and stuff like that, pushing the goalposts even further. Y'all keep trying to do that. Enacted a law last year that would change several standards regarding ADUs. Must be smaller than 1,000 square feet. Man, it's pretty tiny right there. It is what it is. But I just want to showcase that to y'all, because that is wild. That they're making it very sexy for these people to want to live in these tiny homes. Like, it's so bad that you got major corporations like getting involved, and they like, forget that. We're gonna, Amazon is crazy. They are. I watched the documentary of the rise of Jeff Bezos documentary. And that dude is obsessed with his customers. He's like, oh, that's what they looking for. We gonna be in we getting into the business of it. And that's what it comes down to. It comes down to that.
Welcome back to Blue Cactus, where we showcase innovative, affordable living solutions that redefine modern housing. Today, we're looking at an incredible option available right on Amazon, a customizable prefabricated folding house for just $5,880. That's right. This compact modern housing solution is perfect for anyone seeking an economical alternative to traditional homeownership. Let's dive into why this folding house could be your next big investment for affordable living or passive income. This foldable, space-saving home is built for versatility and durability. Measuring 19 feet by 20 feet, it's constructed from high-quality, weather-resistant alloy steel, ensuring it can withstand the elements with minimal maintenance. At 8,800 pounds, it's portable yet sturdy, making it ideal for small lots, temporary housing, or even a cozy vacation retreat. One of the standout features is its customizable interior. You get a blank canvas to design your living space according to your style and needs. Whether you want to create a simple, minimalistic living area or a personalized workspace, this house adapts to you. The ability to tailor your layout and decor gives you full control, making it a perfect option for homebuyers looking for flexibility. And let's talk about affordability. Traditional housing prices are skyrocketing, but this prefabricated folding house provides an economical solution without sacrificing quality or comfort. Think of the potential savings, not just on construction, but also on property taxes, utilities, and upkeep. For under $6,000, you can own a modern home that's both practical and stylish. Investors, take note. This house isn't just a smart housing solution, it's a great way to generate passive income. Use it as a short-term rental, pop-up shop, or even a guest house on your property. With the growing demand for affordable, compact housing, this unit could quickly pay for itself. The prefabricated folding house is a true game changer for anyone looking to save money, invest wisely, or embrace modern, minimalist living. At just $5,880, it's a rare opportunity to own a customizable, durable, and versatile home. Ready to learn more? Check the link in the...
See how sexy they're making that sound? Even with the animatronic voice? That's what they're going to be. The thing is, this year, they're going to be feeding off of each other. You don't know, what is that? I forgot the movie. But they're going to be feeding off of each other. It's literally the Ouroboros. This is literally the Ouroboros. So they're going to be manipulating their own people. Oh, you know, they're better living. They ain't going to be living out in the middle of all of these places. Now, with my mama's words, like, there ain't no hustler's remorse, I'd have bought me a whole lot and put a bunch of those on there. But why do that? Why keep them afloat? Y'all go ahead and suffer, and y'all spend your own money and then watch that shit get floating down the river or get picked up and be up there in the tornado with Dorothy and the witch, you know, with the red shoes. But yeah, these people are doing everything they can to stay afloat at this point now and make it look cute because they're losing everything. And they don't want to be next to the neighbor. And that's what's coming out. You sit here running into people who are doing all of this stuff and hoping that they can get away with it. And they keep bending the rules and doing this and doing that. It's like now it is finally showcasing to you guys all of the wrongdoings you guys have been doing. And because, like I said, they're losing their jobs and be like, if that little tiny house and they could just be at home, you got people like this. I'm going to show you right now because I showed you yesterday the video of the two guys from Canada who drove down to California because they lost in the video games and lost in the video games and drove down there and went down there and got beat up. Went out there and got beat up. So yeah, this is another one right here. But this is the reason why I want to show this about the brothers, because you know it's you got these people who are angry and agitated, and they use the games to try to take it out. But anyways, let me go ahead.
A huge thank you to today's sponsor.
No, that ain't it. Get the hell off, lady. Get your OAC New York looking ass off of my screen. Yeah, it just froze up real quick. Hold on. What the hell happened? But yeah, and so they trying to market that. That's exactly what I was about to say too. It's just gonna blow away. It ain't gonna go nowhere. It ain't like they did this to themselves. It's gonna be floating back down that same river. You're gonna see people that's gonna be investing in them things so heavily.
Are you cheating?
No. Not wait, hold up. This video. So what I did was this video is the that's his shorty now. It says dude violates his opponent's wife in Call of Duty. That's why I keep telling these brothers, man, that's where they living right now. That's where they all are right now. All of these dudes, that's where they at. They love this fucking game, man. That's all I hear them talk about. They love this game. I've been across the whole country. This is their game, and this is they get emotionally driven and triggered by this game. And so, just like I said with that Canadian dudes, like people got their girls all into these games and stuff like that now, and you know, you got dudes who ain't never got a sniff or never got a whiff. You know, what is that? A Kikimori, Ichimori. You know, the hermits and the kermits.
Are you cheating?
No.
Are you cheating?
No.
I feel like you're cheating because this lobby got slammed really quick.
I only got 6 kills, bro.
How much does your teammate have?
It's my wife.
Oh, it's your wife? Okay, I don't think you guys are cheating, but if I'm being honest, you're not going to beat me because I play the game all day long. Is this your wife?
He said, I play the game all damn day long. He ain't doing nothing else. He ain't got no girlfriend. Even if she tapped him on the shoulder, hey, baby, you gonna give me some of that penis? He like, no, I'm on this game all day. I'm on this game all day. They on that game all day.
Is this your wife? I bet she's gonna enjoy this. She gets to experience a real man. Come on, shouty. Let's go in here and find out what's going on. Watch him. He's watching you do this.
You see this? See how vile and disrespectful, and that's just who they are.
He's watching you do this. That's a sick fuck.
And then showing it on screen and all this stuff, and they get mad. It just become a whole extra slew of things because they're tied into this matrix of a system that they created. I just wanted to show you that just for the brothers and stuff like that, because a lot of brothers could be getting triggered off of these video games, whether it's freaking NBA 2K, Madden, and all that stuff. I used to be playing the games all the time, dude. I used to be betting on the fighting games. You know what I'm saying? Some of the sporting games, but I'm just saying, like, that's how it used to be. I'm like, nah, I gotta stop doing this. Because I'm like, dude, this is changing my whole, like, I got a whole attitude now because, you know what I'm saying? Like, it changes you. And so it's changing them, and that's all they want to do. And so I had to say that because it's like, you see, I'm trying to show you the trick. Let me take this off. There's another video. What is it? Man. That is... Man, dang, shoot that. No, it's on this one. My bad. Yes, it's this one. But yeah, you got, love thy neighbor. You got situations like that where it's like, even if it's your neighbor, it's like, dude, I hate you and your wife, and I'm willing to do all of these things. And it's like, dude, you guys will not stop, period. And that's why I'm saying, be ye separate, saith the Lord, touch not the unclean thing, and I will receive you, and I will be a father unto you, and ye shall be my sons and daughters. We got to stop touching and supporting these things. We got to stop being involved with these things. Got to stop supporting these businesses and stuff like that. It's crazy. I'm just saying that right now, the supporting, because look at this one. I'm going to go back to that last video. I feel like I need to go to this one because it's like for the brothers and the sisters who wasn't a part of the $5 challenge and who was splurging and spending money. You got people who will throw your shit away.
A huge thank you to today's sponsor, La Marca. I've been a longtime fan. I love Prosecco, and I love making...
No. Right. So he said, my baby mama so mad, like, B, go get a life. My girl bought my daughter some gifts for Christmas. Tell me why this B throw all the ish away instead of giving it back to us. Hurt ass B. So even with the instructions of families right now, and the brothers got to understand that we're in warfare. And you can't be getting mad at the decisions that you partaked in as well. Like, she didn't get pregnant by herself, sir. You know what I'm saying? And people make mistakes and do all of this stuff. But, hey, you need to handle these things much more cordial, especially with women, too. They get emotional. So, yeah, they just partake. And even if it, like, this is such a delicate issue because it's like we have engaged in these uh, European ideologies so much and so bad, where it's giving gifts and presents and stuff like that, and you know, it's we've gotten so numb to we've gotten so numb to the sugar rush in a thing. You know what I'm saying? We have not gotten over that part. So because of that, so much sugar is coming to our system to where it's like, I need more sugar. I need more sugar. I need more sugar. It's not enough. It's not enough. But we're over asking for things. Like nobody's ever going to be satisfied. And so we run into that issue where how do we fix it? You know, when we run into an issue where even if you're trying to provide for your kids and stuff like that, it's still seen as a dishonorable thing, you know. And like I said, we're on a battlefield, and we got to understand that you know, people are fighting amongst each other. You know, in relationships, is freaking domestic cases and stuff like that. Like we become so like materialistic. We become so materialistic, and superficiality and vanity and all of these different, you know, these 7 deadly sins. Envy. Most people would envy being in the mirror with people. You see what I'm saying? People envy being in the mirror and hate themselves. And so, you know, she gonna hate seeing you with another woman. Most women hate seeing the man that they enjoyed, appreciate, loved, cared for, going off with somebody else. Thank you. Don't take it personally. And I can't take it personal. And I was one of those guys who used to be emotional. And I didn't get emotional until after my mother passed. Before I was like, man, I ain't tripping on that shit. You want that nigga? You fucked up. I'm laughing at you. You know, I'm gonna laugh to the bank. But we get into those situations now where people, and this is a global insecurity temperature check that we're coming across right now. We're running into a worldwide insecurity temperature check where people can't handle a loss. We're dealing with a lot of people who have held on to that bull, the bull of bullshit. You see what I'm saying? Held on to the bull of bullshit so long that the moment that you get bucked off of, like, the world is, you hate the world. And that's what everybody's expressing now. And ugly comes in all colors. That's why I can't just sit here and just talk about all white folks. I talk about everybody, and there's nobody exempt in this whole shit. When you're dealing with me, nah, this is Ezekiel 33. Nobody's exempt. Everybody's in the same cafeteria lunch line getting these cold ass potatoes of judgment. All praise to the Most High.
They're going in the fucking trash. Right there in the dumps. Don't want that shit.
So yeah, we're dealing with situations like that still to this day. Well, yeah, we can't even understand that this is wrong. This is hurtful. This is shameful. We need to change. We need to be able to heal. I understand that you hurt. I understand that taking an L. I lost. We all take L's. We all take L's. People stop loving us. People stop being friends with us. We have to not take it personal. We have to understand that, hey, that person is growing over in a different direction. I may be growing in another direction as well. Maybe we just separated. We just grew apart. But we still brought a life into this world, and we got to be able to work together and be in union and understand that we're in a war zone, and that kid must be protected at all times. I don't have any children yet, so I don't know how that feels yet. But I know from my upbringing, what I went through, it's like, I didn't want to be irresponsible with that responsibility like a lot of the men and women that may have been in and out of my life like that. I had family that was not responsible with the feelings of their kid. Then you out here at the club and your kid is over here in danger right now while you over here all up in the middle of some woman's booty cheeks, motorboating and shit. You over here leaving your baby in the car while you going down to South Beach for spring break. And you got a lot of people who don't even, they run away from their responsibilities. I know a lot of people that ran away from their responsibilities did not want to Take care of the responsibilities. And lo and behold, you brewed up this monster. You created this monster. These kids see these things. Our children saw these things. I was one of those children. I saw these things. I know I wasn't tripping when I sat there and listened to my twin brother's mother say, "You'll never be a part of this family." As a kid, who tells a kid that? That's an evil person. That's a really spiteful and vindictive, and like, I'm just a kid. Just like these kids, that kid is just a kid. They want to go play with them toys. When you don't protect the kids from you got to protect the kids. And what has happened now in our society, that there is no moral compass, that people take advantage of the kids in all capacities and use them as a string, use them as a crutch, use them as a handicap, use them as an excuse, use them to victimize themselves so they can be able to get some type of opportunistic situation. But because of that, we make it so hard that people that are in relationships, people that have kids out there and stuff like that, you got to understand this is a war zone. We're dealing with a lot of things that have happened throughout history, and we have to be more understanding and patient and graceful and understanding with each other. We got to have a lot more compassion about these things, because it's not about us at that point. Even for me, I don't have any kids, but I know it's not about me right now at this point. I know that what I'm doing right now is for the betterment of my nieces and nephews and my kids to come. But it's not just my kids, it's everybody else's kids. Because if I'm building up an institution that'll be able to allow your kids to come to this institution, this academy, this camp, this park, this boot camp, or whatever like that, for them to be able to be like, dang, Prime Black created this big old humongous place, and it changed my life, man. You changed my life by building this. And it's sad that another person got to come and do this for you, and you the daddy. I would have loved that my dad would have did something like that, but he was into cars. He was into women, Rolling Stone, doing his thing. And as a kid, you just only take things face value. So yeah, you build up resentment, you build up bitter, you're jaded and stuff like that, and extreme abandonment. You don't think that nobody ever loves you. So you walk around with this hate, and you playing cops and robbers, like this dude in the video right here playing cops and robbers. All the bang, bang up, shoot 'em guns, video games that these kids are watching. And when they actually get one in their hands, they get excited. They get a thrill from it. These kids having their hands on a gun is no different from getting their first piece of pussy. Those are the feelings that are coming around now. That these young brothers will rather have a gun in their hand than have a woman. Thank you for that. I appreciate that, because when you get people that will be like, man, you ain't shit, you ain't nobody, and and you try to grow, and you have to be able to accept it. You just accept the rejection. I can see how, and that's why I can appreciate Big Levi and the spiritual hand, the AK handbook, because I did my spiritual background check. I was able to investigate all the rest of the people in my family like that. I was able to see why these things happen. Why did I even, and then you start learning about yourself. You start learning about the people around you. It brings things into perspective. It allows you to appreciate things like, man, I'm glad I went through this journey. I'm glad I went through these experiences, because it showed me the true essence of what love is. Like you said, being a true Nogahyte, yeah, I'm a love pony. I'm a Sagittarius. I'm playful and jovial, and but I'm serious as a heart attack too. When it comes to love, when I love hard, when I'm loyal, every person who, even if they're not my friends no more, they can say that I was a loyal brother. They can say I was a good man. Yeah, I may have had emotions. I may have been emotional. I may have had an attitude or anything like that. So what? I was dealing with my stuff, but I never was a messed up dude. I never slept when any of my best friends' girls, never even looked at them like that. Not one bit. I have friends that would tell me to my face, "Oh man, I like your girl," or "I want your girl." Yeah. And when somebody tells you something, you believe them. And lo and behold, that became that. And that's what it needs to be. And it was hard. And that's where you have to go through the spiritual journey. You had to go through the SM journeys. The SM journeys is what got me through. And the love of my family, the ones that passed away, because the ones that are here, they were all opportunistic. I asked everybody, even the question in my head, do you love me still if I tell you fucking no? I done did everything for you. I'm sitting here, let me show my face. I done did everything for you. I done took your trash out and helped you with your bills. I done did all of this. I done been there for you. Now you hate me now because I'm telling you no. Because I'm like, unfortunately, I can't, bro. I can't do it. My pockets is tapped. My car is broke down. I did this and well, you ain't my nigga no more then. Oh, you ain't keeping the life of the party going. That's where people take it. Do you love me still when I tell you no? Because unconditional love doesn't come with conditions. And a lot of people that I had in my life came with those same conditions. They became opportunistic. And that same scripture in my head kept playing in my head, be ye separate, saith the Lord, touching. I realized that, wow, I started touching a lot of the unclean things. I didn't recognize that. I didn't realize that. I was giving, I don't know what that jingle is, but I was honoring the dishonorables. I had homies that were horrible fucking baby daddies, horrible fathers who didn't even call their babies, who didn't call their kids and get a damn you over here chilling, but you don't know where your kid is at. What would you do if somebody molested your child? I'm sitting there and asked that dude that, and he's just like, it is what it is. It's just like, man, this is crazy how people have turned themselves in because of their own trauma and things that they went through in their life, and are willing to perpetuate it on a cyclically down. And it's such a heartbreaking cycles that we had to break because we hated our neighbor. We hated this. We hated ourselves. We were told we hated ourselves. I promise you, watch it. It's going to be the next book I'm going to be reading, y'all. I got a couple books I'm going to show y'all. So, boom. And this is going to really, I love this book. I love this book. It's so small, but yet it's a diamond. It's a diamond. Another one I'm going to do. CIA's greatest hits. I got some more stuff. I got a bunch of like conspiracy things that, this is the stuff that they created and they caused a major riffle. But this is another book that changed my life too. That made me realize how special I am. Acres of Diamonds. Just even the first one. I'm not even gonna get to it, but I was gifted this book. Shout out to Andre Rogers. Yeah, he gifted me this book. So I don't know if he gifted it to me or he was expecting it back, but I've taken care of it as best as I can, especially since it got water damage when my ex kicked me out of the house. Out of her house, wasn't my house. So I have to be able to accept that part in life. When you move in with somebody else, you got to be mindful that that's they shit. In some way, somehow, that always changes the pendulum. But anyways, I'm good. We Gucci, baby. We Gucci. I appreciate everybody that's out there. So we got everybody that's on Twitter, X, we got Facebook Live, we got Twitch, we have Kick, we have YouTube Live, and I'm still holding strong on the TikTok. So yeah, I want to thank everybody that's still I'm almost done, y'all. I got a couple more, and we knocking these out. This is where you get your news from. I want people to send this out over everywhere. Get the link, copy the link, and share it. Even if they see just 10 minutes of it, there's something in these videos that people need to get something out of. If I'm sitting here just talking out the side of my neck, bullshitting with y'all, please let me know. But if I want you to leave educated, informed, thought-provoked, maybe sad, I'm giving my heart about this, and opening myself because I needed to. Because I'm at peace. I got my peace from peace is peaceful, y'all. And the journeys that we're going through and the studies that we're going through. Shout out to Big Levi. I keep bringing that up because that man changed my life. But I'm just all praise to the Most High. Just truly, it's been such an amazing ride these last 7 years. It's like been my burning, but I'm coming into my Moses, you know. I still see how that is. Lisa Cabrera still holding strong, baby. I've been touching my face into everything. I'm still holding strong. I've still got my soul glow. Yeah. Yeah. But let me get back to this stuff so we can get y'all out of here, man. Because I gotta keep the wheel going because I appreciate y'all. So where I'm at with this one. But that was the one I was showing was the Love Thy Neighbor one. Man shoots his neighbor just because it's just discrepancies. And my mama used to tell me, don't pull it out unless you're gonna use it, baby. I want to stop there. That music just instantly hit me. And I want my Mexican brothers and sisters out there to understand that you guys' anger is what's going to be your demise. That turmoil aspect and that machismo of the Azteca, that tequila, you mix it and you're dealing with trauma. Tequila, trauma, and trouble. Tequila, trauma, and trouble equals trouble. So that's what I'm saying. You're seeing these nationalities, people all around the world who their essence is coming out. You see what I'm saying? Like you say, like Iceland or Denmark or Netherlands, people that may have been apathetic, or Swiss. They're like, oh, we're in the middle of the line. We're apathetic. We're going to be neutral or anything. But you watched it happen. You may have had to partake in it, but just not at the extent that most other people may have. But you're not clean. Same thing with the Danish. Y'all going down to South Africa. Y'all going down to all these other places. Britain has still colonized all these places. Jamaica, why you ain't fighting for your independence, homie? Trinidad and Tobago. Barbados, they fought for this. Shout out to Rihanna. All these places that need to get their stuff back because you're realizing that a lot of these colonized places are starting to crumble. But hey, I'm just throwing some gems out there. I hope somebody listening. He like, I'm not no killer, but don't push me. It's like literally that machismo is like, I'm gonna test the shit out of you right now. I'm gonna see if you show me if you tell me I ain't no punk and nothing like that.
No, ¿quién te cree que sos? ¿Quién te cree que sos? ¿Quién te cree que sos que me sacas un fierro? Pero tú no. A mí tú para piso, yo no me hice policía federal. ¿Cuál es tu policía federal? Vení a sacar un fierro. A mí yo me hice la federal.
Bow. Woof. Bow.
Fíjate, Karina.
Llamá a la policía.
Fíjate. Llamá a la policía.
It's funny she just said that word, mitote, because I just read that in the book today that I just finished. The book that I just read was, what was it? 4 agreements in the same word. That word is interesting that she just said that right now. Wow. And the thing is, the guy tried to walk off and act like nothing happened, but it's like everything we do, think, say, anything like that is written into the Akashic records. You literally have stars look down on you from a longer scope. They can see everything. You're not hiding down there. I can see you. So yeah. These people think they can just walk off or try to hide your face, anything like that. Nothing is ever hidden. And that's why all of these cold potatoes is coming out, because there's a camera everywhere. You're stupid to try to commit a crime right about now. You're stupid. And that's what you get right now. I was going to finish off with this tab over here. And I got the last over here, and then I'll be done with that. So this one was like how we used to be looked at. Remember how we used to be looked at, y'all? Oh, you can't look at our women. You can't touch our women. You can't do this. You can't do that. Now, You got a lot of these passport bros going over to a lot of these different places and having these kids and all this stuff, and they just look at us like, oh, we're just so majestic. We're the, you know what I'm saying? Like they've never seen anything like that. Holding a baby like she did. How many? Okay, I ain't even gonna play the video, but we used to get treated like shit. His nappy hair and everything. She's looking at his nappy hair right now, like, oh, how did this man get this baby? And see that right there. They always looking at us in amazement and bewilderment. This baby ain't got no clue. He's not even truly protecting her. He's not. That's why you're seeing so many doulas come up now, because women are trying to have natural births at home to where you're not having to deal with that transfer in spiritual energy. Now, this baby is strong. This baby is stronger than all of them put together right now. But all it does take is one slip. You see what I'm saying? And the baby is trying to come into this world from wherever they came from and trying to adjust themselves. And he doesn't know. He doesn't have the spiritual background check. He doesn't know these things. And that's the thing, they're protecting of us figuring out we need to protect. And we thinking that, oh, because we can go to, another country because they think that the vagina is a lot more easy accessible than it is in America. They just, the women in America, they just expensive and they get on your damn nerves and they don't want to get you none. And just, you got a lot of women have helped create a lot of these incentivized reasons for men to be even conducting themselves like this. And men have done things to incentivize women to conduct themselves the way they do have as well. A lot of times we make women feel ugly to where they got to go get the plastic surgery, the big lips, the BBLs, the tummy tucks. To where women now, you got men feeling like, oh, you a short nigga. I don't want no short nigga. So you got niggas going out here getting 4 extra inches on their kneecaps. It's real, for real, y'all, for real. Dude went and got his leg. He went and got a height BBL, and that's the new thing. That's because we did it to each other. We got marketed and weaponized with the I don't want no scrubs and don't want no short dick. You know what I'm saying? Like all of these different things that have come out to pass now. These are the ramifications. This is the nuclear fallout from all of these things, y'all. This is the nuclear fallout from this. But now we've been sensationalized now to where people looking at our skin, our hair, our babies, our everything. They're trying to pay our brothers and sisters to go into these other countries, just like Big Levi was talking about, where there was like no natural birth of an Italian baby in Italy or any of these other places, North Korea. So now they're incentivizing these brothers to, hey, come, we need you. But what do the men, what do you guys as men feel about black men? Because every other nationality don't feel that way. Just as much as that man is over there, it don't matter where it is. The Mexican men don't like black men with their Mexican women. White men don't like black men with their white women. Asian men don't like they Asian women with black men. And that goes for every one of them. Don't like they black men. Don't like our black men with their nationality of women. But then I know we're talking about dating and stuff like that, but it is deep. A little bit is deep. We got to that point. Now the baby is beautiful. It's a beautiful baby girl, healthy.
看女孩子，这样的。
See, the fact that she touched the top of that baby's head, he does not know what the hell he's doing, man. That's crazy. You don't touch the top of a baby's head. You don't do that. You don't do that, man. These are things that our people need to learn about. You're going to learn today. They're passing the baby around like she's an American baby doll. They've never seen nothing like that. She's perplexed. This lady right here is just sitting here like, oh.
不止这一个，对，希望你也倒霉了。对不起。对，他笑了。
That dude in the back just said something to try to mock that baby. Look how he's looking. He's in envy. He's mad that he didn't get that. He didn't make that. That's the issue that we're running into. Is that this issue right here is envy. As much as they've been weaponized. They don't even remember. And that's no slight and no disrespect to women. Most women get weaponized and they're just oblivious to the situation because they're just trying to work the job, and they cater to, they pander and they cater and they become that way amongst our peoples like this. But these people are very robotic in that sense, where they're very capitulative. Like, that's just the way the CCP is built anyways. Just touching the top of that baby head is just getting me. It's just, ugh. Like, even then, she still got a mask on. The baby is still not going to be able to truly register, like, why the fuck they got a mask on their face? You know what I'm saying? Like, I understand that she got snot boogers and she ain't trying to breathe on the baby and all that stuff. I get that. But we do things like that. And I don't, yeah, I'm gonna just. But yeah, he's definitely going to be in for a treat, because that baby's going to be going through a culture shock that, yeah, may be cute now, but a bunch of these same little babies became adults and they became cute too. And that never changed. So why y'all don't keep that same energy? Why is it when a baby come out, it's still like, oh, it's so cute and precious, but why is that energy never kept? Because y'all never wanted to try to. So yeah, it's a lot of stuff that partake in all of this. Shalom, beloved sister. It's some real talk we're gonna be on today. Pull this one off. But let me make sure I didn't skip any on this one. I'll be having this my little engine that could. If you're holding me down, this is the one I got my maps on and stuff. Let me go back to the maps. Let me make sure ain't nothing going on, because I want y'all to keep. I'm telling you, this map is crazy. We're gonna pull up. Hold up. I'm gonna pull it back up and keep it updated. It's been on here for 444. See if anything changed. I mean, if you look at the whole map of the world, it's just so much stuff going on. So hold on 1 second. Let me get this together. So just like it was predicted earlier, we had that going on. Got a couple new things that popped up. These still in the same area. What is this in Chicago? That's Milwaukee. 2-year-old boy critically hurt in shooting. That's a massive fireball still. 18-wheeler. That ice in Texas, boy, is something else. That ice is something else. Oh, it's tornadoes all over the place. Hail. all throughout Louisiana, all throughout Houston and Texas. I was in all of this area, y'all. I was in all of this area. What is this? Biological? Bird flu is now in Louisiana. Wow. Bird flu is now in Louisiana. So you got crazy weather all throughout Louisiana and Texas and that whole eastern side. What is that? So right next to where I'm at in California, you got eye drop recall. But this is the stuff along. See, I want to show all of this because this, what is this? Uh-oh, we're in Haiti. What's in Haiti? Collapse of public administration, critical infrastructure. Haiti's main port closes as state of emergency. Curfew extended. 50 suspected gay members killed in attack on Haiti's coastal city. Gang coalition in Haiti spreads violence to Port-au-Prince neighborhood, setting fire to homes. Haiti's main airport shuts down as gang violence surges and a new prime minister is sworn in. Residents in Haiti capital stand with police in battle to repel latest gang attack. Doctor Without Borders halts work in Port-au-Prince. Haiti tragically descending into deeper crisis. Kenya police clash with gangs in Port-au-Prince. Haiti gang massacres 110 after accusing them of using voodoo. Nearly 200 dead in Haiti voodoo massacre. A Haiti gang attack on the reopening of the main hospital kills 2 reporters and police officer. And the latest is Haiti gang attack on journalist covering a hospital reopening leaves 2 dead, several wounded. So that is the list of that on Haiti. And it was an earthquake in Dominican Republic. So yeah, we got that going on out there. Oh yeah, definitely. This map is amazing. I have one that showed. I got so much stuff, y'all. I promise y'all. That's why I need to be on here because it's amazing. So see, look at this crack. It's crazy. We were just talking about this. See, now we watched. Remember the La Palma movie? The La Palma movie's right all over here. But that was 3 earthquake events. That whole cluster. But it's smack dab in the middle where it flaps both ways. It flaps both ways. Oh, dang, I didn't mean to do that. My bad, y'all. So inside of Europe, let's see what we got going on in Europe. Damn, stay straight. My bad, y'all, hold on. There we go. So like I said, that whole, my mouse is so sensitive. But let's see what's going on in Moscow. What is it? Explosion rips through Russian military train. That's Estonia. Breakdown of energy supply systems. So that all these systems is falling apart because they can't do anything about them. They can't do anything about them. You know, this is across the whole world. Just as much as I was saying America, no, this is around the world. All of these systems is falling apart. They don't have the energy, the supplies is being ran out. They being what is it? Exhausted. So let's go. Let's see where else. Poland. We got, what is that? Netherlands. 2 killed in fire. What about Belarus? Persistent thick fog. If oh, when it comes to that thick fog, I love the thick fog. How many movies have we seen with a thick fog? There's something significant about thick fog. something really significant. That's Ukraine. We already know what's going on in Ukraine, but it's a thick fog throughout all of these areas. Halt gas supplies, breakdown of energy systems, thick fog. This thick fog is all the way halfway on, what is that in the Black Sea? What's that? So this is in the Dead Sea, environmental pollution. The Russian declares federal emergency over Black Sea oil spill. And then Russia says oil spill critical as Crimea declares emergency. So there's an oil spill out there. And you got Moldova, that's the same place. What's over here in Serbia? Thick fog. What's going on with this thick fog? That is interesting. That is just interesting. Why did it pull out like that? I didn't even do it. But let me see. Let's go back to it. So, what is that? Persistent thick fog is all throughout France and Paris, and it's causing accidents. It's causing accidents. Like I've driven through fog. That is not fun. That is not fun driving through some really messed up fog. 2 injured in stabbings. It's a lot of stabbings going around. It's a lot of personal beefs and stuff like that. Eurostar passenger trapped for hours on Channel tunnel after train breaks down. Like all their trains and their systems and mechanisms that all just, they're falling apart. The UK is definitely known for a lot of stabbings. Man, Manchester Airport issued updates to passengers as fog causes travel chaos. There is a crazy fog going on in this whole region. But it's like Iceland is like right there. You see what I'm saying? Like Iceland is right here, and that's the 7th. No, hold up. That's the old news. Hold on. So lava blue part. Northmost crater is still active. Lava cooling completed. Gas pollution in Grindavik. Erupts again. Lava approaches Blue Lagoon. This is Blue Lagoon tourist divination as wall of lava cuts off roads and collapse could change lava's direction. That's a crater. Like all of these, this whole region is just getting like super attacked right now. Like even in the midst of them trying to fight in a war, they still can't, you can't even fight good because you're dealing with all of that right now. And obviously we know in these regions it's just always just super crazy. But, I still got to bring them to light. But for earthquakes to be happening in this region right here is pretty interesting too. Fire built claims 6 lives. It's always something. But let's see what's up going on in Africa. This dude, that's super dry. Ooh, but it's changing. Oh, look how much green is coming up though. The Republic of Congo. So there's fire through all of these places right here. What is this? 13 passengers burnt to death. Damn. These are all fires. All of this is fire. What is this? Oh, it says pirates. Yep, conflict. His container ship in red. Yep. So hold on. Israel stock. They just, that whole region is just crazy. And then there was a major earthquake right on the Horn of Africa. Right on the Horn of Africa. And it's interesting because that earthquake is along this whole plate right here that goes right into this direction of right here between Egypt and Jordan, all of Israel. Like whenever you see things, I always pay attention to things from the longest point. I pay attention to things from the longest point because just like you throw a rock in a river or a lake, like it has the ability to ripple effect. And these are the ripple effects of this. So for this to be happening right here, just like La Palma had that same thing where it had that big old ridge and then it slid off and created a humongous tsunami. So hold on one second. Now, why you zoom out on me? Hold on. Get back to that point. I love these ocean shots too. But you can see all these little earthquakes happening along in the middle of the earth, the middle of the ocean. All right, Zimbabwe, anthrax. That's how you know it's still attacking the people. Still attacking people. That's not even a natural substance. You see what I'm saying? Like, for that. All right, what's going on? Storm. Got storms in there. What is this? This one little thing right there. I want to see that. That's a storm. You got Congo. Unknown disease kills 143 in southwest Congo. Flu-like disease sweeps through Congo, kills dozens. Government says it's on alert over mystery flu-like disease that's killed dozens. They always got mysteries going on in Congo, man. You see how they keep trying to mess with Congo and Haiti. Undiagnosed disease and affects 406 people, claims 31 lives in Congo. World Health Organization, if they're involved in it, yes. See, they know that they had to get themselves involved in it. Mystery illness affects hundreds in African state. And these people are so natural living. It's when we come over, and not us, but when these folks come over there and just mess up places, just your presence just destroys shit. Just you even being there just destroy the land. You just don't just leave. Just stop touching shit. Go somewhere else. Authorities say the mystery disease in Congo might be malaria, but more testing is needed. Mysterious disease in Congo is severe malaria health. They be so quick to just jump on. Oh, it's this. Oh, it's that. Like, no, y'all did the same thing during fucking COVID. No, we got to roll up. Oh, this medicine is going to help you. Oh, get this shot. Get this virus shot. Come to find out, people that got the damn shot. You 20 years old and you croaking over. You having a heart attack on a damn soccer field. Calling it SADS, SADS, sudden adult death syndrome. Come on, people. Deadly unknown disease in Congo may be linked to influenza. Oh, now it's influenza. Oh, it's just a minor cough now. Come on, y'all. Make it make sense. Hold up. Ooh, what's this? Out in the middle of nowhere. French Southern Territory. How is this? See, they still got all of these territories, but that's because they don't want to let it go. Like, that's why you running into these situations where these people are getting all of their licks back. Okay, what's up? Whew, this map just gets crazier and crazier. But no, hold on. Let me pull this back down because we're gonna hit China too. But just along that whole mountain, just oof. This let me get that right. What's that one? Oh, transmission tower. Typically, these areas just stay, but it's a lot of air pollution, y'all. Just a lot of air pollution, like really suffocating these people out. Like, it's just crazy how much air pollution it is. Fog, thick fog. How you got a thick fog all throughout Europe? You got a thick fog all throughout Asia now. Like, that's bad right now. Persistent thick fog all throughout Thailand. Dengue fever surpasses 20,000 in Laos with 11 fatalities. Vietnam going through a crazy storm. All of these places going through a crazy storm. Bangkok. Let's swing up. Let's make sure I ain't miss nothing. Down here in Malaysia. All these little islands. That's all earthquakes, y'all. All these right here. These are all earthquakes. You know the mosquitoes out here are the worst. Anybody I didn't ask about? Philippines. The those. Wow, that's interesting. They trying to hide China. I just had China. China was just lit up. Hold up. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. Oh, in Australia, let me go back down. I don't want to miss that. So Australia is all on fire. So Australia is during this time right now, it is lit. The whole place is literally burnt. It's just cooked. So all you're going to see is nothing but red fire all over these places because it is summertime there for them. And they're literally getting scorched out. Victoria brush fire now the side. Victoria brush fire now the size of Singapore. Well, how big is Singapore? How big is Singapore? Hold up. Homes destroyed, the massive brown fire continue to burn. How big is where's Singapore? Singapore. Oh, it's right here. Right here. Oh, you can't see my finger. If you can see the little dot, it's right here. However big that city is. That's how big it is. That's crazy. 19 killed in Christmas Day fireworks tragedy. 2 died in treacherous Sydney Hobart yacht race. So they can't even have fun on their little yachts either. Let me make sure I ain't forgetting that. New Zealand got quiet, but there's just so much earthquake activity along all of this. So just like the guy said, hold on, let me go back to this. Come on. There we go. So I wanted to show you this because it's this little finger right here, this whole little region right here is one of the little linchpins because you got the Mariana Trench not too far from over here. And this whole ridge all down here, that's all plate. And it's erupting all along that Bering Strait right here. So because of this is affecting all of them. They don't want to talk about it, but it is affecting all of them. It is truly affecting them. Let's go down here. Let's see what's cyber attack in Japan. That's a pretty big earthquake. Hold on, that's a 5.1. No tsunami warning. 3 clusters of earthquakes all around Japan. Japan just stayed going through it. They've been really going through it now. It's an epidemic. Influenza cases soar in Japan. Influenza, yeah. Make sure I didn't forget one. No, I did get that one. Who is this? It's North Korea and South Korea. All of these earthquakes. How big is that one? That's pretty big then, if that's the case. We still got Hawaii going through what they're going through. Safety incident, body did and will well. What else? That's it on that one. Make sure we hit South America. Make sure we ain't forget nothing brand new. Anything down here in the Arctic? No. Got storm. Got fire, and they burning down all of these. They taking down all of these places. But this earthquake activity is it's much more now. It's so much more. You're getting a lot of lightning strikes. You're getting a lot of earthquake. You're getting a lot of volcano eruptions. No peace for them. It truly is. It truly is no peace nowhere. You can't run and hide nowhere. It don't matter where you at. You can't run and hide nowhere. None of these places. All of these places is catching hell, catching fire. Even the way up here, there was a little earthquake outside of Montreal, a little bit. You get up here, and then you get up in 100 people displaced after Christmas Day fire. Like all y'all little Christmas fire. It's not a holly jolly Christmas no more. Let me see if there's any more that popped up. Let me refresh it. And then I'm going to leave the map alone for the day. We'll hit it back tomorrow because I know stuff will pop up tomorrow. I just want to make sure nothing else popped up in America. What's that? Oh, no, it's probably the same thing I saw earlier. Nothing else is there. East Coast, pretty quiet. So yeah, it's not too bad. What's this in South Carolina? It's a shooting. It's another one. Another shooting that's in Atlanta. But yeah, you got tornadoes and everything going on. You got a lot of stuff going on in Haiti. You got a lot of stuff going on in Texas, Louisiana. I was just out there. So, whew, wow. That is definitely something. That is definitely something. Just pulling all the way out into you see the whole map. Just the whole world. I got the whole world in my hands. I got the whole world in my hands. So I'm gonna leave that alone today. And then make sure I covered everything over here. That didn't age well. That did not age well. So yeah. Oh man, this is amazing. I love this. I love this. I love this. There's so much more information I'm gonna bring to you guys, but definitely this was amazing. Hold on, what is this? Let me bring this back. So what else am I missing? Let me make sure I ain't missing nothing else. Yeah, I just wanted to showcase that it's not us. It's not us. Just a couple more things. That's it. I'm gonna just run through these real quick. Other than that,
this country illegally has been busted in North Mississippi with more than $1 million worth of drugs. Pontotoc County Sheriff's deputies say they stopped Almas Bekjanov on Interstate 22 for traffic violations.
damn, he looked like South Park. It's not. It's just. The Michelin Man. Really? But he's not from this country though. But you got people who look like them who are mules. They're mules, and you would least expect this guy. But he's in his country illegally. But they'll hem a brother up real quick.
Inside his vehicle, they say they found the marijuana and other drugs. Bekjanov is from Kazakhstan. He is charged with trafficking a controlled substance, and Immigration and Customs Enforcement has been notified.
He almost got away, too. Almost got away.
This is breaking news.
We do start right now at 5 o'clock with that breaking news. IMPD says the man arrested for his role in the Christmas Day mass shooting that left a woman dead is in the country illegally. Police say Dazon Garzon was providing a different name than his legal one. They say Garzon fatally shot Anna Paredes and 5 others at a home on Meadowlark Drive, you recall? That's near North Arlington Avenue and East 42nd. Police say they found Garzon hiding in some bushes nearby.
I know exactly where that's at. That's right there in Indiana. Yep. That's right there in Indiana.
When I die, I want my last words to be, I did it. I said, how you been, man? I've been seeing you so long. How much did we drink?
And you think all these people was squeaky clean? Even your boy Usher? All of these, man. Telling you. You over here serenading your lady with them getting your cherries popped, messing up relationships. Over here setting you up real quick. But yeah.
Pride, if you're still out there talking about you might be voting for somebody or you're not decided, where's your pride as a Latino? Not just to Puerto Ricans, to my Mexican brothers and sisters. The day I seen Donald Trump come down that escalator and call them Mexicans drug dealers and rapists, he obviously didn't know the Mexican Americans that I know.
No, I wanted to show you that because that was definitely That was some signaling, if it wasn't none, for the simple fact that, he went on Matt Hoffa's channel, which the video got brought down and deleted, I guess, because it sparked some controversy. He was in a whole barbershop full of black people and it was like, nigga this, nigga that, nigga that. Y'all just, just the whole tether thing of pointing your finger at black folks. Like, you've made a whole life and career being around. And it's crazy because a lot of these major cities, they try to justify the oppression of our people. And it's like, oh, you like this, you like this oppression. You enjoy it. You know what I'm saying? And it's like just the ship jumping, the instantaneous ship jumping. But what signaled to this to me was the fact of like the urgency and the frightened, talk of these people that got, paid to go and come and show up, really just ain't have no skin in the game. But a lot of these people was gig workers, it's just unfortunate that it got to a point where we're starting to see a lot of the people that we may have held in high regard and high stature. A lot of their skeletons are coming out of their closets because they were oppressively capitulative. They all took the bag. Ain't none of us are squeaky clean. We're all going to be in this lunch line eating these mashed potatoes. But it's interesting. I just wanted to point that out, that we got a lot of people who may have cozied up next to our communities, been in our communities, and never, when it comes to our issues, are dead ass silent. Dead ass silent. But when it comes to what we actually need to be involved with the community right now and what's been going on, that's what causes people to like actually pull back and just be like, you know what? Nah, you guys ain't really been vouching for our cause. And then now you're hearing so many people complain about, oh, black people didn't do this, black people didn't do that, and all that stuff, and getting mad like black men are the issue. Dog, do not bite the hand that feeds you. Because I watched your whole career, and your whole career only succeeded on the backs of black people. Specifically, black people are the judge, jury, and executioner for any of you guys out there. We're the judge, jury, and executioner. Your company is not going to succeed without black people's dollars. Your career ain't going to be hot and popping if it ain't for black folks. Shout out to Iggy Azalea. Shout out to Macklemore. You don't see any of these people around no more. All the people that really talked and snubbed their nose up at these people can't come outside no fucking more. Barack Obama's finger wagging and all this stuff. Yeah, this just happened, but now you're seeing the remnants. You're going to start seeing the fallouts from all of these occasions happen because now it's the Diddy domino effect. It's not because of Diddy, but it's just because of, hey, people had agendas. People had intentions, whether you knew it was in their mind or not. People had diabolical reasons to be able to do and say what they were doing and saying. And no remorse. No remorse. So we're living in a time where it's judgment. Judgment is coming down, all praise to the Most High. But you're seeing these people frantic, panic, scared, coming together. Don't matter on what side of that bird it is. This blue side of that bird, scared as shit. That red side of that bird is even more scared as shit. They were so scared that they rallied up all of the troops. I'm talking about rallied all of the troops. And you know what we did? We stayed out of it. We stayed out of it. We protected our energy. And now you're watching all of these people who got involved and participated. Their energy is depleting. They look demoralized. They looking deflated. Fat Joe ain't fat no more. You're just a sloppy Joe now at this point. We've had many people that came and gone. But now you're starting to face a lot of these issues that need to be shown. Okay, what you saying? You got Cristal. You said, yes, there's a whole lot going on right now, but it's not what you think. It's all orchestrated plan and being implemented. And that's what you are seeing and reading, and there's so much more going on. Since you're looking, look up the flight map and see all the military planes up and all over America. I have that one. I gotta find that one. That's why I'm give me some time, y'all. I promise. I appreciate y'all tapping in with me on all platforms. Like, this is gonna be a well-oiled machine sooner or later. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm gonna have all of my different pages that I found of it, just information like that I'm gonna be able to bring to everybody. Yeah, everybody's gonna be up, so this is gonna get real deep, and it's gonna shed a lot of light. I need you guys' help. You know what I'm saying? I need you guys' support, and I appreciate the help and support. And I've been on here for been chugging along. I'm about to put in a whole shift tonight. No, but it's the Sabbath. So, you know what I'm saying? We enjoying it with the family. That's what we're doing, you know what I'm saying? And that's what it should be. We should stay informed. We should be able to see these things in a slower lens, a longer lens, a deeper lens, to be able to see, but like, hold up, wait, this is what's going on? No. You're seeing, I had to bring this up right now, is that I brought this up because this is an interesting story that this man got to live 93 years. Former Roman Catholic clergyman dies a little more than a week after beginning life sentence. Huh? Did I read that right? Did I read that right? Am I tripping? This man just 93 years old, and then he go in and get locked up for a week for a life sentence, beginning his life. When did this? No, I'm just okay. I'm just looking at this. Why he look like the dude from the Goonies? Why he look like the evil villain from The Fifth Element with the little plastic forehead glass? That he had the plastic comb over. He had the plastic comb over, like the plastic Trump comb over. Why he looked like a Dinkleberry? He looked like he sniffs your gym shoes. He looks like he's been sniffing all the pews after all of Sunday service. He looks like one of Austin Powers' characters. He admitted, wow. Admitted child rapist and retired Roman Catholic priest Lawrence Hecker has died a little more than a week after he began serving a life sentence of imprisonment. Officials say Friday. Hecker, 93, pleaded guilty on December 3rd to charges that he had kidnapped and raped a teenager at a New Orleans church in 1975. He had received a mandatory sentence of life in prison on December 18th, and 4 days later had been transferred to a Louisiana prison known as Elaine Hunt. According to the State's Department of Corrections spokesperson Ken Pastoric. Pastoric said Hecker died at about 3 a.m. on December 26th. Damn, he wasn't even in there that long. Of what were described as natural causes. Hecker's attorney said his client was meant to eventually be sent to Louisiana's maximum security state penitentiary, which is named Angola, before his death. They said Hecker's health had been deteriorating. He's 93 years old. The child rape survivor who successfully pursued criminal charges against Hecker said on Friday that he felt vindicated and free upon learning of his abuser's death, which occurred about 15 months after the priest was indicted in the 1975 assault and arrest. I can't find any words of kindness for his passing, the survivor said. The words, "May he rest in peace," are so hollow. Citing an empty feeling that he had been harboring since Hecker's sentencing, the survivor added, he received man's justice, had his freedom taken away for 15 months. Now the only prayer I can come up with, I hope he spends eternity in hell after God's judgment of him. Hecker came to be one of the faces of New Orleans Catholic Church's decades-old clerical molestation scandal and had been protected from justice by his religious superiors for most of his life. The superiors who proved to be Hecker's downfall reported being a student at New Orleans St. John Vianney High School, named after a patron saint of Catholic parochial priest. When the abusive cleric befriended him, the survivor had a habit of working out in a weight room fashioned from a space in a bell tower of an adjacent church known to locals as Little Flower. Wow. Which had since closed alongside St. John Vianney, a school that primarily catered to boys interested in joining the Catholic priesthood. One day, Hecker showed up in the weight room and engaged in small talk with the boy about his dream of joining the St. John's sports team. Hecker suddenly put the boy, then age 16, in a wrestling-style headlock, rendered him unconscious, and raped him. Wow. The survivor later recounted telling his mother and school principal about his rape at the hands of Hecker, but he said the principal, Paul Calamari, never alerted police and instead threatened to expel him if he did not undergo psychological treatment for what the school leader characterized as anger issues and fantasy stories. Wow. Hecker at first denied those specific allegations, but 1999. Now, when did this happen? That happened when did that happen? 1975, so almost 25 years ago, 25 years later, he admitted in writing to Catholic church bureaucrats in New Orleans that he had molested or sexually harassed several other children whom he had met through his work as a priest. Wow. The church nonetheless allowed Hecker to return to work a few years before allowing him to retire with full employment benefits. Wow. The church then waited until 2018 to finally notify the public that Hecker, Calamari, and dozens of their fellow clergymen had been faced with substantial child sexual abuse allegations, all of which collectively prompted New Orleans Catholic Archdiocese to file for bankruptcy protection less than 2 years later. After the church revealed Hecker to be a child predator, the former St. John Vianney student teamed up with the civil attorney, Richard Trahant, to lodge a formal complaint with law enforcement about the survivor's rape. The case progressed slowly until the summer of 2023, when The Guardian and then New Orleans CBS affiliate WWL Louisiana began publishing a series of reports on Hecker's 1999 confession. So he actually came out and said it, as well as actions at the church had taken to hide his disclosure for more than 2 decades. The outlets managed to publish the outlets managed to publish those reports despite the fact that the church bankruptcy hid those archdioceses matters behind a court-mandated seal of confidentiality. See these laws, man, these loopholes. See how y'all just be letting this shit slide and y'all just let it be okay? Y'all just let this shit be okay? I promise you, see? Man, all of this has to fall. All of it, man. Finally, on September 23rd, September 2023, Louisiana State Police and the Office of the New Orleans District Attorney Jason Woods obtained a grand jury indictment charging Hecker with child rape, kidnapping, and other crimes in connection with the 1975 attack at St. John Vianney. The case was delayed more than a year amid questions about whether Hecker, as a non-itinerary, I can't say that word, who had been grappling with dementia, had the competence required to legally stand trial. See, that bullshit, man. He was deemed competent in the end, setting the stage for a trial that was supposed to start on December 3rd. Hecker, though, averted the trial by pleading guilty as charged and receiving a mandatory sentence of life imprisonment 15 days later. He was just like, man, I already did it all. I'm going. It marked the first time, at least in recent memory, that a Catholic clergyman in the city of New Orleans, whose archdiocese counted on hundreds of thousands of congregants, had been convicted of child rape, one of Louisiana's most harshly punished crimes. The sentencing hearing left the judge presiding over the case, Nandy Campbell in tears of sympathy for Hector's victims. One, Aaron Hebert, who had been prepared to testify in support of the former St. Gianni Vianney student, had the trial proceeded, called Hecker Satan in priest clothing, someone who stole his childhood from him. Wow. Another survivor called Hecker an animal and thanked God his day of justice had at last arrived. The former St. John Vianney student testified that his being raped by Hecker had doomed him to a lifetime of disjointed personal relationships. I can attest to that, sir, including with his wife and children. I promise you, man. See how this. Whew, we're gonna have a segment about this. I just wanted to bring this. I didn't expect this is gonna get deep and heavy like this, but this needed to happen right now, y'all. I have zero friends. I felt like that. I know how he feels. He said, as Hecker wept and wiped at his eyes, I pushed everyone away because they would never understand what the hell you went through. They never will. All they're going to do is either be apathetic and judge and smirk or mock, or just even my own family. I promise y'all, man, it's crazy. That survivor has since expressed a wish for some of Hecker's enablers to be prosecuted eventually. It remained to be seen whether that was possible, though a broader investigation spurred by the case against Hecker remains active and ongoing. Statements sworn under oath in April by the state police investigator who primarily built the case against Hecker, Scott Rodriguez, as part of a wider probe, explicitly alleged that authorities have probable cause to suspect that the Archdiocese ran a child sex trafficking ring responsible for the widespread abuse of minors dating back decades. That abuse was covered up and not reported. Sworn statement said, nonetheless, at the time of his death, no one other than Hecker had been charged. After news of Hecker's death circulated Friday, Williams said, we had no time to waste. William also issued a statement that read in part Hecker's measure of earthly justice was certainly not enough for his crimes. And it's not. These earthly justice systems you guys are not doing enough to be able to justify you. So it's out of you guys' hands. We stopped putting it in you guys' hands and started putting it in the Most High's hands for him, to allow him to be able to show that justice. It seems his maker was anxious to meet him after there was no longer any question about his guilt here. This article was amended on 27 December to reflect updated information. Put his face back up there. And he admitted it. He admitted it, y'all. That man admitted it. He said, yeah, I did it. And what you gonna say? What you gonna do? What you gonna say? Just to show his face. Like, that's why when somebody judge me, they got something to say about me and my life and how I may have had to operate and navigate within my own life. I always ask people, what would you do if somebody molested your child? If this man right here, this face right here, if this man right here molested your child, I'm talking about you putting your trust in him. Do you know what I'm saying? You believe in what he's saying, church going man. You thinking he's a saint and all of these things. Yeah. What if this man had molested your child? You know what I'm saying? And when people put it in perspective, when I help people put it in perspective, it's like, dog, this is the stuff that I want you to see. This is what you need to see. I tell people all the time, do not judge a book by its cover. Because even for me, I went through a lot of shit. I went through a lot of hell. And so I can identify with that's 25 years later. Nobody was going to believe him, no matter whatever was said. It was that hard. They made it that hard. Make sure I don't have nothing else on here for that. It's the same one, I think. Former priest who pleaded guilty. Yeah, that was I just read that long. Just regular old people. And you thinking they all cool. I think this is another one. Let me see. It's just a video, I believe.
The COVID-19 pandemic.
Let me see if this is another one. I think they're going to speak on it.
A teen boy has died in prison.
Yeah, Lawrence Hecker.
A New Orleans priest convicted of raping a teen boy has died in prison.
Yeah, Lawrence Hecker has died at age 93, according to his attorney and the Department of Corrections at Hunt Correctional Facility. Earlier this month, Hecker was sentenced to mandatory life in prison for raping a teenage boy in the 1970s. Remember, just as a trial was about to get started, he pleaded guilty. Hecker's attorney says he hopes this brings some closure to the victims.
I mean, I think this is, the end of a long saga that was difficult for everybody involved. I hope that the victims get, some sense of peace and justice from knowing that.
The fact that he was representing him, that's why I say there's no hustler's remorse. That you just seen that's what he just represented that man.
This is truly over.
No, it's not truly over, sir. The fuck are you talking about?
Now, his attorney says Hecker was supposed to go to Angola prison soon. He said he believes Hecker died of natural causes, and the Department of Corrections confirmed that to me as well.
One of Hecker's victims did send a statement about his passing. He says, quote, he can't find any words of kindness about his passing. He goes on to say that Hecker's death has freed him and vindicated him in a way his sentencing did not.
And we also just got a statement in from District Attorney Jason Williams. He says, in part, Hecker's measure of earthly justice was certainly not enough for his crimes. It seems his maker was anxious to meet him after there was no longer any question about his guilt here.
WGSU Investigates has covered this case.
Well said. I ain't mad at that. Yeah. Gotta feel bad. And most people don't care about the victims. Sometimes a lot of people don't know. A lot of my family and friends didn't know what had happened to me because I saw that, exactly what that kid just went through. Yeah, it's brutal. It's brutal. I'll show you one even better. Show you one even better. And these are things that it's be hard to get over sometimes. You seeing people going through this stuff. Let me see. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Nope, didn't mean to do that. Oops, didn't mean to do that. But yeah, I went through my whole life jacked up because of that. Many might ask, what are you talking about? I was stabbed at 4 years old by a crackhead in my left thigh. I saw my guardian angel that day. That's why I love the Big Levi book, because that did bring a lot of tying a lot of things in my life together. I saw my guardian angel that day. Even during that time, I wrote Big Levi a long letter. He's like, damn, this is long. But I was trying to investigate my life. I was put in my own life. I knew what the risks were. I knew I wasn't afraid because I had been shown at 4 years old. So it's like I had to go through all of this stuff to accumulate to be able to lay it out as I am right now. But I was molested. I was sexually assaulted and violated as a kid. Young man, twice. Didn't even know. You know, my mother didn't know. My father didn't know. My grandmother didn't know. My uncle didn't know. My sisters and my brothers didn't know. Nobody knew but me. The first time I ever told somebody was the first girl that I ever lost my virginity to, and she was 26. I was 13. And so I didn't know no better, but that messed me up. Not in the sense that I wasn't okay, but I always ask people, who are you? Are you a healthy man, broken, or toxic? You know, and when people like this commit sexual assault, they damage you. They try to destroy your shining. And the man that did it, he was a molested Muslim who turned into a pedophile preacher. So it's like what is it? The masking and cloaking the devious deeds like this guy did, you know. That's why I wanted to show that and kind of end this segment off, because I've been on here for almost 6 hours and my stomach is growling. But I feel like I need to close this off like this, because I definitely want to open up another conversation about the seriousness about rape, sexual assault, child molestation, sex trafficking, anything of these devious, diabolical things. And there's not many conversations that are happening. I want to be able to be that conduit for people to be able to have the courage to be able to stand up and fight for their shining, to fight for taking back that control and not allowing it to have that mental, physical, emotional, psychological, spiritual holding on your life like that, because that was rough for me. I went through my whole life bouncing around. I moved around from place to place. I always had to try to be, I was on a probationary period with all the friends that I came across. And I know that there was certain people that came across, like my twin brother's mother said that, you're not going to be around my sons. And I cried that day, because I really felt like I would never be accepted in anybody's family. The only person that accepted me regardless was mama and grandma. You know, there was many people that were in my life, but when they didn't know, they still, you know what I'm saying? And so I think certain parents recognize that. And so it is a scary thing when you do, you know, leave your kids with somebody else. I'm so protective of people's kids, man. I'm so protective of myself, because I know what that was. You know, my mother turned around for 10 minutes, went to the grocery store, you know, and in that moment, you know, and I'm not trying to like put the brother out on blast or anything like that, but in my letter I wrote, it was, I used to see these bears in my dreams, and it was it's like this technical bear, like a robotic bear, and then it was like it's like a little bear that I used to have fun with, and then it was the big angry bear that used to like slash me when I fucked up, like literally. Like the last time I saw it is when my ex broke up with me. I was like, that was the day that but that was a part of my journey where I knew that I had that was literally the vision of me waking up, that I had scorched a sunflower field. That let me know, it's like, ooh, this stuff is reality. It is real, and it became true in my livelihood. But I wanted to show the case this, because this is the strength that it took me to get to be able to even have this conversation with people, because everybody can look at the music and all of this stuff and everything I've accomplished and everywhere like that. But that's the prime black. Prime black is what has helped Trayvon Darnell Ellis hold on, because I've been fragile and fractured. I had a lot of friends that would crack jokes about it, or who would be, you know, looking at 14-year-old girls and be like, oh, she's cute. And just like, I really wanted to fuck my friends up if that was the case, you know? And so I had to just be like, no, this is the way people are. You just need to be separate, saith the Lord. But I took it as, you know, and I had to go through these essence journeys to be able to be humbled by it. It's just like, wow, what did I do in my past life that would have warranted that happening to me? You know, and it humbled me, truly did. You know, I used to cry all the time when nobody was around. When nobody was around, because it did affect me. Uh, but because of that, it made me turn into like this Batman vigilante. It was like I was never going to lose anything again. I was never going to let anybody take anything from me and be violated in any capacity like that. And I went on this just escapade in life of just doing so much and excelling, like here, like trying to show myself, like here, you are good. And a lot of people will do that. Like, you are good enough. Or some people in the polar opposite, they'll beat the shit out of themselves, like you're not good enough. See, that's the reason why that happened to you. It was supposed to happen to you. And people will succumb and spiral. It's depending on what type of way you want to spiral. And so I've been on this roller coaster like this. And so when my mom passed, it definitely hit harder, hit different. Like I said, the first time I even told anybody about it was the girl I lost my virginity to. Next after that was probably my uncle. Yeah. And told a couple of family members after that. One of my family members actually knew that the guy was doing all of this, and he never came forward, and he actually kind of broke down and cried and never called me back after that, because I had been putting it into spiritual court. I literally was raising my hands like, hey, we in spiritual court. And I would ask that question, what would you do if this happened to your child? You know? And lo and behold, people would give me their answers, and I'm like, damn, you know? And it became like the movie Ready Player One for me, of being able to search out my life and try to figure out what, you know, how, just everything, you know? And so what prompted these feelings back up, because I had been like everybody else, stuffed it in the back of, you know, the back of the vaults and whatever like that. But the guy tried to Facebook friend me while I was in the car driving my mom's home, living in Indiana, when I had like freaked out and got triggered by it, because I thought that I was over it, and I realized that I wasn't, that it was still there, and it was following me everywhere I went. And so that was the first day that I had actually told my mother, and she cried, and she felt like she was a failure as a mother. I comforted her. I was there for her. You know, same thing I told my grandmother. You know, I told a lot of my family members. And it's interesting because there were times where I was going or supposed to say something, and the Most High interjected within that time. It was like, no, this is not the time. It's not the place. It's not the setting. And so I went through life just, you know, for the most part. And I just said, I'm going to just show it in my music. And that's where I started displaying it, tidbits, as far as and having different conversations about it. And even with this project that we're working on right now with the Sacrament, with the Brothers of the Nation, one of the songs that I put up there, and I asked that question, that was my spiritual court question that was given to me in my SM journey. Because God is the greatest comedian of all time. And I had to make fun about it. Like, this ugly motherfucker found me handsome. This ugly, evil motherfucker found me handsome. And then I had to look at it like, damn, like a kid at a football game or in a boxing ring, you got to be like, good game. And I had to just take it on the chin, you know? And that man lived a whole life, just like the passage you're seeing right now. And it's crazy because I get shook sometimes, because I think about, did it happen to anybody after me? And that's where I get shook, because I know that if I'd have told my mother, my parents, my father, grandmother, everybody had been locked up doing 25 to life. They was all gangsters. No. So it's like, that's why I'm so appreciative to Big Levi, because he was, you know, being in the classes and asking the questions in the chats and stuff like that. I screen recorded the conversation because it was so significant to me that I broke down and I cried. I cried when he gave me that, because it just kind of confirmed what I had been feeling and going through. It was just like, damn, this man tried to really destroy my shining. And during this time, I was so emotional, because I was dealing with this, that My friends didn't want to be around me. My family didn't want to be around me. My ex didn't want to be around me. Thought I was crazy, that I was emotional and stuff like that. And it's just like, damn, you guys are fucked up. You guys are judging me in the wrong capacity. You really don't even know me. You really don't. And it's interesting because you'll find that things are starting to happen in people's lives now. I started seeing that. I'm like, damn, I don't want that to happen, but it kind of sucks because the Akashic records never forget anything. And I watch these people not have any sympathy or anything towards the situation. Even the guy. That's why I said, like, on one of my miracle days last year, the day after my ex's birthday, was my miracle day, and I wind up just confronting him because he confronted me and presented himself to me in that car that day with one of my mom, and I was triggered. And that day my mother passed, it was just like, it's the end of the world as you know it. It was playing that song. And yeah, I was playing that song, and she died right. And she died right at the same time I was born. Yep, she. I don't remember the exact date, but I want to say it was a Tuesday she passed. But and that was just like the end of my world as I knew it, and the end of the Santa Claus Merry Christmas affected my world as I knew it, and I needed to go on this grand escapade of detangling myself and fixing myself from these pains and these hurts that I was going through. And that's why I feel like I'm here to kind of help the brothers and sisters of the nation, because people been dealing with this stuff too. You got people who's 50, 60, 70, 80 years old, older than me, and it still affects them. It's still, so I'm trying to be here to be of a voice of courage and to be able to face that, because I confronted him. I ain't confronted him face to face, and I asked that question too of myself going through my SM journeys. What would I do if I actually saw this man? And it's crazy because I was in the same city, not too far. And I thought about it, and I was like, damn, I'm so tired of this. I'm so exhausted. Like, damn, like, man, like, Most High, what, why am I going through this? I was just like, damn, this sucks. But it was amazing for me to go through these last couple of years, going through the studies that Big Levi has provided, because I'm on the other side of that victory. And to be able to express this testimony, I went through a hell of a test. And I didn't seek out no justice. I didn't go and try to hunt the man down and tie him up like Saul. And I had all these horrible thoughts, man. I had to ask God, I had to ask the Most High for forgiveness, because that will take somebody out. A lot of people go in another direction, and I tried to make the best of my life out of this, out of my own pain and hurt and struggle. I tried to put it in my music. I wanted to own me back. I didn't want nobody owning my music. I wanted to own me back. That's the face of the guy who molested me when I was a kid. And I just had to put it out there. Yeah. I went through my whole life sitting there like, I'm going to just such and such and this and that. I'm just like, this man lived a whole life. Never went to jail for what he did for me. And probably never went to jail for maybe any of the kids. He's at a whole beach. Wouldn't have known. He's at a beach not too far away from your kids, they kids, his kids, her kids. This man, as a kid, violated me, molested me. When my mother turned her back, and my father wasn't there to protect me because he was out doing what he was doing. And I had a lot of emotions all over the place, trying to contain them. Music was my therapy. Music saved my life, y'all. That's why I'm really good at music. I'm really good at music. I love music. This man had a whole family and everything at the time too. Yeah. And so I'm willing to even express this. I'm willing to show this because, yeah, this was a part of my life, and I can't be ashamed and embarrassed of it. I can't be. Not no more. Yeah, it hurt. yeah, I'm able to bring light to the situation. Yeah. And I confronted him about it, and he said he had no remorse. He didn't even admit to it. I said, "You remember me? Yeah. You remember my mom? Yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. You remember when you molested me as a kid? Yeah." And didn't want to do or say anything. And it's crazy that this man lived a whole life. Probably never went to, any justice here on this land, Had a whole family. I remember this little kid. He had 6 fingers. This man had this little kid. I don't know where this little kid is at. I don't know where this little girl is at. He was all extra Muslim at the time and all type of stuff. She was the one who walked with my mother down to the Stater Brothers. I know exactly where it was at. I know exactly the apartment. I know exactly the room. I sat here and played this shit in my mind over and over again. My mind was so deep and so far gone of how many different things and ways that I was going to exact my revenge. And that's all that I lived by. And I had to check my 7 deadly sins. I had to get back humble. But that's why I wanted to be strong about even looking at these pictures and posting them up and allowing this to be public information. I've already told my family, so I ain't afraid to talk to this family to be able to showcase that it does take this type of courage, extreme courage, to be able to let go and let the Most High do what he do. But there's many people like this that we know around the whole world, that we have in our own families. Of people who do this. And I just wanted to bring that to attention because, yeah, that was my life, y'all. That was my life. Just like the article I just read. Nobody wanted to believe him. Nobody would believe him. I watched my friends cut me off, man, and wanted nothing to do with me. I watched family members go dead silent on me and radio silent on me, and made it seem like I deserved it because they had some energy or some animosity towards somebody else. And that's why I just kept it to myself. The day that I was going to tell my father, I was on a wolf moon. And I started recalling all these things because of deep meditation and introspection and doing my saddle work and going into these essence journeys. And this is the strength that it got me to at this point, that I'm happy that I got to this point. But I just wanted to share that with y'all. Because I'm so thankful, because it was a hard, long process to get to this point in life where I'm 39 years old and feeling victorious and healed and at peace. Whether justice on this earthly realm happens or not, it's not my call. None of that is my call, and I realize that now. I'm supposed to be doing what the Most High called me to do and keep my horse blinders on. Yeah. I know ending this off on this type of particular note, I didn't expect to. And I feel good. I feel a release, because I had to get to this point to be able to release that. To be able to just be away from everybody. None of my exes ever understood what I was going through. None of my family members understood what I was going through. None of my friends understood what I was going through. There's only people who actually went through it who could understand what I was going through. And yeah, it's something that many people are still dealing with and don't know how to register it. They go into substance abuse. They got still anger issues and things like that. That's why I want to be able to provide a platform like the website I'm working on, allpraisetothemosthigh.com, will be a place where people can actually come and have that conversation with me, get it out, figure out a way that they can actually get over the hump so they can actually get to their greatness. I'm finally getting to my greatness, y'all. It's a long time coming. This was patience. This was true understanding and understanding how precious and valuable life is. My life is, your life is, everybody's life. And it took all of this to be able to get to this point. So I just don't say these things just to be saying these things. I say things with a lesson, with something that you need to think about. And that's what I leave everybody. Every time I talk to somebody and they be like, what if this happened to your child? You know, what if it happened to your child and you didn't even know about it? Because my family didn't know about it. Nobody had no inclination. It was never a dinner table conversation, especially with Black people. That's why this book is going to be important when I read it. The Willie Lynch letters and the making of a slave. And there's this beautiful part in there. When I read it, it made me cry, because it was just like I got broken and embarrassed in front of my peoples, to where they look at me like I'm just disposable and ain't shit and, damaged goods. And sometimes the world can convince you that you are. That's what I'm trying to get us to. But the Most High says, no, baby. You are my one. You're my chosen. I ain't let you go. I ain't let you stray. I ain't gonna give you more than you can handle. But heavy is that head that wears that crown. To whom much is given, much is required. That's why it's required for me to be able to start doing the stuff that I'm doing now, to be able to, this is my Ezekiel 33. I read Ezekiel 33 and that changed my whole perspective about all of this right now. That gave me the extreme courage to be able to go up against everything. I'm not righteous. I'm not perfect. I'm not no freaking more role model. But yeah, us as a people, we dealt with a lot. We dealt with 400 years of some fucked up shit, man. And our people got infected too. And they became black, white slave masters too. Yeah. And that's why I try to be here especially with men. Because I had an ex that used to talk shit about it. That shit fucked me up. I had an ex that did, yeah. And sometimes people use that stuff as ammunition against you. An experience in your life that should not be played around with, for somebody to play around with you like that. Because in the heat of emotions, a moment, it ain't got nothing to do with the situation. You just left the toilet seat up. But it becomes so much other stuff. So it is so hard, so difficult sometimes to be able to express that to people, because they will use it against you. And it's so hurtful, because family and friends do that, and relationships do that. And I had to get away from all of these people, and rightfully so. I'm away from a lot of them. And as we've been in here for 6 hours, you know how many people from my fucking past and came up who I'm talking about right now? See me shining with the Lisa Cabrera beard oil, shining with my pen, shining with the $1 billion bangers, shining. Man, y'all fucked up. I had to realize how much I was fucking up in order to separate myself so people can understand how much they may have fucked up in the circumstance as well. Them same people that could have called and should have called didn't. And that's the thing that I was so worried about because I was a no guy. I am a no guy. Kind of like Bill Quist, to where it made it difficult to, I was thirsty for people's love and affection and attention and praise and all of these things to help me feel good or make me feel like I am special, or I am worthy, or it is possible, and things like that. And that's a false, what is it? False, false. It's just false. It's cap. It's literally. And so, I didn't think I was going to actually bring this out today, but it kind of will segment into another time where we'll be able to talk about this. And I want to be able to bring people into my, like I said, like it doesn't have to be to where people are in the chat like that. I'm going to put the link up where you guys can actually jump up on here and join in with me. That's what I didn't do. I forgot to do that. So yeah, next time when I do start the lives, I will make it very possible for people to, pop up and I'll be able to click and get the link. If you got, what is it? iPhone. If you got iPhone, you got to use it through Safari. If you're doing it from the computer, I believe you can Google Chat. I mean, not Google Chat, Google Chrome. But if you're on your phone, if you're on the Android, you use Google Chrome. If you're on the Apple phone, you use Safari to log in on here. When you get the link, you'll sign in or whatever like that through the invite link, and put your picture, put your camera, your video on, the camera audio on, put your picture up there so I know who it is, and then just pop up, show you live. And so I just wanted to make that interactive because there's many of our people who are dealing with this, and this is not a conversation that has happened at a massive scale, whether it's in our churches, our schools, fraternities and sororities. Those are just getting exacerbated by the hazing of it, by that Greek life. And we don't realize how much we have been oppressively capitulative to things that are against our people. They've made these things sexy, and we've had to eat it. We've had to eat that. We've had to eat those chitlins and be like, that's the most delicious shit I've ever eaten. So yeah, eating pig booty hole. Show you how to eat the groceries. They showed us how to eat the groceries early. But yeah, I was buck broken. And that was something that I had to go through. And it's many times throughout our livelihood where these establishments tell you to shut the fuck up. Don't say nothing. You're crazy. You're tripping. You need psychotherapy. You need to be on these medicines, this Ritalin, these things like that. So yeah. And then none of that is the cure. None of that works. It just literally clouds you, hazes you, nullifies you. I never went through any of that stuff. I went through it the hard way by dealing with my shit and keeping it to myself and keeping it trucking. I didn't get out here and be like, oh, I'm a victim and shit like that, because people would have been, I'm just sucking my titty. At least 28 did after plane crashes in South Korea. Okay. See, I get notifications all the time. That's why I'll be bringing this stuff up. I'll be on here for hours, y'all. Y'all got to let me go or something. I hope you guys are good. I don't know. Just let me know, because I don't want to be keeping people past they bedtime and stuff like that. But I truly enjoyed this segment today on this beautiful Sabbath. This was something that I needed to release. And show and inform, because we need to keep continuing to do these things. And so, wow. But like I said, they got my information. If you don't, I will post it up so everybody can actually get that information. Like I said, my emails, let me see. Email is that. And then I got, what is it? My WhatsApp. There we go. But yeah, in the meantime, I see I don't even got none of my other. Do I? No, I do. I just don't have the scenes. Okay, so in the meantime, I'm gonna showcase these before I go because I gotta use the bathroom. But we're gonna highlight the AK book. Boom. For everybody out there that's family and friends, you never heard about the AK family book. Yes, it's a beautiful book. Proud of. Download that book. I promise you. Get the book. Get the book. You need to know your spiritual background check. You need to know this information. You need to know what day of the week that you were born on. All of these things. So yeah, want to highlight that. And then the wonderful Miss Lisa Cabrera with the beard oil, you know what I'm saying? Shining on them. Yeah, I gotta shine on them real quick. And then the beloved brother Nathaniel and Denise Smith. That's the website to the. That's the link. That's the QR code to the website for their Mayan water products. I still gotta look at the video. There's something going on with the website, but I'm gonna check it out though. But what is that? Oh, that's my. Yeah, I always put my Cash App up here. People from all overseas, they be, Cash Apping me and sending me money and whatever like that, just donation and stuff like that. Just because I am bringing this beautiful information as for the nation on some real stuff. So I appreciate the people that do want to show the love and the support. Like I said, I got my hats, the T-shirts. The T-shirts there, they all up on the wall. I'm wearing one right now, as you see. Gotta support what I'm doing. I got the pink hats. Do I got any pink hats? I gotta check again. But these are the pink $1 billion bangers hat. People be like, what's $1 billion bangers? It's like, this is what I've been doing. I've been banging down the door of success, been banging down everything. I've created my own value to that. It's more than just $1 billion, but that's just the beautiful essence of what I'm creating. That's the blue, the black and blue. That's the all purple, kind of the Laker edition, green and black. Got the all white. Got the snapback white brim. Got the teal. I like that one. You got the black and gray. You got the gray and royal blue. Beautiful. Now that's the Laker color. That's the Laker one. Then that is the all black. I was selling these in my Uber like crazy, y'all. I promise y'all, they're just the whole Indiana campus, IU. It was crazy. I promise y'all, man. I had everybody up in there, man. It was dope. I was taking people to the frat parties. I had the Honda Odyssey van. So I'm turning up and I'm just playing the music. I got the hat, the T-shirt on. I was, dude, that college scene, yeah, that was beautiful. It was amazing. I was able to do that. And then the blue and the black robe blue. So that's there. And then also, this is the all praise to the most high.com website. I'm going to be working on this website. This website's going to have like all of our, stuff that we want to, that we need for the nation. Whether it's it's going to be our own grocery store. It's going to be our own place where people can get counseling. They can get all the secrets and tips. It's literally a place where you can just this is praising the most highest capacity. Like, thank you, because I wouldn't have ever got this information somewhere else. So I want this to be the place where we all can congregate. It's going to be able to have, everybody's going to have the opportunity to advertise what they do. Like, I got Sister Mimza up there. Like, she got Mimza Consulting. I got everybody's. I got Sister Kayla up there. I got Brother Eleazar, Brother Ali, Big Levi, Yehoshua Music. I got everybody. But I'm gonna be doing that for everybody. Get an opportunity to be able to showcase what they do. Like I said, I wind up putting out all of my old music, which is new to a lot of people because they've never heard it. But I put up 5 albums. So I got 13 albums in total. Some are on my YouTube channel that are on here, and then there are others that I have that are at the bottom somewhere, but I gotta like add them as a playlist. But it's the music that I have made as far as chapters of my life. A lot of it's scumbag, a lot of it's beautiful music. I got a song in there. I got 2 songs about my mama. I got one that's my mama. That's the song that everybody plays for Mother's Day. Matter of fact, I will play that right now since I'm talking right now because I think people gonna appreciate these songs. I'll probably gonna flag not on this video. I'm not gonna do it. I'm gonna do it on the next one. Because if I do that and they flag me for 6 damn hours, I'm gonna be pissed. Because I wind up infringing my damn self. I did it before. Sometimes I'm like, how do I fix this? But I try to play the song. But anyways, I'm gonna play it anyways. But that's where you can find the music at. But I got 13 albums of my own music through Billion Dollar Bangers. This is all me. I own me. I don't belong to none of these other people. No Jewish people are taking anything from me. So I have, what else do I have on there? What is that, Pandora? I'm on Pandora. So I'm on Pandora. I'm on Tidal. I'm on iTunes. So yeah, all the albums are on iTunes. I was very grateful to get them on iTunes, but that's literally my journey. This is literally my journey through Jacob's trouble. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what I wanted to present to everybody. Like, I went through all of this and lost friends and family and all this stuff just because this is what the hell I was dealing with, this particular subject that I was dealing with right now. Why all the people was rejecting me and closing doors on me. Like, dude, I just wanted to get this out. I just wanted the world to hear what I was doing, and so it can be able to help people. And that's what it was, like, in a good way and a bad way. You got some ratchet music, and you got some righteous music. You got to have a healthy balance. But it allowed me to get to this point where I'm like, I'm at peace. And I had to release and get to a point where I was able to let go of a lot of this stuff. I had a lot of different feelings. And this is stuff that we have to work through. And however we do it, whether you're a painter, you may be painting out your tragedies and stuff like that. You may be painting out, the feelings and expressions that people have gone through. Now, this is the Spotify. So many of my channels that everybody's on, I appreciate that though. But these are the things that are that mean the most to me, that matter to me. And so I wanted to be able to share them with the world out there on Kick, on Twitch. I got people that are in Turkey. They playing my music in every single one of these countries, man. So I can appreciate, like, I get a check outside of the country than I do much here. Like, the people that say that they love me and support me and stuff, like the people that are close to me, don't even wear my stuff. They don't even know none of my music. They couldn't give me not one song. The only song that people try to fall back on is That's My Mama. Like, literally that one. There's like that because everybody knows that hook. That's my mama. Yeah. So everybody loves that song, especially when it comes to Mother's Day. Some way, somehow, I get a nice little check when that pops up. But I just wanted to be seen. I just wanted to be loved. I wanted to be heard. I wanted to be all of these different things. But I realized that I was hating myself, that I wasn't loving myself with the capacity that I should have been, And so I had to come back to knowing how to love and appreciate myself, loving music again. I was really depressed after my mother passed and stuff like that. So these are things that I just want to be able to help people work through. Like I said, there's songs on there. That Dog Whistle album, go to the Dog Whistle album. I'll pull it up. Matter of fact, I'm going to just pull up my channel just because so people can actually look at it. But other than that, get off of here in a little bit, but I definitely want to at least showcase that. Where am I at with it? There we go. Go back to it there. Yep. So yeah, under the releases, you'll be able to see, like, I just dropped these 4 projects right here at the top. Oh, excuse me. Matter of fact, let me take that off real quick so you can actually see it. But that Dog Whistle album, I wrote this Dog Whistle album while I was on the SM. I was on the SM on my birthday, and I had wrote this project when my mother was sick. So it was around my birthday. I was like, you know what, I need to put out something, and it just allowed me to just swag all the way out. This is one of my harder projects. Like that one's dope. The rest of these is just like swagging out, but God has truly blessed me on this one. This one, Storms Won't Last, is my first album. The Storms Won't Last, and that one actually has the That's My Mama song. See, I'm gonna flag myself. I ain't finna do that. But number 15 is a song on that. That's My Mama. So that was her favorite song, obviously. But then the other song that I made for her that brought her peace, and I was happy that it was able to bring her peace. Whew, I love this album. This album is dope. I was on one, but the last song on here, what? It switched the song. That's interesting. I don't know what happened to it. Where is it at? Huh. It removed my song and put the song that I wound up recording and dedicating to her. So this was during COVID. Dog, I was going through it, y'all.
Lord, I need.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna play it, but this studio right here, I was with the homies and they wouldn't help me pay for the damn room, but they wanted to use it all and all that stuff. I'm like, damn, man. Like, I wasn't getting no help at that day, but it was COVID. It was like, damn, I'm jacked up. But yeah, this song, everybody loved this song, Disappointment.
Your mom and your dad, they cry tears when they're sad, make you feel deep inside that you have been a big disappointment. Big disappointment!
I'm not gonna play the whole song. I'm gonna flag myself and tell you I could get in trouble. But no, anyways, yeah, I'm gonna leave it at that though, y'all. I'm gonna leave it at that, y'all. Let me see. What's going on with the album? Let me pull this off. The album is on its way, y'all. The album is on its way. We just being patient about it. Like, I had to sit here, like I said, I was working my job, and my job, like it was a test. I was getting battle tested. It was either keep working for these white folks and be they slave, or you go and do what I told you to do. And that's what the Most High called me to do. And so he sat my ass down right now to where I could be able to work on, because I have, it's coming during the fast. I don't know. It's all, it's in the Most High's calling. We want to leave it to this decisions of the Big Levi at this point, and we ain't in no rush. At the beginning, I got emotional because of all of what I was dealing with on the job. I was like, man, I need to do something. I need this to pop off. I'm ready to perform. I'm ready to do all this stuff. I'm like, you know what? I see why. Damn. Thank you, Big Levi. You know what I'm saying? Because I was just like emotionally driven by it because it was my baby. I looked at it as like that, as much as we all did. But it's just, this project is so phenomenal. This is definitely going to help so many people. It helped me. This is definitely one of them projects, that everybody is involved with it. So shout out to Brother Eleazar, Brother Yoro, you know what I'm saying? Joro, Joro, Brother Ali, Big Levi, Brother Yehoshua Music. He definitely has been, a good buddy, rocking with me. He was on my ass. But he gonna be up here. We're gonna be making beats and stuff like that too. So you're gonna see us being able to rock out and make a beat like that, So as I'm sitting here doing this, it's like I'm gonna be incorporating a lot of things that I want to bring the whole nation into what we got going on, on the side. So yeah, that's the news. That's the news. So I'm gonna leave it like that. Give me something to eat, and I want to thank all of y'all for being here. I'm gonna make this to where I'm gonna be on afternoon, 12 afternoon. That's it. Well, for women, if it's good with y'all, I didn't expect this to go a whole work shift, but hey, I'm at work and we're gonna work. So I'm just thankful for everybody that's been in here, locked in and tuned in and stuff like that. We're just gonna keep it pushing, and I'm gonna start trying to get these segmented out to where I'm gonna make them a lot shorter than what they are right now. But on the weekends, on Saturdays, oh, this is perfect because it's our Sabbath. I'm not gonna be, yeah. But oh man, mm, mm, mm. Wow. Thank you guys. You guys helped me out today. Yeah, I did. I appreciate that. I'm very grateful. And tomorrow session, I have no clue what we're gonna be talking about, but it's gonna be a good one as well. So, but until then, y'all, I'm gonna go get me something to eat and relax. And you guys got my info. Hit me up anytime. You know what I'm saying? So, shalom, family. Make sure I got this. Who was that? Who said that? Who said that? You know, trying to protect the abuse and to share the victim. Huh. That was beautifully said. Yes, it is. Yes, that is. I appreciate you for that. That's dope. Yeah, I gotta make those videos shorter. Yep.